This man is in his early 30s and looks very upright. He is also a successful person. He naturally exudes an extraordinary temperament. He is the kind of man who can easily attract women. His name is Peng Shueji, originally from an ordinary background, but with his own efforts, he got a full scholarship from the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom and later received a double master's degree in economics and philosophy from the University of Cambridge. After returning from studying in Hong Kong, he joined Morgan Stanley. In just 5 years, he went from being the most ordinary financial specialist to the current vice president of Greater China, operating billions of funds and presided over the mergers and acquisitions of many large multinational companies. Peng Shueji is very well known in Hong Kong's finance and economics industry and can be regarded as a leader among the younger generation in the finance and economics industry. Even the children of major family-owned consortia rarely can match him in ability. Such a young and promising person, and the external conditions are very good. Naturally, a lot of girls fall in love with him. But Peng Shueji couldn't take any interest in those empty and beautiful vases. Instead, he noticed He Shuiyun during a securities investment. At that time, He Shuiyun was controlling several funds to snipe some stocks under Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. Peng Shueji, as one of Morgan Stanley's most capable talents, was commissioned by the company to respond to that attack. However, Peng Shueji and the people at Goldman Sachs joined forces, but in the end they lost to He Shuiyun. The combined losses of the two companies reached more than $1 billion. At that time, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs didn't know whether it was He Shuiyun who attacked them, or whether Peng Shueji relied on his own insight and his extensive contacts in the financial world to find He Shuiyun from some clues. From then on, Peng Shueji was impressed by He Shuiyun's talent in the financial field and fell in love with her at first sight, and then resolutely joined He Shuiyun's pursuit of the army. However, even if He Shuiyun's suitor can be said to be a dragon and a phoenix among the people, Peng Shueji still looks very good inside, and he is the most persevering in the pursuit of He Shuiyun. No matter how many times He Shuiyun is rejected, he still keeps going forward. Also, because he was not Su Jinxing's kind of unlearned dude, He Shuiyun didn't use extreme methods on him, but gradually felt a headache when he saw him. At this time, He Shuiyun was in a Western-style dim sum shop on the first floor of Pacific Place. The tables and chairs of this dim sum shop were all set on the open space in the center of Pacific Place, which looked very open. Sitting here, watching the men and women shopping around while tasting the most famous cheesecake in the shop is also a delight to see. And Peng Shueji appeared when He Shuiyun was enjoying this leisure time, and saw that he sat on the opposite side of He Shuiyun, with a bunch of violets in his hands as always, with a faint fragrance. Regarding Peng Shueji's arrival, He Shuiyun only slightly raised his head and glanced at him, and then lowered his head to continue eating his cheesecake. "Shuiyun, have you come to eat cheesecake again?" Peng Shueji was a familiarity. He laughed. "You really like the cheesecake here, but you are also naturally beautiful. How to eat this cheesecake I won't get fat. I learned that you've been late a few times, and you've already gained 2 or 3 caddies." After that, he said to the waiter who came next, "Give me a cheesecake too." "Oh yes, another bottle of Moët and Chandon champagne." The waiter nodded and left, while Peng Shueji smiled at He Shuiyun. "Every time you eat cheesecake, you like to match it with Moët pink." He Shuiyun still did not speak. She did order a glass of Moët and Chandon champagne, but the waiter hadn't brought it. Peng Shueji understands many of her hobbies, and in many cases also behaves very considerately. If she changes to another girl, it may be difficult to refuse such an excellent and gentle and considerate man. Unfortunately, she is He Shuiyun, Zhou Hao's woman. Facing He Shuiyun's indifference, Peng Shueji didn't care at all, but felt that there was a kind of reserved beauty in He Shuiyun's body. Not to mention other things, just watching her eating cheesecake is a kind of enjoyment in itself, which makes Peng Shueji impulsive. I really hope that he is the cheesecake and can be eaten by He Shuiyun bit by bit. "Shuiyun, there is a concert of the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra tonight. I know you like this orchestra very much, so I specifically booked 2 tickets. Let's go see it together," Peng Shueji said to He Shuiyun. He Shuiyun said lukewarmly, "I like to listen to the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra music, but it also depends on who I am listening with. I'm sorry, I'm not interested with you. Also, Mr. Peng, I want to eat quietly by myself, so I still hope you can leave and don't bother me here. Don't be like this, Shuiyun. Peng Shuizhi said bitterly. I won't talk. I promise I won't disturb you again. I won't talk. I saw Peng Shuizhi shut his mouth tightly, just sitting motionless and looking at He Shuiyun. He Shuiyun was annoyed and couldn't drive him away under the crowd. She sighed long and said, Mr. Peng, how many times do you want me to say it to understand? I don't have any development possibilities for you. I already have a lover, and our relationship is very good. So I advise you still don't waste time and feelings on me anymore. Your conditions are so good. Why don't you worry that no girl likes it? Why bother to pester me so hard? Because I don't like other girls. Peng Shuizhi said, since I grew up like this, you are the first woman who really touches my heart. Since I met you, I can no longer hold anyone else in my heart. Without waiting for He Shuiyun to speak, he said again, as for you said you have a lover, I also know that you are talking about Zhou Hao, right? However, you regard Zhou Hao as your lover, but has he ever been responsible for you? The reason why you divorced Su Jinsheng, even if you were driven out of the He family by He Hongsan, should have been for Zhou Hao. However, where has he gone for more than a year? He left you alone in Hong Kong, but he is happy in other places. Is he right for you? He didn't leave me here, He Shuiyun said with a deep face. How can you, an outsider, understand the matter between me and Zhou Hao? Also, don't slander Zhou Hao anymore, otherwise don't blame me. You are welcome. Peng Shuizhi was taken aback for a moment, but soon he spoke again. I have already inquired that Zhou Hao has an unusual relationship with Su Lin, the chief executive officer of ATV. By the way, there is also the Liang Xiaobing of ATV. That's it. A half-hearted man. Is it worth your effort to pay for him like this? He is really why Shuiyun feels worthless. In his eyes, He Shuiyun is like an immortal. Not only does he have a stunning appearance, he also has outstanding talents, and his personality is also kind and noble. And it is precisely this perfect woman who actually married Su Jinsheng's kind of ignorant and wealthy boy. Although he left Su Jinsheng later, he met a half-hearted person like Zhou Hao. Such a bumpy woman. Peng Shuizhi's desire for protection was completely aroused, and he was about to win He Shuiyun's favor and protect her for a lifetime. But He Shuiyun said coldly, it's not up to you to say whether it's worth it or not. I think it's worth it, then it's worth it. Who can explain this emotional matter? Besides, Zhou Hao is the best I have ever met. The man, his feelings for me are sincere. I know this better than anyone else. What's commendable? He was able to defeat Soros and Robertson that time, but it was the support of mainland China. Peng Shuizhi said unconvincedly, I think he is basically a tool that the Chinese government used as a shield to use. He came to attract the attention of the world, so that no one cares about the actions of the Chinese government. It is someone else, with the strong support of the Chinese government, who can also make such achievements. If it comes to real ability, he is definitely not as good as me. Hearing Peng Shuizhi's words, He Shuiyun showed a sneered sneer. You are qualified to say these things? Even I can't match it. Do you think you can become Zhou Hao's opponent? I tell you that my skills are taught by Zhou Hao. Yes, compared to my operational level, Zhou Hao's strength is more than 10 times higher. Let alone you. Even if the entire strength of Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs is combined, they cannot stop Zhou Hao's offensive. Absolute. Looking at the almost pious look on He Shuiyun's face, Peng Shuizhi could feel her trust and even admiration for Zhou Hao. And that is why Peng Shuizhi became more and more jealous of Zhou Hao. Especially when the woman you like says that she can't compare to other men. I'm afraid that no man can treat this feeling calmly. At this moment, a man's voice full of magnetism came out from the loudspeaker of Pacific Place. I'm very happy to be here today. I am going to reunite with the woman I love. She has done a lot for me, and I have suffered a lot of grievances. Here, I hope to give this song to her whom I love deeply. Suddenly hearing this, Peng Shuizhi thought it was a bold boy who confessed to a girl again. In Hong Kong, this situation is very common. Many people confide their feelings to people they like through radio or television. However, Peng Shuizhi soon felt that something was wrong, because he found that He Shuiyun was stunned when he heard the sound from the horn, and there was still water vapor in his beautiful eyes. A melodious and beautiful piano sound came out, slowly drifting in the sky above Pacific Place, and suddenly attracted everyone's attention. But He Shuiyun stood up quickly and looked around, as if looking for something, His expression was very anxious, and the tears in his eyes kept even more fierce. Finally, Hishuyun's gaze finally settled on the open space in the center of the square. There is a black, Blansler, grand piano on the open space in the center of the square, which was placed there by a top piano in Pacific Place as a sales activity. At this moment, there was a man sitting on the chair in front of the grand piano. I saw that the man was very young. From this direction, he could only see his side face, but he could also see his handsome facial features and tough facial contours. And he didn't wear the tuxedo usually worn by piano players, but dressed in a light blue shirt and silver-black jeans, which looked very casual. The most noticeable thing is his hands, which are now very dexterously dancing on the black and white keys of the piano, playing the exciting music. Then, he leaned forward a little closer to the microphone and sang it in his magnetic voice. If this bunch of chandelier pouring down, or I don't exist anymore, even if you don't love, no need to separate. If I have severe dementia at this moment, don't need to be loved at all, dreaming in bed forever. I won't be sad for the rest of my life. People always need to be brave to survive. I still wish again. For example, learn to endure broken love. Don't have insomnia again next year today. The mattresses are changed if you are lucky enough to meet. Or at the feast of the newlyweds. Waiting for you, in confusion. I haven't seen you for a year next year. Who is willing to change and leave you for 60 years? I wish I could recognize your children. I can hear you say goodbye. I can meet you in the moment of life. To spend all your luck. Only found out on this day. Have breathed air. The men, women, young and old who originally shuttled in Pacific Place could not help but stop at this time, and their attention was completely attracted by the man playing and singing in the center of the square. Even the waiters in those restaurants couldn't help but stop all their movements, completely immersed in the soft music and melancholic singing. The original noisy and bustling Pacific Place was quiet at this moment, and only the sound of the song was slowly flowing in the air, flowing through everyone's heart. When the singing and music stopped, the man approached the microphone and said, "This song is called Next Year Today, and it is given to her who I love deeply." Then, he stood up, turned to face Hishuyun's side, and clarified his sincere gaze straight to cover Hishuyun. And Hishuyun's tears couldn't stop at all, just like a pearl that dropped a line. One by one fell from his cheeks to the ground. However, the eyes of the two of them were put into two silk threads, which were tightly wound together, unable to separate at all. Peng Shueji looked at the man with a gloomy look on his face, because he recognized this man. It was Zhou Hao. At this time, Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to Hishuyun, and Hishuyun did not hesitate. He kept his eyes on Zhou Hao and walked towards him involuntarily with his feet. He slowly approached Zhou Hao under the crowd's attention. He finally came to him, and then he was caught by Zhou Hao stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. "Wu dash. Good job. Great." In an instant, the entire square burst into enthusiastic applause and applause. There were also many whistles in the meantime, and they all cheered Zhou Hao and Hishuyun, who were hugging closely. According to the original historical development, Next Year Today was originally a work released by the famous Hong Kong singer Eason Chan in 2003. With this song, Eason Chan also won many annual music awards that year, and this song has become a popular song. Classic songs are also one of KTV's must-have songs. Next Year Today was originally very touching. Zhou Hao still used it to win the favor of Hishuyun, especially his handsome appearance and excellent temperament. Because of his superb martial arts, his cultivation reached the realm of transformation of meaning into form. There is extraordinary charm in it. His move not only completely captured Hishuyun, but also instantly captured the hearts of many young girls in the audience. Many sentimental girls in the square were so moved that they even cried. Some who have husbands or boyfriends stare at their partners with bitter eyes, clearly saying, "Why can't you be as romantic as others? Move me." Such a touching romantic scene can die without regret once in a lifetime. In the face of the grievances in their own women's eyes, most men can only pretend not to see them. Just kidding. Do you women think this is easy? A handsome person does not necessarily have such a superb musical attainment, and someone with this level does not necessarily have the courage to express their feelings in the public with music. However, These men actually hope that they can capture the hearts of women in such a highly anticipated way like Zhou Hao. This is Duolifeng's business. It's just that very few people can make such a move. Therefore, these men and women can only pin their illusions in Zhou Hao and He Shuyun. The men imagine Zhou Hao as themselves, and the women imagine He Shuyun as themselves. As for the two protagonists, Zhou Hao and He Shuyun, at this time, they were still embracing closely by the grand piano, and the people and things outside were unheard of, as if there were only two of them in the whole world. At this time, the proprietress of a flower shop on the 18th floor of the plaza, wondering if she was infected by the romantic atmosphere, asked a few clerks to throw all the roses in her flower shop down. I saw the red, yellow, white, and purple roses falling from the sky, like a wonderful rain of flowers, making the scene even more romantic. The men and women on all floors in the square were so touched. The lovers who were originally lovers naturally hugged and kissed each other naturally. And those ambiguous men and women who have a good impression of each other but still have not been able to break through that level of relationship are also infected by this romantic atmosphere, can't help but hug together and break into the romantic relationship naturally. Even Zhou Hao himself would not have imagined that this move to make He Shuyun happy has actually contributed to many men and women. Seeing He Shuyun with the pear blossom in his arms again, Zhou Hao said guiltily, "I'm sorry, I just came now." He Shuyun gently shook his head and sobbed. "Enough, it's enough." Indeed, He Shuyun is definitely enough. As long as Zhou Hao can come, she will be satisfied. What's more, Zhou Hao has made such a romantic debut without her preparation, let alone those boys and girls, He Shuyun. This kind of mature female who has experienced many ups and downs and is talented by herself has no resistance at all and can only obediently become Zhou Hao's emotional slave. At the same time, many people in the square began to recognize Zhou Hao and He Shuyun. After all, they were both of the kind in Hong Kong, and they were the #1 target followed by the paparazzi. So He Shuyun whispered to Zhou Hao, "Let's go. There are many people here watching. I am afraid that reporters will come over soon." Zhou Hao nodded, knowing that He Shuyun didn't like being photographed by reporters, so he wanted to leave here. However, he saw Peng Shueji, who was still watching He Shuyun, still there, and he asked He Shuyun, "Who is that guy? I saw him sitting with you just now. It might not be your pursuit." "Right. That guy is so annoying." Zhou Hao came back, and He Shuyun still had the mind to pay attention to Peng Shueji, so he said, "Let's leave him alone. Let's go." Zhou Hao glanced at Peng Shueji, then took He Shuyun's hand and hurriedly left Pacific Place. As expected by He Shuyun, reporters from major newspapers and magazines arrived almost at the same time they left. Fortunately, they staggered the time with Zhou Hao and He Shuyun, and no one knew that the Aston Martin was Zhou Hao's car. Fortunately, we ran fast. He Shuyun patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "If he gets caught by reporters, He Shuyun doesn't know how to leave, especially Zhou Hao's return today. He will definitely make headlines in major newspapers in Hong Kong. They both don't want to wear sunglasses and masks when going out. How is it? Tired of journalists these days?" Zhou Hao smiled at He Shuyun. He Shuyun gave him a blank look. "You said that you left me alone in Hong Kong, but you have been silent for more than a year. Don't you know that I am worried about you? How about Yuqin telling me that you went to the United States to help when the government works? I thought you couldn't come back after some accident." While speaking, thinking of the fright and fear of Zhou Hao over the past year or so, tears came out of He Shuyun's eyes again. When Zhou Hao saw it, his heart hurt immediately. He hurriedly leaned in and put her in his arms to comfort him. "Don't cry. Don't cry. When I see you cry, my heart will burst. Look at me. Didn't you come back? You don't have to worry about me anymore. Okay, don't cry. Little girls don't like to cry. How come you are so big that you can't even compare to girls? You are good or bad. Little girls love to cry most." He Shuyun groaned. Yes, little girls love to cry the most. We Shuyun cry together occasionally, and those little girls can't compare with us Shuyun." Zhou Hao laughed. He Shuyun pinched his waist and said, "No one is right." The reunion with Zhou Hao made He Shuyun very happy, and the faint sadness between her eyebrows disappeared, and the whole person glowed with a charming brilliance. Sitting in the passenger seat, she couldn't help but hum a little tune. The appearance has changed back to a girlish appearance. Moreover, What He Shuiyun is humming now is the song Next Year Today that Zhou Hao just sang. In He Shuiyun's mind, this song, Next Year Today, was specially created by Zhou Hao for her. It is unique in the world. From now on, this song will become the theme song of her and Zhou Hao. In the original history, Next Year Today also had a Mandarin version, and its name was 10 Years. Compared with the Cantonese version of Next Year Today, 10 Years was much more popular in China. However, Zhou Hao's favorite is the original Next Year Today because it retains the most original flavor. Another reason is that Zhou Hao is from Cantonese and He Shuiyun is from Macau. Both of them are native Cantonese, so singing Cantonese songs is more intuitive and impresses He Shuiyun. While humming this song that Zhou Hao made for herself, He Shuiyun looked at Zhou Hao, who was sitting next to him while driving. He felt that this man was handsome and mature, and his whole body exuded indescribable charm. Not enough. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zhou Hao asked when He Shuiyun looked at herself without blinking. He Shuiyun gently shook his head. No, I just want to take a good look at you. I haven't seen your face for a whole year. Let me take a good look. Before Zhou Hao came back, He Shuiyun was always alone holding Zhou Hao's photos to comfort her thoughts. Even once she came across news about a Japanese animation festival and saw that there were many pillows depicting the heroines of anime on sale at the Japanese Animation Festival, which were very popular among Japanese otaku. So He Shuiyun had a whim and asked someone to print Zhou Hao's photo on a pillow and then hugged it to sleep every night, imagining that she was sleeping in Zhou Hao's arms. But now that Zhou Hao's real person exists, He Shuiyun naturally doesn't need to use that pillow anymore. Feeling He Shuiyun's gentle eyes, Zhou Hao was also very comfortable, and he couldn't help but grabbed He Shuiyun's hand, clasping his fingers together, not warm. Soon after, Zhou Hao took He Shuiyun to the villa in Qianchuan. This villa was originally bought by Zhao Yuqin to give Zhou Hao a place to stay in Hong Kong. At that time, it cost hundreds of millions of dollars, which shows its luxury. After Hong Kong experienced the financial turmoil, the property market plummeted, and the market price of this villa dropped from 750 million to 380 million. However, He Shuiyun never thought of selling it. On the contrary, when Zhou Hao was in a fierce battle with Soros and others, He Shuiyun heard Zhou Hao said that although Hong Kong's property market would plummet after the financial turmoil, there are still those luxury houses. The recovery of high-end office buildings will be very fast. Therefore, when many wealthy individuals or companies were busy selling properties under their names, He Shuiyun bought them in turn and decisively used nearly 20 billion Hong Kong dollars from Galaxy Investment to purchase a large number of luxury homes and office buildings. Today, these luxury homes and office buildings located in the business center are recovering quickly, as Zhou Hao said at the beginning. Even if He Shuiyun sells these properties now, he can still earn 3 or 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. However, the property owners of these properties, He Shuiyun, all wrote Zhou Hao's name because she believed that she belonged to Zhou Hao, and she bought these properties based on Zhou Hao's speculation. And for more than a year, He Shuiyun has been living in this villa. On the one hand, because Zhou Hao also lived here when he was in Hong Kong, He Shuiyun can feel like being with Zhou Hao here. On the other hand, the property that He Shuiyun previously owned was all taken back after He Hong's son was evicted from the He family. Zhou Hao, are you hungry? Let me cook for you. He Shuiyun asked Zhou Hao as soon as he entered the house. Okay, I haven't tasted your craft for a long time. Zhou Hao smiled. With a gentle smile, He Shuiyun took off his coat and went to the kitchen to start dinner for Zhou Hao. He Shuiyun seldom cooks by herself on weekdays, but her craftsmanship is still good. At this time, there are a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator. It is very easy to make a simple dinner. Although He Shuiyun had eaten a bit of cheesecake just now, she still made a portion for two when she thought of having dinner with Zhou Hao. Just as he was about to turn on the gas stove, He Shuiyun suddenly felt a tight waist, and he was hugged by Zhou Hao from behind. I saw Zhou Hao wrapped his hands around He Shuiyun's slender waist, and his upper body was also attached to He Shuiyun's back, making He Shuiyun feel his broad and solid chest. What's wrong? He Shuiyun leaned back a little, her voice very gentle. Zhou Hao didn't speak. He just stuck to her quietly, listening to her breathing, smelling the fragrance in her hair, and making no other movements. He Shuiyun also liked this peaceful and warm feeling, so he also leaned in Zhou Hao's arms. Shuiyun, you are so kind, Zhou Hao said sincerely. Indeed, He Shuiyun is a rare good woman. She doesn't look as good as Zhao Yuqin, but she has an independent inner beauty. The more you get along, the more you can feel her unique beauty. She was married to Su Jinxing for several years, and she only used the butterfly love flower shop as a pastime. But in fact, she was so talented that she made both Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs go home as soon as she got involved in the stock market. What's more rare is that she is also very good at housework. She is not good at cooking, but she can't be troubled by the homemade dishes. It can be said that she can enter the kitchen and the hall. Even a woman like Zhao Yuqin has the weakness of cooking. Among Zhou Hao's women, the only one with such a versatile talent and capable of surpassing He Shuyun is Karu Nanami. However, Nanami Karu's personality is sometimes too sharp and unobtrusive, unlike He Shuyun's so lighthearted. Zhou Hao gently hugged He Shuyun and said with affection, "It's really lucky for me to meet you." It should be said that I was lucky. He Shuyun leaned her head on Zhou Hao's shoulder and said quietly, "If it weren't for you, I'm probably still trapped in Su's house now, living that kind of fun life. You saved me. You let me breathe the air of freedom, and you let me know the happiness of being a woman." Smelling the light scent of He Shuyun's body, Zhou Hao couldn't help but lowered his head slightly and kissed her on the cheek. He Shuyun closed his eyes and snorted slightly, enjoying himself. Seeing He Shuyun reacting in this way, Zhou Hao couldn't help it. The hands that originally looped her waist quickly climbed to her chest, lightly at her. And then he was very little proficient in using the shirt. The buttons on the top were untied one by one. Zhou Hao couldn't restrain himself naturally, and reached out to assault the beautiful woman in his arms. And because He Shuyun hadn't been close to Zhou Hao for more than a year, he couldn't help shaking after being caressed by Zhou Hao at this time, and the snow-white skin was even more afflicted with pink. "Farewell, Hao. Don't do this first. Wait until we have eaten, and then come again," He Shuyun gasped. "What to eat? I just want to eat you now." Zhou Hao smiled slightly. Zhou Hao felt even more thrilling to have fun with her in the kitchen. He lifted He Shuyun's skirt up and pasted it on himself, and he became one with He Shuyun. Zhou Hao let out a long sigh, and He Shuyun also bit her lower lip tightly. His legs almost couldn't stand. If he didn't hold his hands on the cupboard, I'm afraid the whole person would soften. He Shuyun has not been moisturized by Zhou Hao for more than a year. He Shuyun is as compact as a virgin and extremely sensitive, and Zhou Hao will soon be sent to the peak of pleasure. However, neither Zhou Hao nor He Shuyun himself would be satisfied so easily. They moved the battlefield from the kitchen to the dining room, then to the living room, then to the master room, and then to the bathroom, until He Shuyun finally curled up in Zhou Hao's arms, unable to move, that the battle was over. The love that He Shuyun has accumulated over the course of more than a year is completely released today. Even Zhou Hao is not surprised by her tenacity. Fortunately, Zhou Hao has a superb inner family cultivation level, otherwise he would be really squeezed. The danger of dry. Leaning on Zhou Hao's spacious chest, He Shuyun held Zhou Hao's waist with both hands and said softly, "Hao, I didn't take the contraceptive you gave me. Do you want?" She was worried that Zhou Hao didn't want to have children with her, and worried that Zhou Hao wanted her to take contraceptives after the incident. But Zhou Hao said softly, "If I didn't eat, I didn't eat. If it weren't for the delay in the American affairs, I would let you give me a fat son a year ago." He Shuyun heard this, and his face suddenly showed surprise. Zhao Yuqin gave birth to Zhou Zihao for Zhou Hao, which made He Shuyun very envious and hoped that he would also have this opportunity. Especially she is now 27 and 88. If she becomes pregnant again in a few years, she will take some risks. He Shuyun's greatest wish now is to be able to give birth to Zhou Hao's son and a half. After confirming Zhou Hao's intention to have a child with herself, He Shuyun was very excited. The expectation and happiness made her already charming face look even more attractive. He Shuyun lay in Qin Haoran's chest, with a slender jade finger slashing around Zhou Hao's chest, only to hear her ask, "Hao, do you think it is better for us to have a son or a daughter?" Son and daughter are related, and I like them both. Zhou Hao intimately embraced He Shuyun's soft body and smiled. In this regard, Zhou Hao really did not have any particular paranoia, let alone the idea of patriarchalism. What's more, Zhou Hao always feels that daughters are the most annoying, because boys often have to take on more responsibilities. So Zhou Hao's attitude towards his sons is relatively strict. For example, Zhou Zihao. Zhou Hao intends to take this seriously in the future. A son who is educated to become a talent must not become a dude who can only rely on his father's aim to behave. As for his daughter Qi Haixing, Zhou Hao felt that as long as she lived happily. Of course, with a mother like Karu Nanami, Xinger is unlikely to become that kind of little sister. If it is a son, I must teach him well so that he can be as capable as his father. He Shuiyun pillowed Zhou Hao's chest, planning his children's future with happiness. If it is a daughter, I want her be able to become an outstanding woman like Yuqin. Zhou Hao kissed her forehead and smiled. You are also a talented person. I think it would be best if you were a daughter. Well, the most important thing is to let our daughter know how to cook. Cooking, don't be like my sister. What you cook is simply a weapon of mass destruction. You are good or bad. Say Yuqin like this. Be careful, and I tell her. He Shuiyun giggled. When He Shuiyun smiled, her body trembled, making the pair of stunners on her chest extremely ecstasy, and Zhou Hao's love ignited again. He leaned into He Shuiyun's ear and said, Shuiyun, since you want children so much, let's keep working hard. Don't. I have no strength. He Shuiyun was shocked and quickly reached out to push Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao's opponent was not there, and soon he became entangled with Zhou Hao and had to moan weakly. You lighter. After a wonderful night with He Shuiyun, Zhou Hao was satisfied, but He Shuiyun was tossed hard enough by him. He slept until more than 10 in the morning before waking up, and the original white skin on his body was also covered with light cyan kisses. Mark, silently telling the tragic situation of yesterday's battle. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Hao's handsome face that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and He Shuiyun punched him with an aversion, but the fan fist was soft and powerless, obviously a sequelae of losing to Zhou Hao yesterday. Zhou Hao was considerate and made a delicious breakfast by himself. He also waited on He Shuiyun hand in hand, allowing He Shuiyun to enjoy the tenderness. Of course, the process was also beautiful. After breakfast, the phone in the room rang. He Shuiyun picked it up to answer it, but it was Song Jiahao from Galaxy Investment, who asked why He Shuiyun didn't go back to Galaxy Investment so late. Because He Shuiyun was always the first to arrive at the company on weekdays, but today he did not show up after 10 o'clock, Song Jiahao was a little worried. Song Jiahao and Willie Worth were the two old ministers of Galaxy Investment. When Zhou Hao had just led Galaxy Investment across the stock market, the two of them had already followed Zhou Hao. Song Jiahao was originally from Beijing, but Zhao Yuqin took a lot of thought to find the talent to assist Zhou Hao. Originally, Song Jiahao's wife stayed in Beijing, but the couple did not see each other a few times a year. Song Jiahao's wife was afraid that he could not stand the temptation in Hong Kong, so she simply moved here in Hong Kong. And Song Jiahao also, the well-known strict wife management in Galaxy Investment, has been a good story for many colleagues. Willie Worth entered Galaxy Investment almost at the same time as Song Jiahao, and has always been impressed by Zhou Hao's insight into the stock market. And Zhou Hao only later learned that Willie Worth was actually Soros' illegitimate son, but Willie Worth was very hostile to Soros. So Zhou Hao asked Willie Worth to act as an internal respondent to Soros. It can be said that when Zhou Hao can defeat Soros, Willie Worth did a lot of effort. During the more than a year when Zhou Hao disappeared, Song Jiahao and Willie Worth continued to support the operation of Galaxy Investment under He Shuiyun's leadership and made great contributions to Galaxy Investment. At this moment, He Shuiyun blushed and said to Song Jiahao's caring inquiry and said that he was a little sick and could only go to the company in the afternoon, and Song Jiahao had no doubts. After putting down the phone, He Shuiyun gave Zhou Hao a blank look, because if Zhou Hao hadn't tossed her into this way, she wouldn't have to make up a lie to fool Song Jiahao and the others. Zhou Hao made a ha-ha and said, I haven't seen Jiahao and Willie Worth for more than a year. I'll go back with you in the afternoon. He Shuiyun said, now Galaxy Investment has moved the office to the International Financial Center, and the second phase of the International Financial Center is now under construction. I plan to move the office there after it is completed. It doesn't matter, you can work anywhere. The key is the quality of the environment. Zhou Hao smiled. He Shuiyun said again, by the way, you said earlier that you came to Hong Kong this time to deal with those people who have unruly plots against Hong Kong's economy? Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, Although I beat the guys Soros and Julian back, the speculators behind them have not given up on Hong Kong. Even though we said we won the battle, but the price paid is still a lot. Hong Kong's economy has also weakened a lot because of that storm. Not only has the stock market still not recovered, but the property market is also full of sadness. Therefore, the situation in Hong Kong is not optimistic. And those capital forces that secretly supported Soros and Julian in the background have not given up their coveting for Hong Kong. Just like Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, these two investment banks hold Hong Kong Hang Seng Index futures contracts with a contract value of up to tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars, and the delivery period is the end of this year. They expected Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index to return to less than 6,000 at that time, so they wanted to use this to make huge profits and disrupt Hong Kong's economy. These capital forces are definitely not only Morgan Stanley and the Goldman Sachs Group, but there are certainly other organizations or individuals who want to seek their own benefits by destroying Hong Kong's economy. Especially Zhou Hao has been missing for more than a year, making these people bolder. Of course, Zhou Hao would not let them do this. On the one hand, he wanted to do everything he could. He wanted to destroy the plans of these guys and win the money from them. On the other hand, he must also defend Hong Kong's economy. Since Hong Kong is now a part of China, and Zhou Hao himself is a patriotic person, he naturally cannot tolerate others to destroy his country's economy. At the same time, Zhou Hao is now deeply imprinted by the Zhao family. Although he is not in the officialdom, it also represents the interests of the Zhao family, and Zhou Liren is also a member of the Zhao family. If Zhou Hao can defend Hong Kong again this time, it will enable the Zhao family to have more initiative in the domestic political arena, and it will also strengthen Zhou Liren's position. After eating and resting for a while, Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun went to the office of Xinghua Investment. As soon as the car left the house, Zhou Hao noticed that someone was following him not far behind. Although the other's car was often rotated to reduce his suspicion, Zhou Hao was immediately aware of those people. However, just after driving through an intersection, the car behind Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun was suddenly hit by an off-road vehicle nearby. Although it looked like an accident, in Zhou Hao's view, it was the off-road vehicle deliberately hitting it. Follow your own car. Zhou Hao sneered, because he knew that the people in the off-road vehicle were responsible for protecting himself and He Shuiyun. If there were no accidents, they should be from the Second Bureau of the General Political Department or other national security departments. After Zhou Hao defeated Soros and Julian's speculator group, those capital forces that suffered heavy losses hated Zhou Hao. They found out the existence of Xinghua Investment easily and immediately issued a huge reward, asking the killer group to assassinate Zhou Hao and the employees of Xinghua Investment. However, after that war, Zhou Hao and Xinghua Investment both became targets of national key protection. Needless to say, Zhou Hao is a master in his own right. He has never been the only one to kill, but no one can kill him. The surrounding area of Xinghua Investment was also secretly deployed with the power of the National Security Department to protect the safety of the staff inside. Although Hong Kong is a free trade city, it is also the border of China. The central government has deployed a strong national security force here. It is no easy task for those killers or mercenaries to want to be arrogant here. Especially during the period of Zhou Hao's disappearance, He Shuiyun and many of the employees of Xinghua Investment were protected by the First Army. Without the knowledge of He Shuiyun and others, the First Army retreated. No less than 10 groups of killers or mercenaries who intended to assassinate them. You guys dare to be disadvantageous to my woman and my men? This time I have to beat you to never turn over, Zhou Hao said fiercely in his heart. In order to confirm that He Shuiyun and the people of Xinghua Investment were adequately protected, Zhou Hao immediately called Zhou Liren. What's wrong? Aren't you in Hong Kong? Zhou Liren was a little surprised when he received Zhou Hao's call. Although the relationship between him and Zhou Hao has been thawed, it is very difficult to become as close as an ordinary father and son, because since Zhou Hao was very young, they have been together and separated more, and there has never been a relationship between father and son. That kind of intimate time together. In addition, the characters of Zhou Liren and Zhou Hao belong to the kind of relatively reserved character, but the father and son can't let go. On the contrary, Zhou Liren is completely different to Zhou Zihao's grandson. He loves Zhou Zihao even more than Zhao Yuqin. He is afraid of pain when he holds it in his hand, and he is afraid of turning it in his mouth. As if he was going to treat him as a father that didn't give Zhou Hao back, then the whole brain was poured into Zhou Zihao's body. Zhou Hao originally feared that Zhou Liren's military style would make him too harsh on Zhou Zihao, but later discovered that Zhou Liren's attitude towards Zhou Zihao could be described as petting. Returning to the topic, I only heard Zhou Hao asking Zhou Liren, "Is the Shuiyun in Hong Kong and the people in my Galaxy investment responsible for the protection of the First Army?" That's right. Not only that, the 16th inning also sent people to assist. Zhou Liren said, "The 16th Bureau is an intelligence agency recently established by the General Political Department. Compared with the 2nd Bureau of the General Political Department or the Ministry of Security, which is specifically responsible for domestic and foreign security work, the 16th Bureau is more inclined to the economic field. It is China's security intelligence agency in the economic field. This is because of the Asian financial turmoil. George Soros and others launched a large-scale offensive against Hong Kong. So after the end of the war, the central government set up such a special agency to take charge of economic security. Jobs. Because it is directly dealing with money, the central government has very strict on the selection and supervision of the personnel of the 16th Bureau, supplemented by high remuneration, with the purpose of preventing the rebellion of senior managers of the intelligence department. Since the establishment of the 16th Bureau was not too long, the experience of the 16th Bureau was not considered rich. It coincided that Zhou Hao's galactic investment was targeted by those capital forces and wanted to be removed soon. The Politburo arranged them to protect it. Galaxy Investment, by the way, learns from the Galaxy Investment experience in financial securities. Although the 16th Bureau focuses on security work in the economic field, its members are also members of the National Intelligence Service, and their various intelligence skills are still excellent: tracking, anti-tracking, assassination, anti-assassination, surveillance, and anti-surveillance. Such skills are very high enough to deal with people who protect Galaxy Investment. Coupled with the fact that the First Army presides over this task, none of the killers who come to assassinate or engage in sabotage can succeed once. Of course, neither He Shuiyun nor the people of Xinghao Investment knew this. I also heard Zhou Liren say to Zhou Hao, "In the past year or so since you disappeared, there were indeed many people who wanted to be unfavorable to He Shuiyun and Galaxy Investment, but except for the protection of the First Army and the 16th Bureau. Then He Shuiyun and the people in your Galaxy Investment are not ordinary people, and they have dealt a lot of blows to each other through economic means." Speaking of this, Zhou Liren tentatively asked, "That He Shuiyun follow you?" "Well, she is also my woman," Zhou Hao said. "For more than a year, thanks to her, Xinghao Investment can sustain it till now." Zhou Liren guessed Zhou Hao's answer. After all, today's First Army is still under the command of Zhou Liren, and the 16th Bureau is even a department directly under the Politburo. Any information will be fed back to Zhou Liren. Therefore, Zhou Liren is still clear about the relationship between Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun. "You should stop too. Don't talk about Hong Kong. How many women do you have here in China?" Zhou Liren said very bitterly. "I have heard your mother say, then Li Ruolin was still yours before." "Teacher." "Oh, and gently. She's still your cousin. You can do it too." "We are in love with each other," Zhou Hao said indifferently. "As for my cousin, didn't many cousins get married in ancient times? We two don't have any genetic diseases. It doesn't matter," Zhou Liren said again. "Then you can't provoke girls anymore. Now you are the father of 2 children. Can't you settle down yet?" I know. You think I want to get into this situation. Isn't it God's will to make people?" Zhou Hao was also a little helpless. "You can rest assured. I know my own business. I have a sense of measure. Forget it. You can figure it out by yourself. Anyway, if you have more children, your mother and I will be happier," Zhou Liren said. After Zhou Hao put down the phone, He Shuiyun next to him curiously asked, "Who is it?" "My father." He Shuiyun was taken aback and then asked nervously, Your father knows me?" Zhou Hao nodded. "He is the director of the General Political Department, and the General Political Department is the headquarters of the national and military intelligence agencies. It is difficult for him to not know about us. Will he disagree with us?" He Shuiyun asked nervously. After all, he was a divorced woman, and Zhou Liren was a high-ranking official in the central government, so he didn't know if he would dislike him. Zhou Hao smiled confidently. Don't be afraid. Even if he disagrees, there is no way, as long as I like it. As they were talking, they came to the International Financial Center. Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun went straight to the office of Galaxy Investment. Compared with the previous office, the office environment in the International Finance Center is indeed much better. However, when Zhou Hao appeared here in the office, the staff inside were stunned. After a long time, a voice said uncertainly, "Are you the boss?" The speaker was Willie Worth. As one of the two veterans in Galaxy Investment, Willie Worth was of course very familiar with Zhou Hao. It was because of the worship of Zhou Hao's means of turning over the clouds and covering the hands for the rain in the financial market. Willie Worth was willing to stay in Galaxy Investment. "Willie, it's been a long time." Zhou Hao laughed. "Boss." Seeing Willie Worth rushing over, he gave Zhou Hao a bear hug. This time, the staff in the office became a sensation. At present, most of the people in Star River Investment are the old people who followed Zhou Hao to participate in the grand battle, and they also respect Zhou Hao extremely. And those employees who only came this year don't know how many times they have heard about Zhou Hao's legendary deeds from their predecessors. At this time, they finally saw the real person, and of course they were excited. Zhou Hao pushed away Willie Worth, who looked excited, and smiled. "Okay. Well, I remember you used to be a very silent person. How come you have become like this now? Isn't your sexual orientation changed?" The others burst into laughter, and Willie Worth scratched his head and said, "Boss, don't laugh at me. I already have a fiancé. How can I change my sexuality?" It turned out that it hadn't been seen for more than a year, but Willie Worth even had his fiancé, and Zhou Hao had to sigh about the changes in personnel. I also saw Zhou Hao saying to other employees, from Shuiyun's mouth, "I know that everyone has contributed a lot to the company over the past year, and the company's achievements are obvious to all. Here, I am very grateful to everyone for their contribution to the company." Contributions. Therefore, I plan to set a bonus based on your performance this year. The lowest is $500,000 and the highest is $10 million. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, all the employees in the company cheered. Originally, the salary package for working in Galaxy Investment was very good. Coupled with the commission of various investment profits, the employees with the lowest income also earned millions of dollars a year, such as Song Jiahao and Willie Worth. This kind of trump card level has hundreds of millions of income. However, no one really dislikes too much money, and the boss Zhou Hao made such a big move as soon as he came back, and the motivational effect on the employees below is no different. After the original war, although Galactic Investment is still unknown to ordinary people, it has gained fame in the global financial industry. Many top talents in the financial industry hope to become employees of Galactic Investment. I worship Zhou Hao, the stock god, even more. At this time Zhou Hao returned, and some female employees even rushed to find Zhou Hao for an autograph. Okay, everyone continue to work first. I promise everyone that in the future, the company will definitely bring you more benefits. Of course, this also requires everyone's joint efforts. Zhou Hao smiled. Zhou Hao's words are like imperial edicts to those who have deep admiration in their hearts, and now they all work hard. Zhou Hao took He Shuiyun and Willie Worth to the manager's office. This spacious manager's office was originally set up for Zhou Hao, but He Shuiyun has been using it for more than a year. "Where is Song Jiahao?" Zhou Hao asked. Willie Worth's face was a little weird, and he hesitated for a while before he said, "His wife called him home." It seems that his wife suspected that he had an affair with a female employee in the company. Now it is estimated that he should be trained at home. When Zhou Hao heard the words, he couldn't help smiling, and said with a smile, "Naughty. What kind of formality is this? Call him and ask him to come back immediately, saying that we have important things to discuss." In the end, Song Jiahao of course rushed back from home in a hurry. Seeing his embarrassed appearance, it was obvious that it took a lot of effort to get rid of his wife. Zhou Hao and the others couldn't help but smile. Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Jiahao, you can't do this. Your husband's status is sluggish, and your career is difficult. A woman like an animal, the old saying is good. You can't take it for 3 days. Let her ride on your head and do her majesty." Regarding Zhou Hao's words, Song Jiahao just scratched his head and smiled, thinking that you thought anyone could sing songs like you. Especially after Song Jiahao saw He Shuyun, who was next to Zhou Hao, heard Zhou Hao's big words. He only glanced at Zhou Hao with a slight aversion. Song Jiahao became even more enviable. The secret boss's skill is unfathomable, Willyworth said with a smile. Boss, Song Jiahao can't reach your level. Last time he told me that his wife is a fierce tiger, and she might rush out and eat him at any time. Huh, if she is a tiger, then you can't let yourself be a beast trainer? Zhou Hao said with a curled mouth. Willyworth laughed. He can't do it as an animal trainer. At most he is a breeder. Listening to Zhou Hao and Willyworth, Song Jiahao was crying and didn't know what to say. Ha. The men talked farther and farther, and He Shuyun on one side coughed in protest. Zhou Hao also reacted and said sternly, Okay, that's all for the joke. Then we are going to talk about business. Hearing from Shuyun, during this time, Willyworth and Jiahao have also studied the market. Those capital powers that are eyeing Hong Kong, right? Listening to Zhou Hao talking about this question, Willyworth and Song Jiahao's expressions immediately became serious. They only heard Song Jiahao say, Yes, boss, we have done a very detailed research during this period, although we have not directly found definite evidence. It shows that there are capital forces staring at Hong Kong. However, in recent times, there have been some unusual fluctuations in the Hong Kong stock market from time to time, most of which are the sudden rise and fall of a certain stock or a few stocks, which has had some impact on the broader market. Yes, boss, we suspect that those stocks with abnormal fluctuations are likely to be manipulated by external capital forces. Their purpose is probably to disrupt the market in Hong Kong or deliberately create smoke screens to cover people's eyes. See Interface said. Zhou Hao lowered his head to ponder, and then said, What do you think of the technology network stocks in the international market today? The rally is very strong, but there is not much stamina left. I feel almost to the limit. Willyworth said. Song Jiahao thought for a while, and said, In fact, since the rise of science and technology stocks, they have been booming for so many years. Now they have overheated. Many online companies listed on the Nasdaq have their stock prices. It must far exceed the value of its own assets. He Shuyun said. How? Didn't you also tell me before? The bubble phenomenon in the internet stocks is already very serious, and it may burst at any time. By then, the global stock market may be greatly affected. Hearing He Shuyun's words, Willyworth and Song Jiahao were very surprised. Although after this period of investigation, they both faintly felt that the situation in the internet stocks was not right, and the prosperity of Nasdaq was becoming more and more abnormal. Vaguely, Willyworth and Song Jiahao both felt that something big should happen in the stock market soon. But all this is just their own speculation, and now, their most convincing Zhou Hao has made the same judgment. In their opinion, it is equivalent to judging that the international stock market will be huge due to the bursting of the technology network bubble. Shocked. Since Willyworth and Song Jiahao have followed Zhou Hao, they have not seen Zhou Hao's prediction wrong. Therefore, Zhou Hao now judges that the collapse of the Netcom stocks is the coming reality. He also heard Zhou Hao say, Since you have judged it yourself, the old foxes in the capital market must have seen it, even 2 or 3 years ago, knowing the general development of the technology network stocks. After a pause, Zhou Hao said slowly, Now I can tell you that the technology and internet stocks will collapse in the beginning of next year. At that time, the technology stocks and internet stocks will plummet, and their foundation will be unstable. Companies with little potential will all be eliminated, and those with real strength and broad market prospects will survive this storm and become the real mainstays of the technology network. Zhou Hao's words greatly shocked Willyworth and Song Jiahao. According to Zhou Hao's meaning, those companies that had blindly invested in the field of technology networks before, and even those who had a little connection with technology networks, injected a lot of money, will all be eliminated in this storm. The so-called staying strong and eliminating the weak. This stock market storm is like the cruel laws of nature. Those who cannot survive will be eliminated, and those who are left will be the real strong in nature. Willyworth frowned and asked at this moment, Boss, I don't understand. Now the listed companies in the technology network are all doing well. Even if this has already been overheated, how will this stock market crash happen? There should be a reason for everything, especially for such a big storm. Should there be any fuse right? You are right. Zhou Hao smiled softly. You should know who the giants in the network field are now. Song Jiahao didn't hesitate to say, does this still need to be said? Of course it is Microsoft. Zhou Hao nodded. Song Jiahao was right. Today's Microsoft is already a giant in the field of technology and networking, and the founder of Microsoft, Bill Gates, has become the world's richest man and personal assets, up to hundreds of billions of dollars. And he is also the first person to rely on emerging technology to become the world's richest man. Of course, Bill Gates is only the world's richest man on the face of it. In reality, I don't know how many invisible billionaires still exist, not to mention the rich and oily kings or chiefs of the Middle East. Zhou Hao alone has nearly $300 billion in his hands, making him much richer than Bill Gates. If the assets of the Tokugawa family controlled by Karunanami are added, the funds that can be mobilized at any time may be as high as trillions of dollars, and Bill Gates is no opponent at all. Zhou Hao suddenly mentioned Microsoft. He Shuyun, Willie Worth, and Song Jiahao all reacted immediately. He Shuyun said in surprise, how? What do you mean is that Microsoft will become the fuse for the burst of the tech internet bubble? Yes. Zhou Hao nodded and said, although Microsoft itself is a truly powerful large group, there is no bubble phenomenon. However, it is the leader in the field of science and technology, and those who want to get those who broke the bubble of technology and internet stocks will definitely start with Microsoft first. That's right. Zhou Hao meant that the bursting of the bubble in the internet stocks was artificial. In fact, Zhou Hao knew from his previous life that the emergence of the bubble in the internet stocks may not have been deliberately caused by someone, but it is indeed a wrong path for the development of financial markets. However, someone deliberately broke the bubble in the technology network. In Zhou Hao's view, the bubble in the technology and internet stocks cannot actually last until the turn of the new century. According to normal market laws, the bubble in tech stocks should have burst 2 years earlier. However, those ill-intentioned capital predators, using their own power, continue to support and promote the overheated development of the technology network stocks, causing a large amount of funds to enter the technology network stock market. And then, when they are full, they quickly withdraw. The market, after making a mess of the science and internet stocks, went away, leaving this mess to ordinary investors or smaller companies. This method, to put it bluntly, is just like those market makers in China's domestic stock market. It is also falsely undertaking stock prices, creating a prosperous illusion in the market, coaxing ordinary stockholders to invest money in the stock market, and waiting for them to absorb enough blood after that. He evacuated in one fell swoop, leaving those blind followers ruined and suffered heavy losses. Members of capital forces like Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, they know that science and technology stocks will explode at that time, and Hong Kong's stock market will definitely be greatly impacted, causing the market to plummet. So, they have since last time during the financial turmoil. I bought a large number of short orders for the Hang Seng Index and shorted Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index. Zhou Hao said, this is a very dangerous trap. Even the Hong Kong SAR government and even the central government have not noticed it. They thought they were beaten back by us during the last financial turmoil. In fact, they were just hidden. It's only in the dark. But although this is a trap, it is also a good opportunity for us. He Shuyun immediately understood what Zhou Hao meant and smiled. What do you mean is to short the Nasdaq and Dow Jones on the American side? Zhou Hao nodded. Technology and internet stocks collapse, and the US Nasdaq will definitely not escape. Many industrial companies listed on the Dow Jones have invested in the technology and internet business, so the Dow Jones will also deepen. Affected. Although the US authorities will react quickly and can make corresponding adjustments in a short period of time, this is enough for us to get started. After a pause, he said again, also, for those internet companies that have their own strength, we have to take advantage of their stock prices to drop to the bottom and buy them in. In fact, Zhou Hao is just selling high and buying low. Originally, he asked Zhao Dingzhou's son, Zhao Zibang, to buy in the future 4 major Chinese websites in China, including NetEase, Sina, Sohu, and Baidu. In the past year or so, when Zhou Hao disappeared, Zhao Zibang did not stop the plan that Zhou Hao had arranged before. He successively acquired NetEase, Sina, Sohu, and Baidu, and put them on the Nasdaq. Listed. Compared with the stock prices of these four major Chinese websites when they were just listed on the Nasdaq, their market value has now doubled almost 10 times. When he came to Hong Kong, Zhou Hao had already contacted Zhao Zibang, and it happened that Zhao Zibang took the initiative to look for him after learning that Zhou Hao had returned. So Zhou Hao asked Zhao Zibang to sell the four major Chinese websites. Because these four major Chinese websites are not bad, unlike other listed companies, they only claim to be a technology network stock with a slight touch with the technology network. Many capital organizations have already taken a fancy to these four major Chinese websites and want to take over. It's just that Zhao Zibang knew that the potential of the technology network stocks at the time was still very large, and Zhou Hao had told him in the past that the collapse of the technology network stocks would not appear until the beginning of the second millennium. So Zhao Zibang was very interested in those interested, everyone declined. At this time, those guys still have a keen interest in the four major Chinese websites, and Zhao Zibang can sell all of his shares at a price that exceeds 1 to 2% of the stock price. And when the science and internet stocks collapsed across the board, these four major Chinese websites were naturally inevitable, and Zhou Hao would take them back when they were all at the bottom of the valley. Willie Worth asked Zhou Hao, "Boss, what are we going to do now?" Zhou Hao touched his chin and said in deep thought, "On the one hand, short the Nasdaq. Also, from now on, we will investigate the companies that have real potential in the Nasdaq and record them. Wait for the collapse of the technology network stocks to absorb at low prices. On the other hand, long the Hong Kong Hang Seng Index futures." After a pause, Zhou Hao sneered and said, "Since those guys want to short Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index, then we will go long and let them lose their money." Seeing the sneer on Zhou Hao's face, Song Jiahao and Willie Worth both felt very excited. For more than a year, they both followed He Shuiyun in the financial markets of various countries. Although He Shuiyun's talent in this area is indeed very good, it convinces Willie Worth to be so unruly. However, even if He Shuiyun sometimes uses decisive and ruthless methods, he still doesn't have the kind of domineering Zhou Hao. Although Zhou Hao's style was a bit slanting, but the method of opening and closing made Willie Worth and Song Jiahao very happy, as if a soldier was killing the enemy on the battlefield, stepping on thousands of dead bones. Therefore, Zhou Hao is back now, and can lead Willie Worth and Song Jiahao to the battlefield again, making them both excited. And Willie Worth and Song Jiahao both knew that Zhou Hao's favorite was to confront the enemy's goal. When the opponent was short, Zhou Hao would go long, and if the other party was long, Zhou Hao would be short, and he would often make the enemy lose his armor and armor. Just listen to Zhou Hao's words. The delivery date for the contracts those guys are holding should be in March of the next year. As long as we stabilize the Hang Seng Index during this time and lift the stock price, we can give those guys a head. Song Jiahao said, "But boss, you are now in Hong Kong. Those guys should know your whereabouts soon. Since that big battle, they have been very jealous of you. If you are here, will they? What other measures are you taking?" "So our actions must be low-key," Zhou Hao said in a deep voice, "and I will do other things to draw their attention." When Willie Worth and Song Jiahao heard Zhou Hao's words, they couldn't comment. Since Zhou Hao had already made countermeasures, they didn't need to worry too much, as long as they acted according to Zhou Hao's instructions. After discussing with the two of them, Zhou Hao left with He Shuiyun. Originally, when He Shuiyun was in charge of Xinghao Investment, he would stay at the office every day, dealing with various financial information and making analysis. But now that Zhou Hao was there, He Shuiyun resumed her attitude as a little woman and handed all the burden to Zhou Hao, asking him to support the sky for himself. It was almost dark when he left the Galaxy Investment office, and Zhou Hao took He Shuiyun to the Landmark. Speaking of it, He Shuiyun suggested to come here because He Shuiyun knows that there is a very good Thai restaurant in Landmark. He Shuiyun knows that Zhou Hao prefers spicy food, and the spicy flavor of Thai food is also very famous. In order to cater to the tastes of Hong Kong people, this Thai restaurant in the Landmark did not make it particularly spicy. Because Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun are both public figures, they both deliberately kept a low profile. They bought 2 couples' hoodies, wearing hats, and 2 sunglasses, so no one could recognize them. When they came straight to the Thai restaurant on the 12th floor, the two found that the restaurant's business was really booming. The hall was full of people, and the air was filled with the smell of Tom Yum Goong. "Sir, how many people do you want?" A waitress with a red string tied to her head came to face him and asked Zhou Hao. "Just the two of us. Are there any seats? Or are there rooms?" Zhou Hao said, "Because looking at the situation in this hall, every table is full." I heard the waitress say, "There are rooms available. Please come with me, both of you." Following the waitress, Zhou Hao and He Shuiyan came to a box inside. The boxes of this restaurant are quite special. They consist of a relatively large room and separated by a screen to form two independent boxes. And the dining table in this box is a relatively short coffee table, and the guests sit cross-legged on the ground to eat, which is somewhat like Japanese dining habits. Then, He Shuiyan skillfully ordered Tom Yum Goong, Thai fragrant rice, spicy seafood assortment, and other dishes. The waitress brought Zhou Hao and the others a local Thai drink. I heard that it was brewed by the farmers in Thailand, and it was pure natural rather than machine-made. Zhou Hao and the two tasted it, and thought the wine was sour and sweet. "This time in Hong Kong, how long do you plan to stay?" He Shuiyan poured a glass of wine for Zhou Hao and asked. Although this Thai farmhouse wine is sour and sweet without any taste, it is always alcohol, and He Shuiyan is not a good wine person. So after 2 glasses of wine, her cheeks are very bright, looking delicate and attractive. "At least in March of the coming year, you have to beat those guys back." Zhou Hao smiled. He Shuiyan's eyebrows immediately rose upon hearing this. It is still in late October, and it will be almost half a year before March of the following year. In other words, she and Zhou Hao can still spend half a year together in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao naturally understood He Shuiyan's thoughts, so he waved to He Shuiyan. He Shuiyan understood, his face blushed, and he sat next to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also reached out and took He Shuiyan's arm, pulling her into his arms and holding her kissed on the cheek. He Shuiyan's cheeks flushed immediately, and he was really more than Huajiao. In fact, He Shuiyan was 5 or 6 years older than Zhou Hao, but every time in front of Zhou Hao, He Shuiyan felt like a cardamom girl and could rely on Zhou Hao for everything. When Zhou Hao is not by his side, He Shuiyan can be strong enough to make Willyworth admire him, and when Zhou Hao is by his side, He Shuiyan will completely remove that strong shell and only reveal it in front of Zhou Hao. The gentle side. "Shuiyan, during these days, I will work hard and definitely give you a child." Zhou Hao smiled. He Shuiyan leaned in Zhou Hao's arms and nodded with a chuckle. Zhou Hao smiled again. "Fune, or else, let me get the marriage certificate with you in Hong Kong, lest people outside always say that you are an abandoned woman." Suddenly hearing Zhou Hao say this, He Shuiyan was stunned, because she had never thought of marrying Zhou Hao and becoming Zhou Hao's righteous wife. When she was with Zhou Hao, although she was still Binking Yuji's innocent body, in terms of identity, after all, she was a divorced woman from Su Jinxing. According to ancient times, she had a bad background. Moreover, she is a very famous figure in Hong Kong and Macau, and her every move attracts attention. If she is not handled properly, it will be a burden to Zhou Hao. "How? You, don't coax me. I can't stand this kind of joke," He Shuiyan said with trembling lips. But Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Who said I was joking? I mean it. However, I have already obtained a marriage certificate with my sister in Beijing, so my sister is also my wife-in-law. Don't mind." Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin officially married. This was originally expected by He Shuiyan. After all, Zhao Yuqin gave birth to a son for Zhou Hao and made a great contribution to Zhou Hao's career. Therefore, Zhao Yuqin became Zhou Hao's legal wife. Just right. Although I got a marriage certificate with my sister in Beijing, this will not prevent me from marrying you here in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao smiled. Indeed, with Zhou Hao's energy, it is not difficult to achieve this. After seeing Zhou Hao's serious expression, He Shuiyan felt a very strong sense of happiness filled his heart. "I said which pair of dog men and women are here for me and mine. It turned out to be you." As Zhou Hao and He Shuiyan were enjoying the world of the two, a man's voice suddenly came. "I said which pair of dog men and women are here for me and mine. It turns out to be you." As Zhou Hao and He Shuiyan were enjoying the world of the two, a man's voice suddenly sounded from the side. He Shuiyan stiffened when he heard the man's voice, and Zhou Hao frowned deeply. I saw that the screen on the left side of the room was pushed aside, and then I saw a man wearing a brown-red leather trench coat appeared in front of Zhou Hao. This man was about 30 years old, with deep eye sockets and tall nose, and he looked handsome, and his eyebrows were 2 points similar to He Shuyun, but his arrogant expression was obvious, which made Zhou Hao hard to get a good impression. Zhou Hao recognized this man. He had seen this guy when he made a big fuss at the He family birthday banquet. The man who suddenly appeared in Zhou Hao's room was He Hongxin's second son, He Shuyunlin, and He Shuyun's half-brother. He Shuyun's biological mother was a lover by He Hongxin's side. She suffered all the grievances in the He family and was forced to death by He Hongxin's 3 aunts, and she could not even use the identity of He Hongxin's wife for the burial, so that He Shuyun treated the He family early grievances. Later, because the Su family's father and son were all dressed beasts, He Shuyun met his nemesis Zhou Hao, so he decided to divorce Su Jinxing. He Hongxin and other members of the He family believed that the divorce of He Shuyun and Su Jinxing had ruined the reputation of the He family, so they all opposed it. In the end, He Shuyun divorced Su Jinxing with the strong support of Zhou Hao, and at the same time completely divorced the He family, severed the relationship. It was also after that time that the He family and Zhou Hao forged a deep hatred. As a result, the He family's plan to move closer to the central government was aborted. Later, they secretly cooperated with speculator groups such as George Soros with the intent to fish in troubled waters during the Hong Kong financial storm. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao strongly repelled George Soros and others, causing heavy losses to the He family who participated in it. Not many people know the role of the He family in the Hong Kong financial turmoil, and very few people know that the He family lost tens of billions of funds in that storm. For the He family with assets of more than 100 billion yuan, the loss of tens of billions of funds does not hurt his vitality, but He Hongxin and others have a deeper resentment towards Zhou Hao. He Chilin originally came to this Thai restaurant for dinner with a friend, but suddenly heard the voice of He Shuyun that he knew very well from the other side of the screen. Although He Chilin already knew that he was the backbone of the Zhao family, or the stock god, well known at home and abroad. Although the He family had a great family, they could not provoke Zhou Hao. However, the shame Zhou Hao brought to the He family was too deep, and He Shuyunlin had been spoiled since childhood and was held for offerings. How could he tolerate Zhou Hao's arrogance? So when he heard the voices of He Shuyun and Zhou Hao coming from the next room, he couldn't help but rushed out. Seeing Zhou Hao's cold expression at this time, He Shuyunlin realized that he was a little impulsive. Zhou Hao led the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government to repel George Soros, and his Galaxy investment also entered the He family's sight. He Hongxin has spent a lot of effort investigating Galaxy investment. According to conservative estimates, the funds controlled by Galaxy investment are at least 100 billion US dollars, which is more than He Jia's total assets. Just Galaxy investment made He Jia very jealous, not to mention the power of the Zhao family behind Zhou Hao. Especially when He Shuyun took on the Galactic investment during Zhou Hao's disappearance, the He family was even more frightened, for fear that He Shuyun would take the opportunity to launch an offensive against the He family. Unexpectedly, He Shuyun did not take any action against the He family, as if the He family did not exist. This made He Hongxin and the others a little relieved. Although he regrets a bit now, He Yunlin's pride does not allow him to shrink from Zhou Hao, so he has to bite the bullet and stare at each other. I only heard Zhou Hao sneer and said, "Who am I?" It turns out to be the second son of the He family. What? I'm talking about love with my fiancée here, and it's hindering the second son? He Shuyun felt sweet in his heart when Zhou Hao directly called himself his fiancé, and He Yunlin coldly snorted and said, "It's shameless. You two adulterers and women dare to be brazen and blatant about me? He Shuyun, you really shame our He family." Bump! Zhou Hao slapped a palm on the coffee table beside him. Its tremendous strength caused the wooden coffee table to be broken into countless pieces of wood. Zhou Hao also looked directly at He Shuyunlin and said coldly, "When will Shuyun give you the He family is ashamed?" A long time ago, Shuyun had nothing to do with your He family. At that time, I explained this in major newspapers, and your He family shamelessly collected my billion Hong Kong dollars and promised to continue. You won't come to harass Shuyun in the future. Why are you jumping out and barking again now? He Yunlin was speechless. Lan Xiongqing and others in the He family didn't know Zhou Hao's strength. They only thought that he was hooking on He Shuyun's little white face, So he pretended that as long as Zhou Hao could put out 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, he could take He Shuiyun away from the He family. At that time, a Malaysian friend of He Hongsun put out 150 million US dollars to help Zhou Hao, because that person was already Zhou Hao's ally, and He Hongsun broke off the relationship with the Malaysian friend. Zhou Hao used 1 billion Hong Kong dollars to bring He Shuiyun out of the He family, and he also published a newspaper announcing that He Shuiyun has nothing to do with the He family from now on. So He Xiaolin and others really can no longer control He Shuiyun. He Xiaolin's face was white and blue, and then he pointed at He Shuiyun and said, "Every day her surname is what? And every day she cannot be separated from our He family. Oh, so what do you guys want to do?" Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes. Touching the coldness in Zhou Hao's eyes, He Shuiyun paused, and a chill came out of his heart. At this time, his two friends also came over and looked at Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun, and then one of the men with a frivolous expression said to He Yunlin, "Old He, who are these two? It won't be your Mazi you caught the two boats, right?" The other person quickly recognized He Shuiyun, slammed the frivolous guy's arm, and said, "Don't talk nonsense, that's He Shuiyun, Lao He's sister." The frivolous guy immediately changed his expression. These two are obviously also the children of some rich and powerful families, otherwise they would not be able to mix with He Qiulin. And of course they also know He Shuiyun. Although they don't know the existence of the invisible aircraft carrier Galaxy investment, they also know that He Shuiyun has always been a taboo of the He family. Zhou Hao ignored the two wealthy children and stared at He Yunlin, slowly saying, "Shuiyun will soon be named Zhou instead of He. In addition, if your He family is going to make a difference, I, Zhou Hao, accompany me at any time, but you have to tell He Hongsun to be ready to go against my Zhou Hao." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the two rich children were even more surprised, and they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Damn, this guy is the legendary Zhou Hao." He Qiulin was also shocked by Zhou Hao's words. In fact, the He family couldn't provoke Zhou Hao at all. Otherwise, He Hongsun would not be able to stand the shame of He Shuiyun being taken away by Zhou Hao. Especially after the He family came home from the Hong Kong financial turmoil, he became even more afraid of Zhou Hao, for fear of being retaliated by Zhou Hao. Now He Qiulin angered Zhou Hao. He was worried that Zhou Hao would take revenge against the entire He family when he was angry. However, that arrogant temper made He Qiulin unwilling to succumb to Zhou Hao's power. The ghost and the enchantress blurted out, "Are you Zhou Hao amazing? Our He family is not easy to bully. You can wait and see. Our He family won't let it go." "Okay, very good," Zhou Hao sneered. "If that's the case, then I'm not welcome. Anyway, I've seen you guys not pleasing to your eyes. Now it's just right to get your family in one pot. From now on, I will secretly haunt Shuiyun and me." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the muscles at the corners of He Tunlin's mouth twitched sharply. Then, he heard a cold snort from He Shuiyun and walked away. The two rich boys glanced at Zhou Hao, but didn't dare to say anything, and hurriedly followed He Shuiyun away. He Shuiyun said to Zhou Hao at this time, "How? You are like this." To be honest, He Shuiyun didn't want Zhou Hao to ignite a war with the He family because of her own sake. Although the He family's strength is not as powerful as Zhou Hao, they have been operating in Macau for so many years, and their influence covers the entire Asia. It is not so easy for Zhou Hao to deal with. Zhou Hao laughed and squeezed He Shuiyun's chin and said, "Is this just called I'm an angry beauty? I'm serious with you, don't you kidding me, okay?" He Shuiyun groaned. "I am also very serious matter fact. I really do not see any home pleasing to the eye, even without you. I have also likely to conflict," Zhou Hao said, "because the existence of Macau has a certain negative impact on Macau's return. The central government has talked to the He family very early, hoping that they can cooperate with the central government to make Macau's return smooth transition. But the He family is a lion. A big opening, saying that after Macau's return, they will continue to monopolize Macau's gaming industry." After a pause, Zhou Hao said with a cold expression, "The central government will never allow this situation to continue. Macau cannot become an independent kingdom of the He family, so the central government has long been interested in dealing with the He family. Now I need something to draw the attention of those capital forces. The He family is a good opportunity." 2 months later, on December 20th, 1999, Macau will officially return to China and return to the embrace of the past. As early as the 1980s, the central authorities had already begun work on the return of Macau. As the largest local company in Macau, his family, which bears half of Macau's local fiscal revenue, is naturally within the central consideration. So early on, the Central Committee had already sent people to contact his family. Unfortunately, the He family's attitude towards Macau's return to China is not very enthusiastic. The fundamental reason is that the central government no longer allows the He family to monopolize Macau's gaming industry and actually controls Macau's economy and development. Since the opening of the gaming license, the He family has been controlling Macau's gaming industry. Although Macau still has a Portuguese governor, with the development of the He family's gaming business, Macau's economy has been gradually controlled by the He family. The result of this is that with the economy as the center, the influence of the He family radiated to all walks of life in Macau, becoming the actual helm of Macau, and He Hongxin also won the title of Gambling King. The central government does not allow this situation to continue. In fact, the central government is still very resistant to Macau's gaming industry, because since the late 1980s and early 1990s, a large number of corrupt officials in China appeared at Macau gaming tables. On the other hand, large sums of domestic public funds flowed into Macau. This has made the domestic corruption problem more serious. And when the central government asked the He family to cooperate in arresting corrupt officials who went to Macau to gamble and return those public funds to the country, the He family refused. This made the central government very annoyed. The central government originally planned to gradually suppress its gaming industry after the return of Macau, lest this small place would continue to become a cancer of the country. But now that He Jia's attitude is so determined, it deepens the anger of the central government. In fact, the mainstay of Macau's economy is the gaming industry. If there is no gambling, Macau will become an ordinary port city and will no longer be the focus of worldwide attention. However, Macau's gaming industry has been developing for so many years. If the central government takes a ruthless hand, I am afraid that it will cause great backlash and turmoil. Therefore, these things must be done step by step, without impatience. The central government wants to curb Macau's gaming industry and eventually eliminate it. The first step is to break the monopoly of the He family. Zhou Hao is very clear about these inside stories. On the one hand, he knows the original historical development of the past life. On the other hand, he now has an extremely close relationship with the central government. It is not difficult to know this. So after He Qianlin left, Zhou Hao snorted and said, "After Macau returns, your He family will feel better." He Shuyun also had a little understanding of these things and randomly asked Zhou Hao, "How? You said before that the central government would deal with the He family. Is this true?" "That's right," Zhou Hao said. "However, for the stability of Macau, at least in the first 2 years of Macau's return, the central government will not do anything. The He family could still enjoy 2 years of stability. But, since they are irritating me now, then I don't have to fulfill them." He Shuyun was silent after hearing Zhou Hao's words. "What's the matter? You still have sympathy for the He family?" Zhou Hao frowned and said. He Shuyun shook his head. "No, I'm just afraid that if you fight with them, they will be against you. It's detrimental to me." Zhou Hao sneered. "However, if they move, it doesn't mean that there will be any effect. To deal with me, you have to see if I allow it. However, Shuyun, if you want to deal with the He family, you must get your help, because you are very clear about the business situation of the Hejiapudan Hotel. The so-called knowing yourself, knowing each other, and winning every battle. If you help, I will deal with the He family much smoother." After a pause, Zhou Hao said again, "But you have to decide for yourself. If you don't want it, don't force it." He Shuyun slowly said, "What do you want me to do? I will do what I don't want. Besides, I don't have any feelings for the He family anymore, so I won't have any psychological burden." Zhou Hao hugged He Shuyun lightly, thinking that the He family gave up such a good daughter, such a rare talent, that he really killed himself. Then, the two changed rooms and continued to taste the Thai food of this restaurant. As for Zhou Hao's smashing of someone's table just now, he naturally had to pay compensation at the price, but neither of them cared about such a small amount of money. On the contrary, Zhou Hao thinks that the Thai food in this restaurant is very good. The key is that the chef has made some adjustments to make these Thai dishes more in line with Chinese tastes. After enjoying a dinner, Zhou Hao sent He Shuyan home first, and then he planned to go to the villa of Manhwa International, Chengzhihai, because Zheng Ying has been living in that villa since coming to Hong Kong with. However, before going to Chengzhihai's place, Zhou Hao first contacted someone. They agreed to meet each other in a parking lot in Causeway Bay. Zhou Hao drove to the parking lot and parked the car in the designated parking space. At the same time, they turned on the left turn light and let it flash as a signal. After sitting in the car for a while, Zhou Hao saw a man of medium build appear next to his car and made a gesture outside the car window next to Zhou Hao. After seeing the specific gesture, Zhou Hao opened the door of the passenger seat and let the man get in the car. This is a man in his 30s. His features are correct and his appearance is not amazing. The biggest feature is that he has no features. It is a type that is difficult to find once he is placed in the crowd. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." As soon as he got into the car, the man took the initiative to greet Zhou Hao, but his tone was faint and he couldn't hear the specific emotional color. This person is a member of the Hong Kong branch of the Second Bureau of the General Political Department, that is, a special agent. Because of Zhou Liren's reasons, coupled with the fact that he had never dealt with these people less before, Zhou Hao could easily contact them. Moreover, the Second Bureau of the General Political Department also received Zhou Liren's order to let the people from the Hong Kong branch do their best to cooperate with Zhou Hao's actions. Of course, the Second Bureau of the General Political Department did not dare to neglect the order given by the Chief of the General Political Department, and immediately ordered the head of the Hong Kong branch to cooperate with Zhou Hao as much as possible. In other words, people in the Hong Kong branch must unconditionally obey any instructions issued by Zhou Hao. Of course, Zhou Hao would not really let them risk their lives. "Mr. Zhou, this is something you asked us to investigate before." The man handed a leather bag to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took it and took out the information in it. The information was all the information of Huang Wank in Hong Kong, including his whereabouts during this period, who he has seen, and what he has done. Record filing. From this information, Zhou Hao can even know what Huang Wank had eaten during the last dinner. What he asked the Second Bureau of the General Political Department to do was to investigate all the circumstances of Huang Wank in Hong Kong. And the man who met Zhou Hao was the top intelligence officer of the Hong Kong branch of the Second Bureau of the General Political Department. In fact, this person is still very depressed. He is an elite of the Second Bureau of the General Political Department. He was the one who found out the spies that the British had planted in Hong Kong who wanted to destroy when Hong Kong returned. Unexpectedly, investigating the whereabouts of a rich man and other circumstances, it is really depressing to dispatch an elite agent like him. In fact, Zhou Hao originally wanted people from the First Army to investigate Huang Wank. After all, Zhou Hao had more experience dealing with the First Army, but what the First Army did was a matter of national interest. Investigating and tracking a person in a small area is really overkill. Having said that, through the investigation of the Second Bureau of the General Political Department, Zhou Hao learned that Huang Wank came to Hong Kong this time to do business, specifically investing in the technology network business. Want to come to Huang Wank and his sons also want to make a fortune in the science and internet stocks, but they probably did not realize that the science and internet stocks are on the verge of collapse. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but sneer. If Huang Wank really wants to invest in the science and internet stocks to fish in troubled waters, he will be slaughtered severely if he agrees. Putting the information back into the cowhide bag, Zhou Hao said to the intelligence officer, "Thanks for your hard work. Then don't relax and help me continue to monitor this target person." The man nodded silently, his heart getting more and more depressed. But there was an order from above to cooperate fully with Zhou Hao's actions, so even if he had complaints, he couldn't express it. After separating from the Second Bureau of the General Political Department, Zhou Hao left the parking lot and went directly to Cheng Zhihai's villa. It was Shinji Kanyue who greeted Zhou Hao. She also lived here. On the one hand, she helped Zhou Hao collect information on the financial market, and on the other hand, she monitored Zheng Ying for Zhou Hao. "Well, how is Zheng Ying's situation here?" Zhou Hao asked Shinji Kanyue. "Nothing unusual." Kanzuki Shinji said faintly, "I just want to go shopping and shopping. I am especially excited when I see those fashion or skincare advertisements on TV. If you didn't tell her to leave the villa, I'm afraid I've already sneaked out." Zhou Hao nodded. For women like Zheng Ying who are greedy for vanity and keen on material comfort, the temptation of Hong Kong, a shopping paradise, is indeed great. He asked again, then did she remember Huang Wang's information? With me overseeing, do you think she has a chance to be lazy? Kanyue Shinji glanced at Zhou Hao and said, it's you. You are happy these days. Haha. Suddenly, when Shinji Kanyue came to say this, Zhou Hao was caught off guard and was embarrassed and subconsciously coughed to eliminate the embarrassment. And seeing Zhou Hao's embarrassing appearance, Shinji Kanzuki felt funny in his heart and couldn't help but laughed out loud. In fact, she also knows that Zhou Hao must have been enjoying the two-person world with other women these days. Now, seeing Zhou Hao's face full of spring breeze, Shinji Kanyue feels uncomfortable for no reason, and she can't help but say Zhou Hao. Looking at Shinji Kanyue, Zhou Hao said, actually, I've been doing serious business these days, and I'm definitely not as happy as you thought. Kanyue Shinji glanced at Zhou Hao when he heard the words, clearly dismissing Zhou Hao's hypocritical excuse. Really, I have been in the Star River investment for the past 2 days and instructed my staff to prepare. Zhou Hao said. Hearing Zhou Hao's mention of galactic investment, Shinji Kanyue also became interested and said, speaking of your galactic investment, since the war a year ago, it has gained fame in the financial world. Many interested people everyone has noticed. In fact, the fame mentioned by Shinji Kanzuki is only limited to those who have certain strengths or organizations. Forces like the Tokugawa family can naturally obtain information on galactic investment, but ordinary people, I don't even know the existence of galaxy investment. There is a chance to let you go and check it out. The people in galaxy investment are all elites. In the first battle, they helped me to control the battle so smoothly. Regarding Zhou Hao's words, Shinji Kanyue will not doubt that the people in galaxy investment are indeed elites in the financial field. Especially after participating in that war, they have gained more training and their operating skills have become more and more sophisticated. The fire is perfect. It can be said that any staff member of Galaxy Investment can stand alone outside. In fact, there are indeed many large financial investment companies throwing olive branches to those people with the intention of poaching these elites in Galaxy Investment. It's just that the salary package of Galaxy Investment to these employees is very high, and their worship of Zhou Hao, the stock god, also gives them a kind of cohesion, and they will not leave Galaxy Investment easily. The most important point is that China has already sent forces to protect Galaxy Investment. It is said to be protection, but it also means surveillance. The purpose is to prevent those people in Galaxy Investment from selling out the intelligence of Galaxy Investment after they leave. Kanzuki Shinji smiled and said, well, if I have the opportunity, I will definitely meet with your right-hand helpers. Zhou Hao also laughed. Speaking of which, Shinji, you are also a very good trader. From the previous sniping of the Polaris stock price in China, I can see that your level is definitely considered to be a super high level, definitely not comparable. No one in Galaxy Investment is inferior. Hearing Zhou Hao's praise, Kanyue Shinji first guessed whether Zhou Hao's praise came from sincerity or politeness, and then he felt a burst of joy inexplicably. Well, let's go first and see Zheng Ying. Zhou Hao didn't notice the strangeness of Shinji Kanyue, so he raised his foot and walked into the villa. Looking at Zhou Hao's back, Kanyue Shinji wrinkled his nose in annoyance, revealing a rare little daughter's gesture, and then followed Zhou Hao in. Zheng Ying is sitting in the living room watching TV at this time. As for the content on the TV, it is a series of advertisements for skincare products. Zheng Ying watched these advertisements very engrossingly, and those advertisements seemed to attract her more than super blockbusters. Wanna buy it? Zhou Hao asked faintly when Zheng Ying watched those advertisements so absorbedly. Suddenly hearing Zhou Hao's voice, Zheng Ying was startled and quickly stood up and looked at Zhou Hao without knowing what to say. Vaguely, Zheng Ying guessed in her heart that Zhou Hao's return this time should be to start an action against Huang Wang. In this regard, Zheng Ying is still very nervous, because this action is related to whether she can finally get the 1 billion yuan promised by Zhou Hao. You already know the information about Huang Wang? Zhou Hao asked. Zheng Ying nodded quickly and said, I'm ready. After taking a look at Zheng Ying, Zhou Hao nodded, then pointed to the international famous skincare products on TV and said, tonight, Let Shinji take you to buy all these things and clothes. I found a dedicated image designer who will help you match your clothes." Upon hearing this, Zheng Ying showed a surprised expression on her face. Zhou Hao saw that she was very accurate. Zheng Ying really likes brand-name clothes and skincare products, because in her opinion, these luxury goods can best reflect women, the nobility of the child. That night, Kinhua Shinji took Zheng Ying to the major shops in Causeway Bay, Hong Kong. Zheng Ying also bought a lot of clothes under the guidance of the image designer that Zhou Hao found. Zhou Hao's request for the image designer was to package the image of Zheng Ying as a pure girl. So the clothes that the image designer asked Zheng Ying to buy were all biased towards this style. As for the luxurious clothes that Zheng Ying bought, Zhou Hao did not let her wear them, and clearly told Zheng Ying that she could only wear those pure and concise clothes before the end of the operation, because Zhou Hao wanted Zheng Ying appeared in front of Huang Wank as an innocent girl. In order to get 1 billion yuan, Zheng Ying had to suppress the desire in her heart, put all those luxury brand clothes in the closet, obediently obedient to Zhou Hao's instructions. In the middle of the night, at the entrance of Grand Hyatt Oriental Hotel, several men slowly walked out of the door. All these men were dressed in bright suits and leather shoes, and they knew that they were not ordinary people. In fact, if it is an ordinary citizen of Shengdou, it is rare to come to a 5-star luxury hotel, such as Oriental Grand Hyatt. Among those men, Huang Wank was the first one. I saw Huang Wank chatting and laughing with the other people. It was quite charming. Originally, Huang Wank is only in his 30s. He is at the time when a man is the most attractive. In addition to his wealth, he is not the waitresses in the hotels in the distance stared at him for life, thinking that being able to associate with such a man was life. Manager Liu and Manager Liu, that's it for today. Regarding the M&A plan of that technology network company, I will ask the people below to study it carefully. If there are no other questions, I think we can start signing the contract next week. Now, Huang Wank smiled at the two men next to him. Hearing Huang Wank's words, the two men immediately opened their eyes and smiled. Then, Mr. Liu, who listened to the general's belly, laughed and said, "It's still Huang's unique vision. The technology of the technology network company, together with Mr. Huang's capital, will definitely be able to make a big splash on the Nasdaq. In the future, Mr. Huang will not be difficult to become the second Bill Gates." "Mr. Liu, you are wrong with this. It should be said that Mr. Huang's future achievements are more brilliant than Bill Gates." The manager Liu on the other side said, "What Bill Gates? I am far behind him." Huang Wank chuckled and did not care about the compliments to these people. Perhaps seeing the look on Huang Wank's face revealing a bit of exhaustion, Mr. Liu and Manager Liu quickly bid farewell to Huang Wank. Then, Huang Wank walked towards his car, beside the silver Maybach. His driver had already been waiting there. Seeing Huang Wank coming, the driver quickly opened the rear door for him. "Go to Queen's Wharf," Huang Wank said lightly. The driver nodded, quickly got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove in the direction of Queen's Wharf. Queen's Wharf is a berthing place for small cruise ships connecting Hong Kong Island and Kowloon. It has a history of many years in Hong Kong and can be said to be one of the symbols of Hong Kong. It's already late at night, and the ferry that communicates with Kowloon on Hong Kong Island is off work, so there are not many people at Queen's Wharf. The cold sea breeze blows in from outside, bringing a hint of autumn. Huang Wank stepped into here slowly, came to the railing, looked out at the deep sea, and the tall buildings with bright lights in the distance. In the past 2 days, Huang Wank has been negotiating business with technology network companies on the Hong Kong side. According to him, he will acquire several powerful internet companies, then merge them together, and then get the Nasdaq side listed. After meeting several groups of people and after a series of negotiations, Huang Wank was indeed tired. Leaning on the railing and feeling the blowing of the sea breeze, Huang Wank suddenly felt a little emotional and a little irritable. It stands to reason that Huang Wank had already enjoyed the glory and wealth. When he was just born, although Huang Shifu hadn't really made a fortune, he already had a good family background, so Huang Wank had a worry-free life since he was a child. With the development of the Huangshi Group, the assets of the Huang family have become stronger and stronger. And Huang Wank is not like other rich second generations who are unlearned and just idle. He has real materials, Otherwise, he would not start to help Huang Shifu manage the Huangshi group in his 20s and obtain very good results. Until now, Huang Vank has become one of the top richest people in China, enjoying a luxurious life that ordinary people can't imagine. There should be nothing worth worrying about him. However, today Huang Wank always feels that he is missing something. Involuntarily, he remembered the girl he had met in the Beijing Chang'an Club before. He remembered that the girl was called Zheng Ying. For Zheng Ying, Huang Vank is actually unforgettable at first sight. After the Chang'an Club party, Huang Wank once inquired about Zheng Ying and also learned that Zheng Ying was a student of Fudan University. Originally, Huang Vank wanted to go to Shanghai to find Zheng Ying immediately, but his father Huang Shifu suddenly asked him to go to Hong Kong to buy those powerful technet companies. First, his father Huang Shifu had to listen to what he said. Second, Huang Wank also felt that the technology and internet stocks at this time were very prosperous and were a good investment project. So he had to come to Hong Kong first. However, when he was here in Hong Kong, Huang Vank often recalled Zheng Ying. What made Huang Wank difficult to let go of was that he saw Zheng Ying with Zhou Hao at the Chang'an Club that time, which made Huang Wank very uncomfortable. He is well aware of Zhou Hao's charm. Generally speaking, as long as the girls next to him are rarely able to get rid of Zhou Hao's charm. Huang Wank wanted to pursue Zhao Yuqin in the same way, but was killed halfway by Zhou Hao and took away Zhao Yuqin, the proud girl of heaven. However, to Huang Vank, Zheng Ying is much more important than Zhao Yuqin. For Zhao Yuqin, in addition to Zhao Yuqin's appearance, which makes every man want her, Huang Wank's biggest goal is to obtain Zhao's support through Zhao Yuqin. As for Zheng Ying, Huang Wank really wanted her. Leaning on the railing, Huang Wank lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth, silently enjoying the slightly bitter taste. Zheng Ying's beautiful face again appeared in his mind, which made Huang Wank's mood a bit rippling. Why does he feel this way about Zheng Ying? Because Zheng Ying and Huang Wank's first love are similar in appearance, especially Zheng Ying's eyebrows, which makes Huang Wank feel that she is exactly the same as his first love back then. Speaking of, Huang Wank also has an unforgettable past. He has never told other people about this past. Even Huang Shifu didn't know that Huang Wank was hiding such a thing in his heart. Thinking of the past, Huang Wank's eyes became blurred, and a curl of smoke floated in front of him. But at this moment, Huang Wank suddenly heard a sound of footsteps coming from behind. Gluck! It was the sound of leather shoes stepping on the concrete floor, some crisp, some monotonous, and a little bit lonely. Huang Wank couldn't help but look back, and saw a slim figure came into view. When Huang Wank saw this figure, his face showed an incredible expression, wondering if it was destined by God. I saw that the man's figure was slender and exquisite, with bright eyes and white teeth and nose, and he looked very beautiful. She was wearing a blue dress, and her long hair naturally fell to her shoulders. Under the bright moonlight, this woman was like a beauty walking out of a picture scroll. And what surprised Huang Wank the most was because this woman was not someone else, but Zheng Ying, who she was just thinking about. Zheng Ying didn't seem to notice the existence of Huang Wank, but walked towards the dock with her head down slightly. The leather shoes on her feet made a crisp, guckling sound when they stepped on the ground. Huang Wank looked at Zheng Ying in this way, and didn't understand why Zheng Ying appeared here. Seeing Zheng Ying bow down to the front of the pier, and then stared blankly at the deep purple ocean in the distance, Huang Wank became more and more surprised, wondering what she was going to do. Then Huang Wank heard a soft sigh from Zheng Ying over there, and the look on his face was very lonely. Seeing Zheng Ying's appearance, Huang Wank seemed to have thought of something, and immediately yelled badly in his heart, and then he ran towards Zheng Ying. However, before Huang Wank ran to Zheng Ying's side, he saw Zheng Ying suddenly leap forward, and the whole person fell into the sea like a cloud. Puff! A wave was thrown out of the sea, but Zheng Ying kept floating in the sea, waving her hands, but couldn't say anything. She sank straight away after a while. Seeing this, Huang Wank couldn't take care of that much. He took off his leather shoes and coat, and immediately jumped into the sea. Zheng Ying kept sinking in the dark sea, but when she looked up, she could only see the faint white light on the shore. I'm not going to die like this, Zheng Ying thought to herself. She felt that she couldn't breathe the least amount of air, and her chest was very swelling, as if her entire lungs were about to burst out of it. In fact, Zheng Ying can't swim, But just because of this, it becomes more real if she plays the role of jumping into the sea. There is a big risk in this matter, Zhou Hao told Xing Ying from the beginning. If Huang Wank can't save her, or if it is too late to save her, then she is likely to drown like this. However, Xing Ying only hesitated for a while before agreeing, because she would not get the 1 billion yuan promised by Zhou Hao because she did not take the risk. For those billion yuan, for her lower body to be able to enjoy the glory and wealth without any worries, Xing Ying was willing to take this risk. It is autumn now, especially at night, when the temperature of the sea is very low. Xing Ying is in this cold sea and feels very cold all over her body. The cold can penetrate her heart and lungs, and her consciousness is gradually blurred. Maybe I will really die here, Xing Ying said to herself as she continued to sink. Then, she suddenly thought of the 200 million yuan in her account and the other 800 million that Zhou Hao gave to herself after the incident was completed. A strong desire to survive rose from the bottom of Xing Ying's heart. No, I can't just die like this. I still have a lot of life to enjoy, Xing Ying said to herself in her heart. I haven't been to Shibuya in Japan, nor to the Champs in France. Let's see, I haven't been to Las Vegas, the United States. How could I just die like this? No, I can't die. I want to buy LV clothes, I want to eat black truffles, and I want to live in France Monte Carlo. I still drive the newest sports car of Maserati. I can't die. It was because of this strong desire to survive that Xing Ying suddenly came to her senses, and then she swam her hands desperately toward the sea. However, Xing Ying is a weak woman after all, and her physical strength is smaller than that of a man. After a while, her strength gradually disappeared, and her body sank to the bottom of the sea again. At this moment, Xing Ying suddenly saw a figure appear on it, quickly approaching herself. Help me, I don't want to die. Before losing consciousness, Xing Ying shouted in her heart. Since it was late at night and the visibility in the sea was very low, Huang Wank did not immediately find Xing Ying after jumping into the water. He cruised in the sea for a long time before seeing Xing Ying, who was floating in the sea. So Huang Wank swam over immediately and came to Xing Ying, only to realize that she had lost consciousness. Knowing that he couldn't delay time, Huang Wank grabbed Xing Ying's arm and went up the river desperately, because he himself had consumed a lot of energy. If he didn't get back to the shore as soon as possible, he might even sink his body into the sea. Finally, Huang Wank took Xing Ying to emerge from the sea. After breathing heavily for a while, Huang Wank dragged Xing Ying to swim towards the dock. At this time, his driver also discovered the situation and was already waiting for him at the dock. He also took out a rope for pulling the cart from the car and threw it down from the dock for Huang Wank to catch. With the help of the driver, Huang Wank took the unconscious Xing Ying and climbed ashore with difficulty. Putting Xing Ying on the ground, Huang Wank sat down beside him, gasping for breath. The driver quickly checked Xing Ying's situation. Suddenly, the driver knelt next to Xing Ying, pinched Xing Ying's lips, and moved down, obviously to help Xing Ying perform artificial respiration. What are you doing? Huang Wank screamed when he saw this. The driver froze for a moment and answered honestly, Boss, she is drowning. I want to help her with artificial respiration. Because Huang Wank is not just a driver, but also a bodyguard. He also received strict first aid training and knew how to do artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. At this time, seeing Su Lin drowning, he subconsciously wanted to save people. Huang Wank stood up and pushed the driver aside and said angrily, Don't catch the mouse. Go to the police and call an ambulance. After all, he knelt next to Xing Ying, then squeezed Xing Ying's mouth, took a breath, then leaned over to Xing Ying's lips, blowing air into it. But he did it for Xing Ying himself. Artificial respiration. After artificial respiration for a while, Huang Wank folded his hands on Xing Ying's chest and pressed hard, but it was CPR. In fact, Huang Wank is also trained in first aid, so these movements are relatively regular. Seeing that Huang Wank knew first aid skills, the driver turned around and called the police. Huang Wank is still very nervous about Xing Ying's safety and is also very serious when doing artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Perhaps it was because the effort paid off. I saw Xing Ying's chest suddenly rise and fall violently, and then she coughed twice, coughed up a lot of seawater, and gradually recovered her breathing, just a little weak. Seeing Zhang Ying breathing again, Huang Wank let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground next to him, looking very tired. Although she regained her breathing, Zhang Ying did not wake up immediately and was still in a coma. What Huang Wank and Zhang Ying didn't know was that in a pavilion near Queen's Wharf, a man was watching from a distance, but it was Zhou Hao. By his side, there was also Shinji Kanhua with him. Zhang Ying jumped into the sea, and then Huang Wank jumped into the sea to rescue her, and then gave Zhang Ying artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the shore. Zhou Hao and Shinji Kanhua watched these processes one by one. As far as I know, Huang Wank owed you 30 billion yuan, but he didn't pay it back. Kanhua Shinji suddenly said to Zhou Hao, according to me, you can use commercial means to convert the 30 billion yuan. Take it back, and then kill him. Why bother to let Zhang Ying seduce him? Zhou Hao did not speak, but quietly looked at Huang Wank in the distance, and Zhang Ying, who had not yet woken up. Kanhua Shinji said again, it can be seen that Huang Wank seems to really like Zhang Ying. How did you know that he would be tempted by Zhang Ying? Also, you let Zhang Ying seduce him like this. Deceive his feelings, it doesn't seem to be your style. Do you know, what is the most thorough way to destroy a person? Zhou Hao said. Kansuki Shinji thought for a while, and said, mentally and physically, both ways. Only in this way can I be considered as a person who can completely understand the rice. You are right, Zhou Hao said. For Huang Wank, I will not only destroy him physically, but before that, I must destroy him spiritually. The best way is to make him fall in love with him completely. A woman, let this woman betray him. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Shinji Kanhua frowned and said, I can see that your hatred for Huang Wank seems to be more than just the 30 billion money entanglement. There seems to be other things. By the way, and that Zhang Ying, you seem to hate her even more, that kind of hatred from the bottom of your heart. I think the billion yuan you promised her should not be honored, right? I think I don't understand. What did she do to make you hate her so much? Zhou Hao didn't answer right away. It took a while before a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he said, just treat it as what she owed me in her previous life. Kanhua Shinji was taken aback, because from her contact with Zhou Hao was not the kind of person who believed in ghosts and gods. How could he now attribute his entanglement with Zhang Ying to his previous life? Before Shinji Kanhua could speak, Zhou Hao said, well, Zhang Ying and Huang Wank's contact has been successful. Zhang Ying should be able to cope with the next job. Let's go back first. After that, Zhou Hao turned and left. Kanhua Shinji frowned, glanced at Huang Wank and Zhang Ying over there, and left behind Zhou Hao. Besides Huang Wank and Zhang Ying's side, the ambulance came quickly and quickly carried Zhang Ying into the car, and Huang Wank went to the hospital with the car. As a result of Huang Wank's artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation, Zhang Ying did not have any serious problems, but caught a cold in the sea and caught a cold. However, Huang Wank was worried about her recovery, so he opened a special care unit in the hospital for Zhang Ying to recuperate. While Zhang Ying was in a coma, Huang Wank also took a bath in the bathroom of this intensive care unit and put on the clean clothes that the driver bought for himself. Then he sat on the chair next to the hospital bed and stayed with Zhang Ying, waiting for her to wake up. Zhang Ying hasn't regained consciousness, so she lies quietly on the hospital bed. Although her face is a little pale, she adds a touch of tender beauty. Huang Wank sat next to him, looking at Zhang Ying with a quiet face in silence, feeling a little overwhelming in his heart. For a long time, Huang Wank couldn't help but stretched out his hand and stroked Zhang Ying's face. Perhaps Zhang Ying's eyes moved when she felt Huang Wank's movements, and she slowly opened her eyes. Huang Wank quickly retracted his hand and asked Zhang Ying, "Are you awake?" Seeing Huang Wank in front of him, Zhang Ying was still a little overwhelmed. It took a while before she realized that she was still alive and that she had successfully contacted Huang Wank, the target person. Therefore, Zhang Ying was a little bit excited and happy in her heart, but she didn't show these emotions in her heart so as not to be discovered by Huang Wank. Looking at Huang Wank, Zhang Ying asked weakly, "Who are you? Where am I now?" "Hello, miss. My surname is Huang, and my name is Wank." Huang Wank introduced himself with a smile. "I rescued you from the sea." "Mr. Huang, thank you." There was a sorrow in Zhang Ying's eyebrows. It seemed that she was not thanking Huang Wank, but complaining about Huang Wang's rescue. Huang Wang also noticed Zheng Ying's look and asked, "Miss, there are actually a lot of fun in this life, especially for a beautiful girl like you, who has a lot of life to enjoy. Why can't you think about it like this? To do that stupid thing." But seeing Zheng Ying shook his head, "You won't understand. If you don't mind, you can tell me." Huang Wang said, "Yes, we actually met before. You may not remember that time at the Chang'an Club in Beijing. I met passing you. You were with Zhou Hao." In fact, Huang Wang is very reluctant to mention Zhou Hao, but in order to bring back Zheng Ying's memory, he has to say so. But to Huang Wang's surprise, when he mentioned Zhou Hao, the crystal-clear tears continued to overflow from Zheng Ying's eyes, and Zheng Ying's expression was also very sad. Then Zheng Ying covered her face and started crying. So sad. Huang Wang was taken aback and quickly said, "Miss, what's the matter? Did I say something wrong?" Zheng Ying shook her head and whimpered, "No, it's just that I remembered something unhappy. If there is anything unhappy, you can tell me." Huang Wang said immediately. Perhaps Zheng Ying really wanted to find someone to talk to, so after hesitating for a while, she whispered, "In fact, when I met Zhou Hao in Beijing that time, I fell in love with him." Suddenly hearing this, Huang Wang was stunned, and then he felt sore and painful in his heart. The girl she liked actually liked Zhou Hao. Compared with Zhao Yuqin before, Huang Wang paid more attention to Zheng Ying in front of him. Therefore, when Zheng Ying said that she liked Zhou Hao, Huang Wang thought of it. The feeling is very strong, but it doesn't show up on the face. In fact, Huang Wang also understands that Zhou Hao's charm is indeed very great for most girls. Not only is young and handsome, but also talented, and he has astronomical assets in his hands. Moreover, Zhou Hao's methods to deal with girls are endless, ranging from gentle and considerate, or passionate and romantic, or strong and extraordinary. Anyway, as far as Huang Wang knows, as long as none of the girls Zhou Hao liked could escape, he asked Zheng Ying, "So, did you jump into the sea to commit suicide because of Zhou Hao?" Zheng Ying pursed her lips and did not speak, but she acquiesced. For a while, Zheng Yingkai continued, "After that time in Beijing, I met Zhou Hao several times later. Every time I met him, there were different girls around him. So I knew that besides me, there are many other girls who like him. I am very disappointed, but I still don't think I can let him go. I heard that he came to Hong Kong. I immediately followed him and finally saw him." After a pause, Zheng Ying sniffed and said, "Finally, I finally mustered up the courage to confess to him." But, while talking, Zheng Ying's tears flowed from her eyes again. Huang Wang asked nervously, "He rejected you?" Zheng Ying did not speak, but nodded slightly. Seeing Zheng Ying's reaction, Huang Wang let out a long sigh, secretly rejoicing that Zhou Hao rejected Zheng Ying. Otherwise, Huang Wang really couldn't compete with Zhou Hao. Seeing Zheng Ying's sad and depressed appearance, Huang Wang supported her shoulders and said softly, "Miss, you don't need to be so sad. A half-hearted man like Zhou Hao is not worthy of you. A good girl likes it, and it's not worthy of you jumping into the sea for him. Alas, you are so stupid." Touching Huang Wang's soft gaze, Zheng Ying cried with tears, "I am really stupid." Then, Zheng Ying put her head on Huang Wang's shoulder and kept crying, as if to vent all the grievances in her heart. Huang Wang supported Zheng Ying's shoulders and gently stroked her back with the other hand, but his heart was agitated. After crying on Huang Wang's shoulder for a long time, Zheng Yingkai shrank back and quickly wiped away the tears from her face with her hand and said shyly, "Mr. Huang, don't be embarrassed, I'm Gaff. It's okay, it's okay." Seeing Zheng Ying's pear blossoms full of tenderness in the rain, Huang Wang trembled in his heart, just wanting to take the girl in front of him into his arms and feel good about it. However, his sanity still controlled himself and smiled and asked, "Miss, I don't know your name yet." In fact, Huang Wang had already inquired about Zheng Ying, and of course he also knew her name. But this way, Zheng Ying would think that he had planned on her long ago, so Huang Wang pretended not to know Zheng Ying's appearance. Sure enough, Zheng Ying didn't realize this, and said with her head down slightly, "My name is Zheng Ying. You can call me Ah Ying, Mr. Huang." "Oh, okay, Ah Ying." Huang Wang chuckled. "Ah Ying, how long do you plan to stay here in Hong Kong?" Zheng Ying sighed and said, "Actually, I can't stay here in Hong Kong for too long. Because I came here by myself and don't have much money, and I'm afraid my parents will worry about me. Actually, I can't stay here in Hong Kong for too long, because I came here by myself and don't have much money, and I'm afraid my parents will worry about me. Zeng Ying sighed. Huang Wank immediately said, "It's okay. Just tell your parents that your school will send you to Hong Kong for exchange activities. As for your school, I will let someone say hello. And you don't worry about it here in Hong Kong. I will bear all your expenses. You will bear it." Zeng Ying looked at Huang Wank's eyes and immediately became wary. "Mr. Huang, logically speaking, we have only met once. You saved my life today, and I am grateful to you. How can I trouble you? Anyone with a normal mind knows the truth that nothing is to be courteous or is to steal." Therefore, Huang Wank suddenly said that he would bear all the expenses of Zeng Ying's stay in Hong Kong, and Zeng Ying immediately showed a defensive attitude. If you don't do this, Huang Wank might suspect Zeng Ying, so Zeng Ying's response must be in line with common sense. Sure enough, perceiving Zeng Ying's vigilance, Huang Wank was not only not angry, but immediately explained, You must not misunderstand. I have no unscrupulous attempts to you. It's just that, since the last time I saw you, it's hard for me to forget you. I sincerely want to make friends with Ying. Please don't despise me. Mr. Huang, you friend, I am willing to make friends, but now I want to be alone." Zeng Ying said. If you agree to Huang Wank right away, not only will Huang Wank be suspicious, Zeng Ying will also become passive in future interactions. Therefore, Zeng Ying resorted to her best tactics trying to catch it, deliberately cooling Huang Wank for a period of time to make him value himself more. Huang Wank wanted to say more. Zeng Ying said first, "Mr. Huang, I'm a little tired, good night." After that, Zeng Ying got on the bed and covered her head with a quilt. Knowing that Zeng Ying is not so easy to accept herself, Huang Wank did not give up, but said with a wry smile, "Then I will go back first. I put my card on the bedside table with my contact number and address on it. You can come to me at any time if you need it." "Thank you." Zeng Ying's muffled voice came from the bed. Huang Wank had no choice but to get up and leave. Crack. After hearing the sound of closing the door for a while, Zeng Yingkai emerged from the bed and saw the white card on the bedside table. She took the card and saw that Huang Wank's title was Deputy General Manager of Huangshi Group, and his phone number and the address of the Hong Kong office were also written below. Holding this card, Zeng Ying's mouth was drawn with a smile, and she said to herself, "Man." At the same time, at Fenghua International's villa, a man with an unbelievable appearance was next to Zhou Hao, reporting to him in detail. After hearing this, Zhou Hao nodded and said, "Well, she was sent to the hospital by Huang Wank. Okay, you continue to monitor them. If anything happens, report to me immediately." The man nodded, then turned and left. Soon, Shinji Kinzuki opened the door and came in, with 2 cups of coffee in his hand, braving the heat. She handed one of the cups to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao happily took it, took a sip, and felt that the aroma of coffee beans filled the cheeks of her teeth, and there was a hint of milk and sweetness. The match was just right. No, it will be too sweet and not too light. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile at Kenwa Shinji. "So what you are best at is making coffee." Kanzuki Shinji rolled his eyes, and then said, "You are not the same as your wife. The wife prefers black coffee. She likes the bitter taste of black coffee, but you like milk and sugar compared to your wife. You can't bear hardship at all." Hi, did you arrange the host's house like this?" Zhou Hao protested. "Sister Sun, of course she likes black coffee. After being with me, she doesn't know how sweet it is. If you don't use black coffee to neutralize, she will be sweet enough for a while. Cut, just blow it." Kanzuki Shinji grinned. Zhou Hao was non-committal about this. After drinking this cup of coffee made by Shinji Kanwa, Zhou Hao got up and left. "Hey, are you leaving now?" Kanwa Shinji was very dissatisfied with Zhou Hao, who said he just left, and said, "You leave me here alone in such a big villa?" Zhou Hao spread out his hands and smiled bitterly. "Then what do you want? Maybe I want me to take you to my house." If He Shuiyun sees that she takes a woman back, what's the deal? Although He Shuiyun was magnanimous, Zhou Hao was not so shameless, especially He Shuiyun didn't know Shinji Kanwa yet. If he thought Zhou Hao was messing around with flowers and grass outside, it would be unclear. Of course, Kanwa Shinji knew Zhou Hao's mind, and his heart became even more uncomfortable. He hugged his hands and hummed. Anyway, if you leave me like this, I'll go back to Japan immediately. If the wife blames me, I said I can't serve you anymore. This lady won't serve you anymore. Zhou was really helpless when he saw Shinji Kenzuki go wild. Thinking about it now, he was indeed a bit unkind. Every time he arranged a job for Shinji Kenzuki, then he left her alone to do things, and he was happy outside. It's no wonder that Shinji Kenzuki has opinions. At this time, Zhou really discovered the talent of Shinji Kenzuki. This woman deserves to be Kaoru Nanami's commercial left and right arm. It is very easy to use. Basically, just leave the task to her. There was no need to worry anymore. So Zhou really didn't want to let Kenzuki Shinji go back. So, in order to appease this good assistant, Zhou immediately changed a smile and said, "My eldest lady, what do you want? As long as I can do it, I won't frown even if I want to go through the fire." Kenzuki Shinji's expression eased a bit, and at the same time he muttered to himself, "Who dares to let you go into the mountains of fire? Madam, still not tear me." Zhou selectively ignored her words, only if he didn't hear them. Then I heard Kenzuki Shinji say, "Hey, but you said, I can do whatever I ask you to do." That, except for betraying the flesh." Zhou showed a pitiful expression. "I have a clear heart for Sister Kaoru, and I'm not that kind of casual person, so don't hit me." The idea of the body. Go to hell. The high heels she threw over in response to Zhou along with Manhwa Shinji. If there is anything to entertain in the middle of the night, there are too many in Hong Kong. Since Kenzuki Shinji wanted to entertain, of course Zhou would accompany him. Zhou drove the Aston Martin to take Shinji Manhwa through the undersea tunnel to the Yao Tsim Mong area in Kowloon. Here is a veritable one that gets more exciting as the night goes, and the streets are full of pairs. Out, young men and women. Come on, I remember there is a recreational game hall here. Zhou walked into a shopping mall with Manhwa Shinji, and he saw a recreational game hall on the second floor, although there were not as many games as the theme park. But there are also many trendy gaming devices. And as soon as Kenzuki Shinji entered the game hall, he immediately went to the Volmouse game machine with a hammer in both hands, and then looked at Zhou. Zhou didn't expect Shinji Manhwa to have a soft spot for this kind of children's game, but he still voted obediently. When the music sounded, the voles popped out of the hole one by one, while Shinji Kenzuki was sharp-eyed. Basically, when the voles appeared, she would be hammered down by her. They were quick, ruthless, and accurate. Seeing Zhou's scalp tingling for a while, he couldn't help touching his forehead for fear that Shinji Manhwa would give himself 2 hammers if he was upset. After a few blows, Shinji Kenzuki didn't miss a field mouse, and the point card kept popping up from the card slot of the game console, rolling a long piece on the ground. Even the clerk over there was amazed. "Okay, let's go over there." Shinji Kenzuki pushed those points cards into Zhou's arms and came to another game machine. But it was a boxing game machine. There is a black glove in front of the player. When the player tries his best to hit it, the game machine will calculate the force of the player's punch, which is a machine for testing strength. If Zhou is allowed to play, it is estimated that this machine can be blown by a punch. And Zhou knew that Shinji Manhwa was also a martial artist. Seeing that she was standing in front of the glove and posing, looking like she was going to punch in earnest, he couldn't help but remind her, "Hey, watch it. Don't I broke other people's machines? Don't bother me. I'm thinking of this thing as the person I hate the most." Shinji Kenzuki narrowed his eyes and stared at the black glove in front of him. Zhou asked subconsciously, "The person you hate the most? Who is it?" As soon as he asked these words, Zhou knew it was bad. Sure enough, Kenzuki Shinji glanced at himself, which meant, "Who else can be besides you?" When Shinji Manhwa stared at him, Zhou quickly stepped aside, so as not to anger the female evil star. Then I saw Shinji Kenzuki took a breath, then slammed his fist, and immediately revealed an aura. Boom! As soon as she punched the glove, Zhou saw that the game console was shocked, and then a pattern of colored ribbon appeared on the screen. With a huge number showing the score, there were 10,000 points, which broke the record of this game console. Zhou gasped, thinking that Kenzuki Shinji's fist was still quite heavy, and Manhwa Shinji had already returned at this time. And when he passed by Zhou, he said, "Who finally vented out?" Of course Zhou could hear that Shinji Kenzuki was deliberately saying this to himself, So he couldn't help but look at Shinji Kanzuki helplessly, wondering if I really hate you so much. At this time, Shinji Kanzuki came to the front of a dancing machine. This kind of dancing machine has a small stage. There are several sensors on the stage. Players only need to follow the game dance music and the arrow on the screen. Just jump. Of course, if you are a professional player, you can add your own creativity on the basis of these arrow indications and make more dance steps. However, Jouhao didn't expect that Shinji Kanyu would like to play these dancing machines, because in Jouhao's view, Shinji Kanyu is the kind of cold, arrogant, and restrained woman who would not like such publicity video games. I saw Shinji Kanzuki standing on the small stage, took off the high heels from his feet, and handed them to Jouhao unceremoniously, asking Jouhao to help her carry it. No, I've become the one to help you carry your shoes? Jouhao smiled bitterly, but in the end he obediently helped Kanyu Shinji take over the high heels. Before Shinji Kanyu started the game, Jouhao said, "Hey, don't move too aggressively. Your executive suit is easy to run out." Kanzuki Shinji is wearing a dark gray executive suit at this time, which is the typical female secretary attire. The white shirt adds a dark gray coat, and the bottom is also a dark gray slim dress, and Kanzuki Shinji's skirt is relatively short. Not even her knees. This can certainly show her slender legs that can be called a big killer to the fullest, but if you want to dance that kind of street dance, it is very easy to go out. Don't worry, you can't go, Kanzuki Shinji said confidently. Since Kanyu Shinji had said so, Jouhao had no choice but to go over and put a coin. Immediately, the agitated music came from the stereo, and the corresponding arrow appeared on the screen of the game console. I saw Shinji Kanzu immediately dance to the sound of the music. Suddenly, this Japanese beauty seemed to have changed herself. From the original Lung Ao secretary, she suddenly became a passionate dancer. Her feet wrapped in silk stockings stepped accurately on the arrows on the stage, and her hands moved with the movements of her feet. With just this momentum, Jouhao knew that Kanyu Shinji's dance skills were at a human level. Moreover, while dancing fiercely, the expression on Kanazuki Shinji's face was still not indifferent, forming two extremes with her flame-like movements and fluttering hair. Jouhao was stunned to watch, only to feel that Shinji Kanyu, who was wearing a work suit, was dancing this kind of public street dance, revealing a different kind of charm. With such an outstanding beauty, coupled with the powerful dance steps, the people in this recreational game hall were immediately attracted, especially those small bastards, who kept whistling and applauding. Although Kanzuki Shinji's skirt is short, her movements are just right. Every time she is in danger of running out of light, she can turn around in time, blocking her leaking spring light with her angles and movements, so that the coveting little gangsters around her will connect. My eyes opened with pain, but there was still no gain. "Hey, beauty, what kind of hip-hop? Just take a pole dance." Kanyu Shinji danced, and a little shouted not far away. Other gangsters and young people also immediately responded, and one after another urged Kanzuki Shinji to dance a pole dance, and some even urged Kanzuki Shinji to dance a striptease. However, Shinji Kanzuki stopped immediately, and then stared at the booing guys coldly. Kanyu Shinji himself is also a martial arts master with a good level of cultivation, and he has practiced internal qigong. This momentum suddenly radiates, and the pressure on ordinary people is still great. And those who were staring at her were unclear, so they only felt that Kanzuki Shinji's aura was very powerful, and the humming sound stopped abruptly. Jouhao, who was next to him, smirked in his heart. "You guys provoke someone bad, and you just provoke this evil female star. If you let her punch you, you will be disabled if you die." However, looking at the look of Shinji Kanzuki's cold eyebrows, Jouhao felt that her aura was a bit like Karu Nanami. You know, when Nanami Karu and Jouhao were enemies, even in extremely unfavorable circumstances, his mental outlook was very high, let alone those from the Tokugawa family. To talk about the people under Nankai Karu, the most feared is seeing Nankai Karu frown. As long as Nanami Karu's eyebrows frowned slightly, he would be able to make the people under him frighten. I want to come to Kanzuki Shinji, who has been around Nankai Karu for so many years, and also learn Nankai Karu's ability to be a soldier without a fight. After being stared at by Shinji Kanzuki's frosty eyes for a while, the gangsters and other young people couldn't bear it and dispersed. Kanhua Shinji stretched out his hand to Zhou Haoming next to him. Zhou Hao would come over, and then return the pair of high heels to him. After putting on his shoes, Shinji Kanzuki walked off the stage and snorted coldly. Men are all the same. When you see beautiful women, you lose your mind. It's just a beast with incomplete evolution. Don't sink a boat with a bamboo pole, okay? There are many men who are very good. Zhou Hao said. Where? Kanhua Shinji deliberately looked around, then looked at Zhou Hao and smiled. You wouldn't say you are a good man. Hum hum hum. If you are also a good man, all those bullheads just now it can be called the best man. Zhou Hao's mouth twitched. Don't speak so mean. Okay, leave some leeway. Kansuki Shinji ignored him and walked straight out of the mall. Zhou Hao followed behind and said to her, Where do you think about it next? Lan Kwai Fong. Shinji Kanhua said with a smile, I have been to Hong Kong so many times, but I have never been to Lan Kwai Fong. This time I have to see how. Watching Shinji had this interest, Zhou Hao had to accompany him. So the two drove to Lan Kwai Fong again. Speaking of Lan Kwai Fong, it is Hong Kong's most famous recreational and entertainment venue. The whole street is full of bars and KTVs, and they are open all night, providing a great place for many people who like nightlife. Not only ordinary citizens, but also many celebrities like to take care of Lan Kwai Fong, but the paparazzi must not catch it, otherwise it will be another storm. Zhou Hao is now a celebrity, so he is also afraid of being caught by the paparazzi. Although he is not afraid of the women around him knowing, it is not a pleasant thing to meet those pesky paparazzi after all. Therefore, when Zhou Hao got out of the car, he originally wanted to put on sunglasses and hide his face. But he thought that wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night would be more noticeable. So in the end, he didn't have sunglasses, so he appeared on the streets of Lan Kwai Fong. Kanazuki Shinji didn't have any fear, and he pointed at the bar called Sweet Home, not far away, and walked over. Although the area in this Sweet Home is not spacious, the environment and atmosphere are very good. The light smell of wine and the slowly flowing American country music make people feel lazy. It feels that this dim space has repeatedly become a paradise for escaping the busy life of the metropolis outside. Before sitting down, Kanhua Shinji smiled at Zhou Hao. Hey, or else, let's have a game. Competition? Zhou Hao was somewhat inexplicable. Kanzuki Shinji nodded. Didn't you just say that you are a good man? Since you are a good man, then you should be very popular with girls. That's good. Let's sit separately and see who in an hour the people who can attract the most come and take the initiative to talk to us. Zhou Hao was taken aback, feeling that he was really defeated by this guy, and he could come up with such a ridiculous game. How? Are you afraid? Or do you admit that you are not a good man? Seeing the provocative expression of Kanhua Shinji, Zhou Hao was also annoyed, thinking that if I would teach you a little lesson, would you still treat me as Hello Kitty? So Zhou Hao said, Who said I was afraid? Come on. But what about the loser? Let's do it. The one who loses will be a slave to the winner for a month, and he must unconditionally obey any order of the winner. Except for life matters. How about it? Kanzuki Shinji squinted and smiled. Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows and said, Then what if the winner asks the loser to dedicate his body? Should the loser agree to it? Yes, you must obey unconditionally. The smile on Kanazuki Shinji's face remained unchanged. Are you afraid? Don't worry. If you really become my slave, and I will ask you to do something extraordinarily, I will not tell Madam about the matter. I don't need to be scared at all. Zhou Hao hummed and said, I have nothing to lose anyway. But you, if one loses accidentally, you should be mentally prepared. Kanzuki Shinji raised his eyebrows, and then said, Stop talking nonsense. Let's start right away. It's 10:30 in the morning, and until 1:30 in the morning, whoever can attract more people to come and start a conversation. Victory. Okay, let's start. Zhou Hao said. So, the two of them sat at the two ends of the bar, more than 10 meters apart, and Kanzuki Shinji immediately asked the bartender for a glass of tequila, and then raised Erlang's legs. His expression was a bit blurred, like a lonely and impatient woman who came to beg for pleasure. To say that Kanzuki Shinji's acting skills are really very good, just like this casually tilting his legs and showing a slightly blurred look, it completely becomes the image of a lonely single woman. Moreover, the position chosen by Kanzuki Shinji was also very particular. The ceiling above her head happened to be illuminated by a light yellow light, which was reflected on Shinji Kanzuki's face, making her look dimly beautiful. I saw Shinji Kanatsuki holding a glass of tequila in front of him, her beautiful eyes staring at the gently swaying drink filled with loneliness. Her raised legs looked very slender against the light and silk stockings. Coupled with her already exquisite and beautiful face, its lethality to men is really extraordinary. Seeing such a beautiful woman, even Zhou Hao couldn't help but approach him. What's more, those men who hunted in places like bars. Damn, this woman is so difficult to deal with. If you don't pay attention, you may lose to her, Zhou Hao said bitterly. Originally, the attractiveness of beautiful women to men was stronger than the attractiveness of handsome men to women, so to some extent, Zhou Hao was at a disadvantage from the beginning. However, Zhou Hao also has his own advantages. He is a veritable celebrity and is easier to attract the attention of others than ordinary people. And for the vast majority of women, Zhou Hao, a young and more golden man, is an excellent target. Even if it's just a one-night stand, I believe that there will be a lot of women in their arms. But this also has a downside. That is, some women may be scrupulous about Zhou Hao's reputation and fear that Zhou Hao will cause trouble to the upper body, so they dare not take the initiative to contact. My charm shouldn't be too bad, Zhou Hao said in his own heart. So he asked for a glass of Chivas from the bar, and then sat there quietly drinking. In fact, Zhou Hao is really a very attractive, handsome man, and his inner strength cultivation is unfathomable. He will naturally exude a special temperament, which is still very lethal to women. So Zhou Hao was here for less than a while, when a tall woman wearing a black chiffon dress came up, raised one foot, and moved one side of her to the chair next to Zhou Hao. Then he looked at Zhou Hao deeply. Zhou Hao glanced at the woman and felt that her condition was still very good, with a melon-seed face, willow-eye eyebrows, and a stature. She was a typical long-legged and slender waist, but her lips were slightly thick, which made her look good. This kind of dissatisfied fox charm, which is the kind of vixen that old people often say. Handsome man, are you so bored by yourself? The woman put her hand on Zhou Hao's thigh very directly and stroked it, with a teasing smile on her mouth. Can you buy me a drink? In the match between Zhou Hao and Manhwa Shinji, this level of chatting was enough, so Zhou Hao smiled at the beauty very reservedly. Sorry, beauty, I'm waiting for my girlfriend. Lest she see it, there will be misunderstandings, so please go back. When Zhou Hao said so, the beauty was angry and helpless, and left with a cold snort. Okay, one. Zhou Hao smiled and looked at Shinji Kanzuki. Looking at Zhou Hao in this way, he was stunned, because three men were surrounded by Shinji Kanhwa at the same time, and they were working hard to show her. Looking at Shinji Kanzuki, he looked like he was able to do well, and it was often a simple sentence that could provoke the three men to quarrel. As if he had noticed Zhou Hao's gaze, Manhwa Shinji glanced at Zhou Hao, with a bit of ridicule and pride in the corner of his eyes. This woman is terrible. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. At this time, another woman came up to talk to Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao also declined her. Time flies quickly. Half an hour has passed in a blink of an eye. Although Zhou Hao has kept on chatting up with women, they are only one at a time, while Shinji Kanzuki can often attract more than two men at once. With a little use of methods, those men can turn around her. As a result, after half an hour passed, Zhou Hao attracted only 9 women to come up with a conversation, while Manhwa Shinji had 23. Seeing this situation, Zhou Hao also had to sigh. Men are really animals that use their lower body to think. Once they see beautiful women, they can't walk. Can they not be rational? He said that, but Zhou Hao also knew that this was a common problem of men, especially himself, and he did not blame others. However, if this continues, Zhou Hao will lose the game. In fact, the game itself is not important, but Zhou Hao must give Shinji Kanhwa prestige, so as not to make an inch in the future. It is a woman who does not play for 3 days and will go to the house to reveal tiles. Shinji, it will be difficult for Zhou Hao to command her in the future. After taking a sip of Chivas, Zhou Hao wanted how to turn defeat into victory. Especially on the side of Shinji Kanzuki, one group of men left, and another group of men immediately went up, just like the ants that saw the honey. As a result, the gap between Manhwa Shinji and Zhou Hao will widen. Zhou Hao looked around the bar and found that there were equal numbers of single women and single men. In theory, he should have the possibility of winning. The blame is that men are much more aggressive than women, leading to a one-sided situation in this battle. Suddenly, Zhou Hao discovered that there was a grand piano in a corner of the bar. Seeing this grand piano, Zhou Hao's eyes immediately brightened, and he quickly asked the bartender behind the bar, "Brother, is that piano no one uses? Because our pianist took leave today due to illness, so the piano performance will be stopped for a day," said the bartender. Zhou Hao was overjoyed when he heard this, and said, "Can you lend me some use? Do you know how to play the piano?" Seeing Zhou Hao nodded without hesitation, the bartender said, "You can use it if you want, but don't break the piano, otherwise the boss won't let me go. Also, don't play it too badly. If you drive away our guests because your music is too bad, the loss will be on you." I know, Zhou Hao responded, and immediately walked to the piano over there. Kanazuki Shinji, who was surrounded by men in the center, saw Zhou Hao suddenly leave his seat, and looked at him curiously. Seeing him walking towards the piano over there, Kanazuki Shinji immediately yelled that she was not good, but she was no Zhou Hao's piano skills. Zhou Hao came to the front of the grand piano, and found that there was still a microphone here, thinking that the equipment was just right. So he sat down and said, "Huh," into the microphone, attracting the attention of the guests in the bar. "Actually, I rarely play the piano in front of so many people, because I'm afraid it will cause a sensation, and then I can't leave," Zhou Hao said into the microphone. The guests in the bar immediately laughed, thinking that this person is narcissistic. Because the light in the bar was very dim, these guests did not see Zhou Hao's face clearly, only thinking that he was an impromptu performer. While drinking and chatting, suddenly there was a narcissist who was about to come up to play the piano, and everyone naturally started to pay attention to the excitement. Well, the song I want to dedicate to everyone is Forever, Love. I hope everyone likes it, Zhou Hao said to the microphone. Although they thought that Zhou Hao was just a narcissist, everyone still clapped their hands with an understanding mentality to give Zhou Hao some encouragement. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, then put his hands flat on the keys. Then he closed his eyes, and his fingers danced gently on the black and white keys. And then he heard a melodious and pleasant music from flowing out of the piano. Just hearing the music, the guests in the bar immediately lit up. Knowing that Zhou Hao was definitely not the kind of arrogance, so many people immediately looked at Zhou Hao with admiration. Then Zhou Hao leaned close to the microphone and sang softly. This is a very classic English song, and Zhou Hao's voice is inherently low-pitched, and when he sings an English song, there is a black-blue flavor, which sounds very sweet. Sure enough, Zhou Hao's self-playing and singing immediately attracted all the guests in the bar, and even the men surrounding Shinji Kanzue were attracted by Zhou Hao's singing. Seeing this, Shinji Kanzuki yelled badly, but Zhou Hao's voice was indeed too nice. Even if Shinji Kanzuki knew that this was Zhou Hao's method to win, he couldn't help being attracted by Zhou Hao's singing. Damn, Zhou Hao is so cunning that he used such a trick. Shinji Kanzue gritted his teeth. She knew how to play and sing. She knew that Zhou Hao had tried to play and sing in the public several times before, and each time it caused a sensation. In fact, Zhou Hao only played and sang to please the girls around him. Shinji Kanzue also has a collection of Zhou Hao's self-playing and singing recordings. Sometimes she couldn't help being moved by listening, let alone other the girl. This is definitely Zhou Hao's nirvana against girls. Sure enough, when Zhou Hao sang the song, there was a fierce applause of cracking in the bar. Not only the women, but the male guests were moved by his singing. Zhou Hao stood up and bowed slightly to the people around him, and then walked to his seat. And before he returned to his seat, he was surrounded by more than a dozen women, all vying to invite him to drink, depending on how they looked. Even if they wanted to show Zhou Hao, they would immediately agree. As soon as Zhou Hao finished singing, he was immediately surrounded by more than a dozen female guests. The female guests who had been restrained before could not help but come up to meet Zhou Hao after listening to Zhou Hao's self-playing and singing. Many of them thought that Zhou Hao was the pianist of this bar, and they wanted to invite Zhou Hao for a drink. Even some of the rich sisters with rich family background showed an expression of wanting to support Zhou Hao, which scared Zhou Hao. Hastily rejected them one by one, and finally got out. At this time, Zhou Hao completely surpassed Kanyu Shinji. I saw Shinji Kanzue staring at Zhou Hao with an annoyed face, resenting him for using such a big kill to turn defeat into victory. However, even Kanyu Shinji had to admit that Zhou Hao, who used this trick, was indeed a little too lethal to women. Even she herself was moved by Zhou Hao's singing just now. So this in the game, Kanzuki Shinji was defeated and had to be convinced. Seeing that Shinji Kanyuki couldn't come, Zhou Hao walked over. And just now those men who wanted to get to know Shinji Kanzuki, and those women who wanted to strike up with Zhou Hao, saw Zhou Hao and Shinji Kanzuki sitting together, and couldn't help but become angry. Zhou Hao ignored the people around him. He sat beside Shinji Kanyue and smiled deliberately. "Beauty, can I buy you a drink?" "No." Kanzuki Shinji said angrily. "Then please buy me a drink." Zhou Hao smiled and said to the bartender unceremoniously, "Bring me a glass of Stinger." Kanzuki Shinji glared at him. "You are so shameless." Zhou Hao shrugged and said, "It's just a drink of your wine. You don't need to say that to me. I'm not talking about this." Kanzuki Shinji said angrily, "I mean you just cheated." "Cheating? Did we say beforehand that we can't play the piano and sing in this game?" Zhou Hao said with an innocent look. "I just try to attract everyone's attention, right?" Kanzuki Shinji was speechless for a while and said shamelessly, "I don't care. You are cheating anyway. Cheating, cheating, cheating." Zhou Hao really didn't expect that Shinji Kanzuki would have such a wayward and arrogant side. When he saw his smile on his face, he suddenly stretched out his hand to hook Shinji's chin and said faintly, "I said, Shinji, since we are, I have to say, now that you have lost the game, you will be my slave for the next month, and even if I ask you to do anything, you have to be honest and obedient." Kanyue Shinji was frightened by Zhou Hao's sudden behavior and looked at the evil smile on Zhou Hao's face in a daze, looking a little at a loss. Without waiting for Shinji Kanyue's reaction, Zhou Hao said, "It's all right from now on. Let's go, and come back with me." After all, he ignored Shinji Kanzuki, just holding her hand and walking outside. Kanyue Shinji was dragged out by Zhou Hao and pushed into the car. Zhou Hao immediately activated his Aston Martin and soon returned to the villa of Manhwa International. "Well, you hurry up and take a shower. I'll wait for you in the room," Zhou Hao said to Kanyue Shinji as soon as he returned. "Wait, take a bath?" Kanyue Shinji asked Zhou Hao in shock. "Yes, take a shower. Go quickly, don't let me wait too long." With that, Zhou Hao went to the second floor by himself. Kanyue Shinji was stunned. Originally, she had thought about whether Zhou Hao would ask her to agree with her after losing to Zhou Hao, but she did not expect that Zhou Hao would immediately assault him that night. In his thoughts, Kanzuki Shinji came to the bathroom vaguely, taking off her clothes one by one, revealing her milky white skin and plump and exquisite figure. There is a large full-length mirror in front of Shinji Kanzuki, which can take pictures of the whole person. Looking at himself in the mirror, Kanzuki Shinji felt a lot of emotion in his heart. It is undeniable that Shinji Kanyue is a veritable beauty, with apricot eyes and willow brows, nose like gallbladder, lips like red tape. Her skin is white and red, a pair of handsome and charming yufeng on her chest, and the willow like his slender waist and white cloud-like hips are all paying attention to making men crazy. Kanzuki Shinji never denies her charm to men, and before, she has heard Nanami Karu say that her body is a kind of famous instrument called 9 music corridor, and it is a physique that is unique. And over the years, Shinji Kanzuki has never seen a man, because she is a character with extraordinary talents, and she is used to seeing countless big people around Nanami Karu, so ordinary men can't get in her eyes. In addition, Nanami Karu is very close to her, and never allows other men to approach her easily, lest she suffer innocent harm. Until Zhou Hao appeared, not only had Nanami Karu captured in one fell swoop, even Hongya Hina, another assistant of Nankai Karu's side, could not help but dedicate her body and mind. At the very beginning, Kanyue Shinji was extremely dissatisfied with Zhou Hao, thinking that just such a young man, why could Nankai Karu give up everything for him willingly? Even the Hongya Hina who is accustomed to wind and rain can't help it? Especially when Nanami Karu asked Zhou Hao to appear in front of the Tokugawa family as the boyfriend of Kanzuki Shinji. At that time, Kanzuki Shinji was forced to obey Nanami Karu's orders and actually looked down upon Zhou at all. It wasn't until later that Shinji Kanzuki gradually saw Zhou Hao's methods, only to realize that this man's abilities were truly unsurpassed. No wonder even Nanami Karu was fascinated by him. who can make the world crazy. There is no denying that Shinji Kansuki is also attracted by Zhou Hao. When he saw him with other women, Shinji Kansuki would get angry. On the surface, she said it was because of Nanami Keiru's injustice, but in fact it was because she was jealous. This, Shinji Kansuki had already known about it. In fact, Kansuki Shinji was mentally prepared very early, because Nanami Keiru had clearly told her and Hongya Hina before that both of them would dedicate to Zhou Hao as Nanami Keiru's servants. Now, looking at himself in the mirror like an immortal, Shinji Kansuki mutters to himself in a complicated way. Could it be that I want to? Taking a deep breath, Shinji Kansuki felt his heart beating so hard, as if there was a little deer jumping around inside. For Zhou Hao, she had already accepted it at this time. This is not only because Nanami Keiru treats her with both nurturing and intimacy, but also because Zhou Hao himself is really a hard-to-resist man. Forget it, it will be given to him sooner or later anyway, so let him go tonight. Kansuki Shinji said to himself in his heart. With a feeling of anxiety, Kansuki Shinji rinsed his body carefully and also cleaned his underside specially. While doing this, the red tide on Shinji Kansuki's face has not faded, because she is a pure and beautiful girl. Then, Kansuki Shinji wrapped a bath towel and came to Zhou Hao's room on the second floor with a complicated mood. This room is the master room of the villa. It is spacious and luxuriously decorated. The big bed in the middle can sleep 4 people side by side. Apart from Zhou Hao, this room has never been in this room before. It is specially designed for Zhou Hao. When he walked into this room, Shinji Kansuki saw Qin Haoran wearing only a pair of shorts, lying prone on the bed like that, exposing his broad and thick back, as well as sharp limbs. Shinji Kansuki could not help but see. Blush. Hearing the movement of Kansuki Shinji, Zhou Hao raised his head, and when he saw Shinji Kansuki wrapped in a bath towel, he was completely stunned. Because, just like Shinji watching Moon and Furong from Shimizu, the damage to men is too great. Fortunately, Zhou Hao is lying prone at this time. Otherwise he will be embarrassed. Hey you, what are you doing? Zhou Hao swallowed fiercely and asked Shinji Kanhwa. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Kanhwa Shinji became even more embarrassed and secretly asked, didn't you know this? Is there anyone as shameless as you? Then, Kanhwa Shinji slowly walked towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. Wait. You. What are you doing? It's just massage and massage. Do you need to dress like this? Don't let me make mistakes. Wait, what did you say about massage? Shinji Kansuki was also stunned. What's the matter? I've heard from Sister Keiru before that you are very good at massaging, so I want you to give me a massage. Zhou Hao explained. This time it was Shinji Kanhwa's turn to be stunned, never dreaming that Zhou Hao really meant this. In this case, it was Kansuki Shinji who had misunderstood himself and even made himself affectionate, and in the end he was ashamed of others. When Zhou Hao saw that Shinji Kansuki's face changed from red to white and from white to red, he wondered if Shinji Kansuki had misunderstood what he meant. Said, I said you dress like this, wouldn't you want to do something with me? Go, what is the devil with you? Kanhwa Shinji suddenly became angry and took the decorative candlestick from the side and threw it towards Zhou Hao. Of course, Zhou Hao would not be injured by an attack of this level. He caught the candlestick in one hand, but he saw Shinji Kanzu turn around and leave the room, so he hurriedly shouted, Hey, Shinji, you have to help me. Don't go. Do you want to go back? Kanhwa Shinji ignored Zhou Hao and left the room angrily. After spending a night in this villa, Zhou Hao and Kansuki Shinji did nothing else after all. Kansuki Shinji did not massage Zhou Hao afterwards. Of course, Zhou Hao did not dare to provoke the angry Shinji Kansuki. The next day, Zhou Hao left, and Kansuki Shinji also went to do his work casually. Neither of them mentioned yesterday. When Zhou Hao returned to his villa, Hishuyun was doing yoga in the exercise room. I saw Hishuyun wearing a tight-fitting stretch sportswear, showing her slender and plump figure to the fullest. Moreover, when she does certain movements of yoga, she will inadvertently highlight some specific parts, such as breasts, waists, buttocks. Hishuyun, who was naturally beautiful, coupled with such clothes, made Zhou Hao gasp. Yesterday, I was provoked again when I saw Shinji watching the moon wrapped in a bathrobe. Zhou Hao immediately came behind Hishuyun and hugged her before Hishuyun found him. What? Hishuyun, who was caught off guard by Zhou Hao's arms, exclaimed. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the person was Zhou Hao. He patted his towering chest and said, "There is no sound when I walk. It's scary." Zhou Hao didn't answer. One hand was already on He Shiyun's hip, and the other hand reached her chest, kneading it from time to time. Oh, why did it happen early in the morning? He Shiyun, who was sensible and calm, couldn't stand Zhou Hao's teasing the most, and soon became hot and uncontrollable. Zhou Hao was not polite, and put He Shiyun on the ground, pressing himself up, wantonly enjoying the jade body of the beauty under him, and He Shiyun's light or heavy groans quickly filled the sports room. After a long time, the two talents calmed down. Zhou Hao was lying on the ground generously, while He Shiyun was snuggling in his arms. The skin on his body was a tingling pink, and the neck and back were covered with a thin layer of sweat. "You bad guy, bully me as soon as you come back." He Shiyun stretched out his finger and drew circles on Zhou Hao's chest. Zhou Hao put his hand on He Shiyun's smooth back and rubbed it lightly, and said with a smile, "Who makes you look so beautiful and wears such tempting clothes? How can you make me stand it?" He Shiyun angered. "What kind of seductive clothes? This is serious sportswear." Zhou Hao curled his lips when he heard the words, thinking that this kind of tight-stretched sportswear, worn on a beautiful woman like He Shiyun, is not even as lethal as a bikini, especially the kind of tight hot pants that can match women's. The legs and hips are perfectly outlined, not to mention that the beauty of He Shiyun's series is infinite in its charm. But after being moisturized by Zhou Hao, He Shiyun's face became more radiant, and the whole person was radiant, which was more effective than doing yoga. "By the way, let's go to Macau to play tonight," Zhou Hao said with his arms around He Shiyun. "Macau?" He Shiyun was taken aback, because in He Shiyun's eyes, Macau is the site of the He family, and with the hatred of the He family towards Zhou Hao, if Zhou Hao stepped in rashly, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Seeing the worried look at the corner of He Shiyun's eyes, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "What are you worried about? Aren't you afraid that I might eat He's family?" He Shiyun gave Zhou Hao a white look and hummed. "I'm afraid you will be eaten by the He family." Hum, hum, hum. Macau's return is imminent. If He Hongsun had no brain calcium deficiency, he would not do anything to me. Zhou Hao smiled. However, He Shiyun was caught off guard by Zhou Hao's novel vocabulary of calcium deficiency in the brain and laughed out loudly. Especially Zhou Hao mocked He Hongsun. Zhou Hao is probably the only person who can scold He Hongsun for calcium deficiency in the brain. "How did you think of going to Macau to play? What's so interesting about Macau? It's not a small city. Most of those people come to Macau for gambling money." He Shiyun asked in confusion. Zhou Hao smiled. "Yes, we just want to go to the casino to play. By the way, I haven't gambled for a long time. Let me tell you, I used to have the nickname God of Gamblers. You're still a god of gambling. You think you are a high advancement," He Shiyun said with a chuckle. "No way. Chow Yunfat's God of Gambling, Gao Jin, is really a deeply popular role, especially for a person from his family like He Shiyun, who is more sensitive to gambling movies." Just listen to Zhou Hao's disdain. "What is Gao Jin? It is not a god of gambler made by special effects. I am different. I can tell you. I was in Xiangqing, but I was invincible in the world of... Actually, most of the guys who are good at gambling rely on money. If you are really good at gambling, you can't do without these tricks, right?" He Shiyun laughed. "Casinos are different, especially like He's. Such large casinos don't need any tricks at all, and relying on the probability of winning or losing is enough to make huge profits. What they need to do is to constantly improve their gambling equipment in order to eliminate opportunities for the elderly." After a pause, He Shiyun said again, "Decades ago, there were some masters who could rely on listening to the dice to judge the points of the dice, but after the casino replaced it with a dice cup made of silencer materials, those masters were gone." Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. "I can't listen to the dice or record the cards, but I can win. If you don't believe it, we will find out if we go to Macau tonight. Are you really not afraid of the He family making trouble for you?" He Shiyun said. "Forgive He Hun's son for not having the guts, especially in Macau. If something happens to me, do you think He Hun's son can run away?" Zhou Hao laughed. So that night, Zhou Hao and He Shiyun came to Macau. Macau is located on the west side of the Pearl River Delta on the southeast coast of China. It mainly consists of the Macau Peninsula, Taipo Island, Kowloon Island and Kotai City, with an area of less than 33 square kilometers. And such a small city is one of the most prosperous and affluent places in Asia, which is due to the prosperity of Macau's gaming industry. The tourism and gaming industry is the most important economic driving force in Macau. Nearly half of Macau's tax revenue comes from the gaming industry, while other industries such as hotels, restaurants, and retail are all driven by the gaming industry. And until now, the leader of Macau's gaming industry is he, and there are other hotels, catering, retail, and other industries, which greatly influence Macau's economy. So some people say that since the Portuguese government issued the gambling license to He Hongsen has become the actual helm of Macau. Every year, the gaming industry and other companies such as hotels, catering, etc., are driven to bring tens of billions of revenue. The gambling industry can generate huge profits, and this huge interest will naturally cause all kinds of disputes. Therefore, although the place here in Macau is small, the situation is very complicated, which includes the fights between the big gangs. In order to better control the casino, He Hongsen contracted some of the gambling halls in his casino to the major gangs, and he himself collected the share behind the scenes. In this way, in order to be able to compete for the right to operate a gambling hall, those gangs often have huge conflicts. This kind of gang-to-gang struggle is often not limited to Macau, where the storm is involved. Many of the underworld conflicts in Hong Kong are actually related to the operating rights of casinos in Macau. Therefore, many people believe that He Hongsen is the biggest underworld leader in Macau, and his influence is greater than other underworld leaders. When Zhou Hao and He Shuyan came to Macau at 9 o'clock in the evening, Macau is also a typical place that gets more exciting as the night goes. The streets are still full of people, or locals who come out for a walk or go shopping. Tourists. However, in the crowd on the street, you can often see people with excitement or depression. If you stay here for a long time in Macau, you will know that those are regular guests of the casino. The expressions of excitement indicate that they have just won money or are about to take money to gamble. As for their faces full of depression, it goes without saying that they have lost terribly. Occasionally, there are some guys with insensitive faces and hollow eyes, but these people are the kind of gamblers who lose their money. In such a small city, there are people of this kind and that kind of people in it every day. It can be said that all the various forms of the world can be seen here in Macau. He Shuyan has been in his house for so long, and of course he is used to seeing such scenes. Now when he returns to Macau, he is also a little bit emotional. Perceiving He Shuyan's strangeness, Zhou Hao quickly tightened her hand and said with a soft smile, "It's okay. Everything has me." Hearing Zhou Hao's words and seeing his handsome face revealing a gentle face, he felt warm in his heart, smiled and nodded. Soon, the two came to the gate of Lisboa Hotel. Today's Lisboa Hotel has not been refurbished. It still looks like that big bird cage. Zhou Hao had heard people say that his Lisboa Hotel was made into a big bird cage. It is rumored that He Hongsen is a foolish person who believes in feng shui. So when the Lisboa Hotel was built, he invited several. The master of feng shui came to survey and surveyed, and finally decided on the plan for this big bird cage, saying that it can wipe out the gamblers. There is also the bat-like main entrance, which is in all the crowds outside. When he walked into the door of the Lisboa Hotel, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Let me break your feng shui here today." At present, there is an urban novel, The Evil Monk, on two sides, on the front page of the Century. A Shaolin lay disciple has two completely different faces. Walking in a city where the three vulgars dominate, can the four be empty? However, besides the 5 elements, 6 roots are not exhausted, and the 7-foot man is playing with the flowers. Galloping horizontally and horizontally, there is a wind from all directions, making the magical sprites piss, and the title of 99 Unity is very powerful. Humorous and humorous, it can be described as a rare and excellent novel in the city. Go and take a look. You will never be disappointed. Lisboa Hotel also has the function of hotel catering. If you really want to gamble, you still have to go to a special gambling hall. And when you come to the gambling hall above, you can see a variety of gambling methods, including baccarat, stud, compass, dice, slot machines, etc. The casino of the Hotel Lisboa is far more lively than the streets of Macau outside, and there are more people in various forms. As the so-called the 3 religions, and the 9 are all gathered here. Although the ventilation system in the casino works well, there are still various smells in the air, such as smoke, alcohol, sweat, perfume, and so on. Here, you can see the real world. Moreover, most people who are addicted to gambling have the habit of superstition. Even if they didn't, they will unknowingly be superstitious about things like luck and feng shui after gambling for a long time. Different people will have different superstitious habits. For example, some people think that washing their hair before gambling will wash away their luck, so they often don't wash their hair for 10.5 days, and the appearance and taste are equally daunting. Compliment. Zhou Hao had also heard of a high-ranking domestic official coming to Macau to gamble before, and found that if he sang the song, No GCD, No New China, before placing a bet, his chances of winning would be higher, so he would speak loudly before placing a bet. Singing No GCD, there would be no new China, and sometimes, if he brought his subordinates, those subordinates would sing along in order to please him, and there were even people who were in charge of harmony. Therefore, when some foreign tourists come to the Lisboa Hotel, they will see a large group of Chinese gamblers singing in front of a certain gaming table, which is a spectacle. Anyway, in the casino, basically everyone can see. That is to say, even if you see a stranger, it is actually not worth being surprised. Today, Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun both dressed very ordinary. In order not to be recognized so quickly, the two of them changed their hairstyles. Zhou Hao also wore a pair of black-framed flat glasses, and He Shuiyun also painted makeup. In addition, the two of them were deliberately low-key, so no one really recognized them for a while. Including the casino staff, they couldn't recognize He Shuiyun, the former daughter of the He family. In fact, the casino in the Lisboa Hotel is divided into many gambling halls. Specifically, there are 2 kinds. One is a midfield for mass entertainment, and the other is a VIP room for high-profile entertainment. In this casino with blankets and soft floors, it is actually a huge hunting ground. And here, whether it is a hunter or a prey, it is actually because of their own desires that they pledge their own destiny. Especially those gamblers who are already deep in the mud, who have spent their entire lives here in reincarnation, unable to turn back. At this time, Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun were like 2 bystanders outside the matter, staring coldly at the luxurious hunting ground in front of them. How? If you want to play, we can go to the VIP room, He Shuiyun said, holding Zhou Hao's arm. In fact, He Shuiyun didn't like coming to the casino very much. Even when she was the daughter of the He family, she had only been here once or twice. She doesn't like the smog here, and even the gamblers who shout loudly or are hysterical or dejected around the gaming table. Similarly, she doesn't like those croupiers who wear professional smiles all day long, and those who are dressed up in suits and vests, and those who are full of numb faces. He Shuiyun felt that in this casino, there were no men and women, no young and old. All of them were beasts driven by desire. If you really want to choose, He Shuiyun would rather go to the VIP room. At least, there are not so many people in the VIP room, so it should be quieter. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "Let's take a stroll here now." Then, he pointed to some chips in the casino in his hand, shuttled around the crowd and watched, but didn't make much bet. Most of the time, he was just watching other people betting and asked He Shuiyun, do you know those people?" He Shuiyun nodded. "Those are all Juanji." The so-called Juanji is actually a loan shark. They specifically look for gamblers who have lost their money and temporarily have no cash in hand, then lend them their chips and charge high interest. Those who believe that they are only unlucky for a while and will eventually win back their capital and profits will often be unable to bear the temptation of these junior players. There are also those who have lost a mess and just want to win back in order to get rid of this realistic nightmare, and they will borrow money from the Junji again and again, and then let the loan continue to benefit. There is no place to turn around. Of course, to become a qualified junior, one must have extraordinary vision and be able to judge the repayment ability of those prey. For example, if a senior one-yard boy can see that his prey only has a loan repayment capacity of 1 million, he will never lend him 1.01 million. At the same time, these junctioners are also equivalent to the intermediary of the casino. Because of the high-profile guests in the VIP lounge, it is sometimes inconvenient to carry too much cash, or the state's management of outbound funds limits the amount of funds they have. And when they gamble to a certain level, they often need to borrow cash or chips from the junker. Therefore, some junctioners have accumulated an extremely rich source of customers, and they can get to know other wealthy people through those high rollers, and then be able to bring them to the casino. Zhou Hao smiled at Qin Haoran and said, "In fact, these junction players are the protagonists of the casino. According to statistics, 40% of the net income of Macau's gaming industry is used to pay government taxes and 4%. 10% is used to pay to these intermediaries, that is, Junji, and the remaining 20% belongs to the company. Among the taxes paid to the government, another 70% comes from the contributions of these junction players. So, these junction players are the protagonists that support the casino." He Shuiyan smiled. "I didn't expect you to know so much about the situation here. Of course, in order to, you from the He family, I was ready for a full-scale war with the He family." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Since the war is about to go, then naturally I must know myself and the enemy. Who knows? Hun's son, the old guy, finally became miserable. He would rather swallow this breath than dare to fight me." He Shuiyan squeezed Zhou Hao's cheek sweetly and with a little bit of anger and smiled. "You guy, I'm afraid the world will not be chaotic." Zhou Hao smiled smartly and said, "Some people, he just likes to watch the whole world burn. Maybe I am such a person." At this time, suddenly a man in his 20s, dressed in ordinary clothes, and not surprisingly handsome, came to Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun with a smile on his face, and smiled at both of them. "You too. I want to come here to find excitement." Right. After taking a look at this guy, Zhou Hao immediately concluded that this guy was a junior. He Shuiyan also saw it. Zhou Hao looked at her and smiled at him. "Yes, we just happened to be on our honeymoon, so we came to Macau to have a fun." Hearing Zhou Hao said that he was here for his honeymoon, He Shuiyan felt sweet in his heart and gave him an irritating look, thinking that this guy is really silly, and the other person can tell that they are both locals. "And who are the locals who will come to the Lisboa Hotel for their honeymoon? I think you two have just been here for so long and haven't placed any bets. Did you lose all your money?" The one-yard boy was completely unable to detect the strangeness in Zhou Hao's words and asked with a smile. Zhou Hao smiled in his heart and guessed that this June maker regarded himself and He Shuiyun as prey. And Zhou Hao can also conclude that this June-yard boy must be a novice. Otherwise, how can he not see that he and He Shuiyun are completely different from ordinary gamblers? However, Zhou Hao didn't say it. Instead, he smiled at this guy. "Yeah, our luck is not so good. We have lost all the more than 50,000 we brought. This is about to leave." Seeing a hint of brilliance in the eyes of this one-yard boy, he said to Zhou Hao, "Since you are here, don't go so fast. The two are here for your honeymoon. Of course, you can't make this sweet time so fast. It's over, after all, this honeymoon is once in a lifetime." He Shuiyan smiled secretly when he heard this. This Zhuangji was also a guy who opened his mouth and lied. But Zhou Hao frowned and said, "But we have no bargaining chips on hand. It is troublesome to withdraw funds outside." "It's okay, it doesn't matter. If you two don't mind, I still have a lot of bargaining chips here, which can be loaned to two of you." The Jiangman said quickly. Zhou Hao immediately showed a look of vigilance. "If you don't have anything to do, you are not. Or steal, you will not be the kind of usury." "Mister, you are wrong to say that. I just saw the two of them pleasing to the eye and wanted to come over and help them, and I didn't ask you two to charge interest." This one-yard boy also showed up immediately. Dissatisfied expression. "If you don't believe me, then treat it as if I haven't said it." After that, he really made a move and turned and left, but after he took 2 steps, he was held back by Zhou Hao, and he heard Zhou Hao saying, "Don't do this, don't do this. I'm wrong and misunderstood you." The moment the one-yard boy turned around, a bit of sorrow appeared on his face, and he secretly said that the prey was finally put on. And he didn't know that the change in his expression had already fallen into He Shuiyan's eyes, and He Shuiyan also smiled in his heart. This guy has fallen in a house trap and still doesn't know it. 10 eats 9 sleeps. This is Zhang Wenxiang's current life rule, but also his professional needs. Zhang Wenxiang, it is the Jiangjia who has now received Zhou Hao and He Shuiyan. Because many of his prey are gamblers who gamble to the point that they lose their minds. These people have neither day nor night, only the limits of their bodies and the desire to move around to kill each other. Therefore, they gambled until they were tired, then they would eat, and if they could not bear it, they would go to bed, and after a while, they would struggle to continue gambling. The seniors told Zhang Wenxiang that their junction boys were actually like vultures eating corpses, and they had to grab every animal that was dying. It's just that Zhang Wenxiang doesn't like hunting these dying animals, but prefers those mascots that are full of life. Because the luck of these mascots is generally better, Zhang Wenxiang lends them bargaining chips, not only can earn interest, but also take a tenth of the money they won. And even if Zhang Wenxiang doesn't like to find those dying animals, but sometimes under the pressure of survival, he still has to eat these corpses. Zhang Wenxiang must also admit that Junji is indeed a group of cruel and vultures. A single business a few days ago may end a life a few days later. It is Zhang Wenxiang's most intuitive feeling about the business he has done. Those guys who borrowed too much money and finally went bankrupt even if they were able to pay it off would sometimes die without thinking about it. Although Zhang Wenxiang has only been in the industry for more than 2 years, he has also indirectly contaminated the lives of more than a dozen people. Today, Zhou Hao and He Shuyun, the newly married honeymoon couple, are Zhang Wenxiang's first business. Judging from the breath of Zhou Hao and He Shuyun, Zhang Wenxiang felt that they would not be the kind of unlucky ghosts, and they would definitely be able to bring good benefits to him. I have to say that Zhang Wenxiang himself is also a superstitious person. Accompanied by Zhou Hao and He Shuyun, Zhang Wenxiang came to the front of a baccarat table. He lent Zhou Hao 20,000 yuan in chips. As he told Zhou Hao before, these 20,000 chips are interest-free. From Zhang Wenxiang's observation, Zhou Hao is a person who likes to gamble, but He Shuyun is not. She is just a very obedient and gentle wife. So gentle that Zhang Wenxiang has to be jealous that Zhou Hao can marry such a woman as his wife. The reason why Zhou Hao likes to gamble is because Zhang Wenxiang saw Zhou Hao sitting in front of the gambling table. His face immediately showed a glorious expression. This is a common point of good gamblers. No matter how gloomy or taciturn a person is usually, if he is a good gambler, he will be excited once he sits at the gaming table. After some observations, in Zhang Wenxiang's view, Zhou Hao is not a very good person in gambling, but he is more cautious than ordinary gamblers. He will not bet casually, let alone bet recklessly. This is more able to confirm Zhang Wenxiang's judgment, because those unlucky people are usually people who can't afford to lose. Once they are frustrated, they will bet indiscriminately and eventually lose badly. Being cautious and not reckless is the prerequisite for getting the favor of the goddess of luck. However, even though Zhou Hao had been very cautious, after more than 20 sets, he lost, and his chips eventually emptied. Forget it. It seems that tonight is not going to work. Let's go. Zhou Hao stood up from the gaming table, holding He Shuyun beside him with one hand, and at the same time smiled at Zhang Wenxiang. Brother Wenxiang, you come with me, okay? I'll withdraw the money and pay you back. Zhang Wenxiang deliberately looked at his watch, and then smiled at Zhou Hao. How? Isn't it still early? Aren't you in a hurry to go back to the bridal chamber? He Shuyun immediately blushed and became even more charming. Zhang Wenxiang was shocked when he saw Zhang Wenxiang. He even wondered if he wanted to lend Zhou Hao a sum of money beyond Zhou Haoqing's ability to pay back, and then wait for Zhou Hao. Use He Shuyun to pay the debt when he is unable to return it? However, this idea only came up a little bit and was suppressed by Zhang Wenxiang, because the gang he belongs to is not a good kind. If he lent a large sum of money and can't get it back, it will only be himself in the end. Putting these distractions aside, Zhang Wenxiang smiled at Zhou Hao. Why don't we continue? I think the road, with a gambling table over there, is very good. As for the issue of chips, isn't it me? Can't believe a Hao you. Zhou Hao only asked Zhang Wenxiang to call himself a Hao, but did not tell him his name. And Zhang Wenxiang's Juanji didn't pay attention to financial news at all, so he didn't recognize Zhou Hao at all, but felt that He Shuyun was a little familiar. As for the road mentioned by Zhang Wenxiang just now, it is actually a set of rules for the so-called opening results summarized by the casino, but there are thousands of roads. In fact, this is just a set of rhetoric used to persuade himself. Zhang Wenxiang knows this. How can you believe this kind of illusory thing? Only those gamblers who are lucky enough will believe it. Without waiting for Zhou Hao to respond, Zhang Wenxiang smiled and said, "Also, your bets of tens of thousands and tens of thousands are really meaningless. After all, this newly married honeymoon must be a little proud." After listening to Zhang Wenxiang's words, Zhou Hao thought for a while, and then said, "Then, Brother Wenxiang, can you tie us 500,000 first?" Hearing Zhou Hao's 500,000 yuan, Zhang Wenxiang immediately knew that this was the range that Zhou Hao and the others could return. Moreover, with Zhou Hao's cautious character, he could gamble with 500,000 yuan, indicating his family status is far more than this. Thinking of this, Zhang Wenxiang was overjoyed, secretly saying that he could really catch a big fish this time. So he smiled and said, "If 500,000 is enough, just make up 1,000,000. 1,000,000. Zhou Hao hesitated, looked at He Shuiyun, and then asked Zhang Wenxiang, "Is 1,000,000 too much?" "Not much, not much," Zhang Wenxiang said. "And you don't have to bet all 1,000,000 in, it's just a gesture. Think about it, people are betting tens of thousands, but you take sitting down with 1,000,000 chips. This is so majestic. In life, you have to try this majesty, especially this is the happy day of the two." Sure enough, Zhou Hao considered it for a while and agreed. Zhang Wenxiang laughed secretly in his heart, because he knew that even though the gamblers hadn't thought about putting all their money in at the very beginning, once they sat down, they couldn't help them behind. However, this 1,000,000 figure is indeed a bit big. Although we see it right away, we can't confuse the accounts. Zhang Wenxiang said. Zhou Hao also smiled. Of course. Also, for such a big number, I have to charge some interest. Hee, it's just a meaning. How, don't you mind it? You can bet on a round trip and pay 10 times of interest. I definitely don't mind. Zhang Wenxiang smiled. Zhou Hao hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Next is Zhang Wenxiang's routine work. Do you have a car? What is the license plate number? Do you have a house? How big and where is the address? What is your name? What company and company are you in? The first two questions are to determine the magnitude of guests so that Zhang Wenxiang can assess how much money he can lend to them and how much risk he has to bear. The latter question will be Zhang Wenxiang's weapon for paying in the future. After finishing all the formalities, Zhang Wenxiang handed over 1,000,000 chips to Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun, and then took him to the front of a dice table. The gamblers, who were obviously ordinary people next to him, saw Zhou Hao sitting down with 1,000,000 chips. They all cast envy or jealous eyes, because 1,000,000 chips were enough to enjoy in the VIP room. Feeling the gaze of the people around him, Zhou Hao was, as expected, very happy. Zhang Wenxiang, who saw his reaction, sighed in his heart. Humans are always greedy for vanity, but this is all our motivation to make money. Shaking his head, putting aside these messy thoughts, Zhang Wenxiang leaned over to Zhou Hao and smiled. "Ah, you can play the sick bow?" Zhou Hao nodded, and Zhang Wenxiang smiled at He Shuiyun and asked, "Sister-in-law, don't you play?" "I don't know this, just take a look." He Shuiyun smiled gently. Seeing He Shuiyun with a gentle face, Zhang Wenxiang couldn't help resenting Zhou Hao in his heart. Such a good woman. Why did you bring her to the casino? It doesn't matter if you suffer yourself. It is a sin to harm others. Of course, these words of Zhang Wenxiang can only be sullen in his heart and won't be able to say them. At this time, Zhou Hao began to bet. He picked up a 100,000 yuan bargaining chip and placed it in the big grid. Zhang Wenxiang was taken aback, because in his opinion, Zhou Hao's character should be very cautious. It would take all night to use up this million. But now, Zhou Hao had just played 100,000 yuan in the first set, which surprised Zhang Wenxiang. Moreover, when He Shuiyun, Zhou Hao's wife, saw this situation, he did not even persuade Zhou Hao. "Buy it," the croupier on the other side shouted. Zhang Wenxiang couldn't help but said to Zhou Hao, "How? Why are you so impulsive? Did you take the wrong chips?" Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. "No. Don't worry, Brother Wenxiang. You believe me, I won't lose." As soon as Zhang Wenxiang heard the phrase, "I won't lose," he screamed badly, because it was clearly what a gambling man would say. Just as all drunks would say, "I am not drunk," to others, Zhang Wenxiang has seen many gamblers who gamble irrationally and say, "I won't lose," because of a mental breakdown. So when Zhang Wenxiang heard Zhou Hao saying, "I won't lose," he screamed badly. I saw Zhang Wenxiang patted his forehead constantly, muttering to himself. It's miserable. I bet the wrong treasure this time. And I found a madman. Seeing He Shuiyin behind Zhou Hao, Zhang Wenxiang immediately responded. She said, Miss, please persuade your husband to stop betting. Let's leave. But I saw He Shuiyin smile at Zhang Wenxiang, and then said, Brother Wenxiang, what are you worried about? Didn't you say that if you left so soon, we would regret forever? Don't worry, I believe he will not lose. He Shuiyin actually said the same. Zhang Wenxiang was completely mad, thinking that you such a beautiful woman. How can you be crazy with this guy? Buy it. At this time, the croupier's voice came again. Zhang Wenxiang subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw that the croupier lifted the lid of the dice cup, and the 3 dice in it had 5, 5, and 6 points, which was big. 5, 5, 6, 16 o'clock. The croupier shouted professionally, and then pushed the 100,000 yuan chip to Zhou Hao at the odds of 1-to-1. In this way, Zhou Hao was just that. He won 100,000 yuan in one set. Seeing this, Zhang Wenxiang sighed for a long time, touched his forehead, and found that he was already sweating coldly, and he kept screaming for luck. And he also firmly believes that Zhou Hao's win in this game is definitely out of luck, and he will not be so lucky in the future. So Zhang Wenxiang immediately said to Zhou Hao, 100,000 yuan is already a lot. Let's go quickly. Right. Zhou Hao didn't even turn his head back, just smiled and said, What's the matter with this, Brother Wenxiang? Didn't you just say that we should play more boldly? Long night. Isn't this just the beginning? At this time, the croupier closed the lid of the dice cup again and shook it a few times, and then let the gamblers around the table bet. Zhou Hao didn't hesitate, and directly placed the 100,000 yuan chip in the grid that showed 3, 4, 5, 12 o'clock. Zhang Wenxiang was shocked when he saw it. This is one of the ways to play sick bow. Gamblers can bet specific points, such as 10 points, 15 points, etc., and the odds are much higher than simple betting, or small, up to 1-to-12. And what Zhou Hao is betting now is the specific points of 3 dice. The probability of betting is smaller, and the odds are also greater, which is 36 times. Therefore, when the surrounding gamblers saw Zhou Hao put 100,000 yuan of chips on the grid, they couldn't help making bursts of surprise, and many people were also laughing that Zhou Hao was a fool, because this behavior was they seem almost like throwing money into the ocean. How, you are crazy. Zhang Wenxiang couldn't help it, and shouted to Zhou Hao hysterically. Zhou Hao turned his head and glanced at him, then smiled and said, Brother Wenxiang, calm down. I've said everything. I won't lose. Do you really think you are of gambling you can't lose? Zhang Wenxiang was really going crazy. Zhou Hao still smiled. Brother Wenxiang, don't be impulsive. This is a big crowd. You have to maintain a certain image. He said. He ignored Zhang Wenxiang, turned his head and said to the dealer, Okay, open. Right. The croupier also lifted the lid of the dice cup without being affected by Zhang Wenxiang. However, when he saw the scene in the dice cup, he was immediately stunned. Not only the croupier, including Zhang Wenxiang, the gamblers around the table were all stunned. Because of the 3 dice in the glass cover, the points displayed are 3, 4, and 5. 3, 4, 52 o'clock. The croupier's tongue is a bit knotted, because Zhou Hao is in the middle. According to the odds, the casino needs to pay Zhou Hao 3.2 million. The croupier couldn't help but looked at the other croupier behind him who was acting as a supervisor, and saw that his colleague also had a surprised expression. However, the rules of the casino are also very strict. Since the guest wins the money, the casino must give the money, otherwise the reputation will be ruined. Therefore, the croupier had to push the 3.2 million chips in front of Qin Haoren in an uproar from the surrounding gamblers. And Zhou Hao turned around and smiled at Zhang Wenxiang, who was sluggish, and said, I've said it all. I won't lose. Brother Wenxiang, how much do you want me to bet this time? Don't bet anymore. Let's go quickly. Although Zhou Hao won the money, Zhang Wenxiang could get a tenth of his share, but Zhang Wenxiang always had a bad premonition and just wanted to pull Zhou Hao together. Leave the casino here. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Brother Wenxiang, you are talking stupid again. Isn't this just the beginning? Then, Zhou Hao threw a 10,000 yuan bargaining chip to the croupier opposite and smiled. Hey, this is a tip for you. You can start the next set soon. I can't wait. Subconsciously accepted the tip, The croupier still couldn't react. After 2 beeps, he put the dice cup back on and shook it. It took a long time to stop, and then said to everyone, "Everyone please place a bet." Zhou Hao smiled and put 1,000,000 chips on the 5, 5, 3 grid. Everyone gasped fiercely when they saw Zhou Hao's action, and they all thought that this guy was getting crazy. But the 2 croupiers on the opposite side had a feeling of scalp numbness. Some were afraid to lift the lid of the dice cup, for fear that the dice inside were really 5, 5, 3. "Hey, hurry up, everyone can't wait." Zhou Hao smiled gently. After swallowing his saliva, the croupier hesitated to open the lid of the dice cup, and then he was stunned again, because in the transparent cover, the points of the 3 dice were 5, 5, and 3. Zhou Hao hit again. 1,000,000 multiplied by 32 is 32 million. The gamblers around were calculating silently in their hearts. For this result, Zhou Hao smiled and said nonchalantly, "It seems that my luck is really good." Zhang Wenxiang, as well as the 2 croupiers on the opposite side, looked at each other involuntarily and then swallowed hard. The first time and the second time may also be due to luck, but 3 consecutive bets were made, which makes it hard to believe that it was luck or coincidence. At this time, Zhang Wenxiang looked at Zhou Hao again, and suddenly felt that the smile on Zhou Hao's face was very sullen. "I won't lose." These words rang in Zhang Wenxiang's ear again, and Zhang Wenxiang at this moment no longer thought that Zhou Hao was going crazy. Zhou Hao still sat there still, and did not intend to leave, while the croupier who was acting as the supervisor on the opposite side reported the situation here through the walkie-talkie. When Zhang Wenxiang saw the croupier's actions, his heart suddenly sank, because he knew what would happen next. In ancient times, some people with special skills were able to win huge amounts of money in casinos through various means. For example, some masters can judge the number of dice by listening to the dice. Because of the different points, the bumps on different sides of the dice are also different, and the sound of the collision on the dice cup is also different, and those masters can distinguish the points through these extremely subtle differences in sound. There are also some masters with amazing eyesight and memory who can win by recording cards. These people, just like the mysterious god of gamblers in the movie, are ups and downs in the casino. However, with the development of the times, casinos have also adopted various measures to deal with these people. For example, the use of high-tech sound-absorbing materials to make the dice cup makes the dice master unable to hear the sound of the dice hitting. However, there are still some people who can infer the development of a card game by counting cards in mathematics that is far superior to ordinary people. Such masters are more difficult to deal with modern technology. Even if the casino increases the playing cards from 1 deck to 4 pairs, those masters of cards still can fish in troubled waters. For such people, once the casino encounters it, they will be blacklisted and they will be declined to patronize the casino again. Zhang Wenxiang knows that all kinds of gambling equipment in Lisboa Hotel are high-tech products. If you rely on $1,000, it is difficult to have a chance to fish in troubled waters. At this time, Zhang Wenxiang looked at Zhou Hao again and knew that he might be going to be bad this time, because he already faintly felt that he seemed to be involved in a huge vortex. Zhou Hao looked nonchalant, as if he didn't know anything. He turned around and asked Zhang Wenxiang, "Brother Wenxiang, which one do you think I should bet on this time?" Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhang Wenxiang found that the gamblers around and the 2 croupiers on the opposite side were staring at him with scorching eyes, as if Zhou Hao was able to win so much money just now because he was in it. The reason behind the remote control. Zhang Wenxiang immediately shook his head and waved his hand, saying to the people around him, "I don't know this person, please don't get me wrong." After all, Zhang Wenxiang turned his head and wanted to leave here, so as not to get into trouble. But as soon as he turned around, he saw 4 or 5 men in suits and leather shoes approaching here. I saw the men with cold faces, their eyes were the same as Ying Yan, and being stared at by them made people shudder. Moreover, these 4 or 5 people also surrounded Zhang Wenxiang in a fan shape, completely blocking Zhang Wenxiang's path, making Zhang Wenxiang unable to run even if he wanted to, because Zhang Wenxiang knew that these people were the guards of the Lisboa Hotel, and everyone had a guard. On the Hong Kong and Macau side, as long as they have a formal bodyguard license, they can be equipped with guns. On the Lisboa Hotel side, due to the many conflicts of interest, especially the fights between various gangs. The security personnel are very elite. There is no shortage of retired veterans of elite troops from various countries. Zhang Wenxiang is also a member of one of the clubs, so he knows the power of the He family. He Hongsun is the real boss of Macau, so no matter how arrogant and domineering the gangs or organizations are, they dare not make trouble in the Lisboa Hotel. According to the rules of Macau, if anyone dares to make trouble in the casino, no one else can control what He Hongsun will do with him. Therefore, in the Lisboa Hotel, even if the bodyguard of the He family shoots Zhang Wenxiang to death, the club to which Zhang Wenxiang belongs will never hum, and even apologize to the He family for causing Zhang Wenxiang's trouble in the casino. So Zhang Wenxiang didn't dare to move as soon as he saw these bodyguards, and stood there obediently. And the few grim men just stood behind Zhou Hao without any other actions. After all, Zhou Hao hadn't made 1,000 moves from beginning to end. Even if the casino put Zhou Hao on the blacklist, they couldn't do anything to him until there was no evidence. Of course Zhou Hao saw these people too, but he didn't care at all. He just turned his head and smiled at He Shuyun next to him. Which one do you think is better for me? He Shuyun didn't worry too much about the guys who looked at him and smiled at Zhou Hao. You decide for yourself. I don't know how to bet. How do you know which one to buy? Buy and get away. Seeing the guard of the casino coming over, the croupier on the opposite side was a little relieved, shook the dice cup, and said to the surrounding gamblers. At this time, because Zhou Hao had bought 3 sets in a row, all the nearby gamblers were attracted. After all, there are still many people here who have lost a lot of money to the casino. At this time, seeing someone who can win so much money, some of them have the same hatred or gloating over to watch the fun. Looking at the various grids on the gaming table, Zhou Hao only turned his head for a moment and put his 10 million chips on the 1, 2, 5 grid. Zhou Hao's bet was getting bigger and bigger, and everyone couldn't help making a burst of surprises, especially those who had just run by to watch the excitement. Seeing that Zhou Hao had thrown in 10 million chips at once, they couldn't help. Very surprised. The bodyguards behind Zhou Hao raised their eyebrows, surprised by Zhou Hao's crazy behavior. However, the 2 croupiers on the opposite side knew that Zhou Hao's move was not crazy, especially the croupier who was in charge of rolling the dice. At this moment, they were really afraid of opening the dice cup, because if Zhou Hao bought again this time, the casino would have to pay him 320 million. At this time, the 4 electronic eyes on the ceiling of the casino in different directions all aimed at Zhou Hao at the same time, taking pictures of his legs, hands, head, and other parts clearly, and those working in the operating room, the staff, stared at Zhou Hao's every move with wide-eyed eyes, hoping to catch the clues of Zhou Hao's success. Only in this way can the bodyguards in the casino deal with Zhou Hao in a decent way. Hey, why isn't it open? Suddenly, a gambler onlookers said to the croupier. That's right. Let's open it. Are you scared? Other gamblers who have lost a lot of money in the casino also roared. The croupier again covered his forehead with cold sweat and looked at Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the opposite side with a smile on his face. He thought it was a hell. Why would such a weird come to my table to gamble? You can't go to another table. Well, I haven't messed with you. Taking a deep breath, the dealer slowly stretched out his hand to grab the lid of the dice cup. 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 5. The surrounding gamblers suddenly cheered spontaneously. The psychology of hatred of the rich and the resentment of losing money in the casino made these gamblers hope Zhou Hao can win the casino. Under tremendous pressure, the croupier violently opened the dice cup, and when he saw the points of the 3 dice inside, he muttered to himself, "Damn it. Yeah." The surrounding gamblers burst into strong applause after a moment of silence. Because the points of the 3 dice in that dice cup were 1, 2, and 5, which was the point that Zhou Hao bought. 320 million. 320 million. 320 million. The gamblers around who watched the excitement urged again. Moreover, after hearing that Zhou Hao had won 320 million in the casino, all the gamblers in this popular gambling hall came over, and even the gamblers from the gambling halls next door came to the place where Zhou Hao is located. Zhang gambling table is surrounded by 3 inside and outside. The 2 croupiers were all in cold sweat, and the bodyguards behind Zhou Hao couldn't help but look at the croupier at this time. Obviously, they suspect that Zhou Hao can even score 4 yuan. Is it right? The official helped secretly. After all, they shook the dice. The two croupiers also noticed the eyes of the bodyguards and immediately stopped moving, nor dared to pay Zhou Hao the money, for fear that they would be suspected by the casino. And the less they dare to lose money, the more gamblers around are booing, and the noise seems to lift the ceiling of this gaming hall. Zhang Wenxiang only dared to hide in the crowd at this time, and did not dare to say anything. At this time, he also faintly guessed that Zhou Hao seemed to have come to the casino to step on the venue on purpose. Poor himself actually rushed forward, thinking that he had found a plump prey. In the eyes of others, he was the stupidest prey. Just as the crowd was making noise, the manager of the casino came with more than 10 guards, and those gamblers who were making noises saw so many guards, they didn't dare to be so excited. After all, the bodyguards of the casino are not so messy. Zhou Hao was not afraid of these people. He smiled directly at the gentle-looking manager. Hey, you are the manager here. Logically, I should have won the money. Why doesn't your casino lose money to me? Lisboa, a group as big as a hotel, won't rely on me as a guest, right? Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the emotions of the gamblers around were aroused again, and one after another roared. The manager hurriedly laughed and said, "This gentleman, you have misunderstood. I came here to get you the chips, because there are not enough chips on this table." After that, two waiters immediately walked out from the back with their trays, and put the two trays in front of Zhou Hao. I saw that the two trays were neatly stacked with chips, and those chips were exquisite without exception, with 10 million chips and 5 million chips respectively. Seeing these crystal-like chips, the eyes of the gamblers around were widened. Many of them are just rising citizens, except in the movies. Where have they seen so many bargaining chips? Especially those old gamblers, thinking that if the chips are all their own, it would be really great. After Zhou Hao saw these chips, his expression did not change at all. He knew that the Lisboa Hotel would not dare not lose money to himself, otherwise their reputation would be ruined. Then the manager smiled at Zhou Hao. "Sir, now you have enough chips to entertain the VIP room." "Oh, is it that this public gambling hall does not welcome me?" Zhou Hao laughed. No, it's just that there are relatively few chips here. If you want to play here, sir, it will be very inconvenient. I think you don't like procrastinated gambling." The manager's eloquence is quite good. It is very full in reason. Zhou Hao shrugged and said with a smile, "Actually, it doesn't matter to me, and if I go to the VIP room, it would be boring to play with the nouveau riche. It's better to have fun here, at least it's lively enough." In the VIP room, Zhou Hao was confronted by other wealthy gamblers. In this way, the casino would not have to deal with Zhou Hao head-on, and the loss was passed on to other gamblers and Zhou Hao. The trip was aimed at the Lisboa Hotel, so I didn't even think about going to the VIP room. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the manager's face froze, and Zhou Hao smiled again. "Besides, there are not enough chips here. That's a problem with your casino. Wouldn't you bring enough chips over?" Some gamblers around also understood the manager's tricks just now, and they still hope that Zhou Hao can frustrate the casino side, so they don't want Zhou Hao to agree to go to the VIP room. At this time, they heard Zhou Hao's words and immediately responded. And Zhou Hao sneered and said to the manager, "I explained in advance that I will bet 100 million in the next game. It is best for your casino to prepare your chips in advance, or cash will do." Hiss. Hearing that Zhou Hao was going to bet 100 million in the next set, the surrounding gamblers gasped severely, and the manager's expression changed drastically. He was in the monitoring room of the electronic eye just now. There were more than a dozen experienced staff members who had exposed and captured many thousands of people, staring at Zhou Hao's movements with wide eyes. Thousands of moves. And through repeated playback of surveillance video, they did not find any problems with the croupier. However, no one here at the casino believed that Zhou Hao was really lucky to bet on sick bow. It must be some method to win this bet. Hearing that Zhou Hao was about to bet 100 million at this time, the manager was also panicked and couldn't help but smile at Zhou Haoqiang. "This gentleman, a guest with a huge amount of chips like you, shouldn't be able to spend it in the popular casino. You will affect our company's business." Although the manager was smiling, the meaning in the words clearly meant that Zhou Hao was messing up their place. If Zhou Hao continued like this, they would be welcome. This manager represents the Lisboa Hotel, that is, Hajia. The Ho family in Macau is the veritable first family, with greater influence than the governor of Macau, not to mention Macau and Hong Kong. Even people who claimed to have some strength in the entire Asian range came to Macau here. When I came to the Lisboa hotel, I did not dare to be presumptuous. Therefore, the manager thought Zhou Hao would not dare to be an enemy of the He family, but he didn't know that Zhou Hao was most afraid of intimidation. I saw Zhou Hao sneered and said, "Do you also stipulate that guests with huge chips cannot spend in the public gambling hall at Lisboa Hotel? Then you call He Hong's son and let him talk to me in person. How can Mr. He meet someone like you?" The manager said with disdain. He really wants to see me depends on how I feel." Zhou Hao was also disdainful, turned around and stopped looking at the manager, and said to the croupier, "Open the market quickly, otherwise, you can simply suspend business today. Anyway, I have no plans to go to the VIP room." Other gamblers saw Zhou Hao being so hard-hearted and couldn't help but cheer for him while admiring them. They all booed. "That's right, your casino is still not doing business? Or call out the gambling king." How did he say? How dare the croupier act? He can only look at the manager for help. The manager was also very angry. He walked straight behind Zhou Hao, put one hand on Zhou Hao's shoulder, and said in a gloomy tone, "Sir, I advise you to get acquainted. Don't know what is good or bad, otherwise it will not be good for you." With a light movement of Zhou Hao's shoulder, the manager immediately took a few steps away, and the strong bodyguards around him changed their faces when they saw Zhou Hao's movements. They are all masters in close combat, and they have some eyesight. With such a light movement of his shoulder, Zhou Hao can bounce off the manager without hurting the manager. This skill is really scary. Then Zhou Hao sneered and said, "I just want to ask you, your gambling game still can't be opened. Is it really not doing business?" The gamblers around are also booing, and the manager is angry and angry. If they really stop gambling for Zhou Hao, it will have a great impact on the casino's reputation. The manager can imagine that the casino is now closed for gambling, and the news will surely be spread throughout Macau and Hong Kong. However, Zhou Hao would be too weird if it continued to open. Facing the eyes of many gamblers around, the manager's forehead began to sweat. After gritting his teeth, he said, "Okay, open it." Then he said to a guard next to him, "Replace the croupier, and also, turn over all the cameras and electronic eyes that can shoot here. Aim at this guy, and catch him as soon as he gets a clue. Stand up." The guard nodded, and just about to turn around to execute, the manager said again, "By the way, call both Mr. Long and Mr. Jean." Hearing what the manager said, the security guard was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, and hurriedly executed the order. Soon after, all the cameras and electronic eyes on the ceiling turned around. All the cameras were aimed at Zhou Hao, and two men in their 50s followed by the guards. Seeing the two men, the manager immediately nodded respectfully to show respect. This is because Mr. Long and Mr. Jean are master gambling players that He Hong-san brought back with a huge sum of money a few years ago. When they were young, they visited casinos in Nanyang and claimed to be invincible. Now, both Mr. Long and Mr. Jean are serving as technical consultants for the casinos under the He family, enjoying a generous annual salary. The manager called the two of their gambling masters, not to let them roll the dice, but to let them stare at Zhou Hao, hoping to catch Zhou Hao's handle. Because today's gambling equipment is very advanced, taking Sick Bow as an example, the dice cup and the dice are electronically controlled. The croupier only needs to press the button on the dice cup, and the dice in the dice cup will roll. Therefore, artificial technology in casinos has now been replaced by electronic technology. Even Mr. Long and Mr. Jean cannot match those modern gambling equipment. It's just that, although their kung fu is useless, their eyesight is still very sophisticated. No matter how superb the skills are, there is no way for them to hide. The manager asked Mr. Long and Mr. Jean to stand behind Zhou Hao and one to the opposite side, staring at Zhou Hao closely. Then, he let the croupier who had just replaced him bet. I saw the croupier calmly press the button of the dice cup, and then gestured to the people around him, and said, "Everyone, please place your bet and get out of your hand." At this moment, the other gamblers didn't place any bets. They all looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't rush, pointing to the 3, 4, 6 grid on the gaming table, and said, "I'll bet on this. The bet amount is 100 million. Zhou Hao acted like this because there were relatively few squares and couldn't put down so many chips. And the manager immediately asked Zhou Hao to take away his 100 million chips, and said he accepted Zhou Hao's bet. At the same time, he also looked at Mr. Long and Mr. Jean in the two substations, but saw that they both shook his head in unison, saying that he did not see Zhou Hao's move. The manager was upset, but had to open the market again, so he nodded to the croupier. The croupier slightly opened his jaw and opened the dice cup. Everyone held their breath and stared at the situation in the dice cup. When the lid of the dice cup was removed, everyone gasped fiercely, and there were bursts of hissing gas in the sky above the gambling hall. After the manager saw the points of the 3 dice in the dice cup, his face turned pale, and his legs felt soft, and he was about to fall down as soon as he shook it. Fortunately, he was supported by the 2 guards behind him. In the dice cup, the points of the 3 dice were surprisingly 3, 4, 6, and Zhou Hao hit it again. At 32 times the odds, Zhou Hao bet 100 million, and the casino will pay him 3.2 billion. I won 3.2 billion Hong Kong dollars in one game, which is probably unprecedented. After a brief silence, the gamblers around immediately burst into enthusiastic applause, as if they also had a share of the winning. You pay 1,000. You must be 1,000. The pale-faced manager pointed at Zhou Hao and screamed. But Zhou Hao shrugged and smiled. Where is the evidence? Hey, if someone wins the money, you just say they pay $1,000. Are you doing this business? Other gamblers also shouted. The manager's expression was very ugly because he didn't expect Zhou Hao to be able to make a bet. 3.2 billion. A full 3.2 billion. This is the whole quarter of his casino's profit. No matter it is he or the casino, he will not let go of this manager. So he is so hysterical. However, the manager also knew that the matter was beyond his scope. He immediately sent someone to call his family to report the situation here, and let the he family's people come to deal with it in person. And what he can do now is to first invite Zhou Hao away from the public gambling hall. After all, with so many customers, it is very difficult to deal with the casino. But before the manager could speak, he heard Zhou Hao say, "Hurry up and lose money, and then we will continue to the next set. This time, I plan to bet 1 billion. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the mood of the gamblers around was even more elevated, and everyone at the casino was stunned. No one would doubt Zhou Hao anymore. Everyone believed that he would be in the next set. And if you bet 1 billion multiplied by 32 times, that would be 32 billion, and the He family is probably going to lose the entire Lisboa hotel to Zhou Hao. At this time, Zhang Wenxiang hiding in the crowd was also unbelievable. He never thought that he would encounter such an unthinkable situation. He is now full of fear, and he regrets taking the initiative to contact Zhou Hao. If the He family knows that he has loaned money to Zhou Hao, he will probably be destroyed immediately. Qin Haoran also said at this time, "Let's open the market. I still owe others money. Every time I win the bet, I have to give him a tenth as a rake." Huh, where's Wenxiang? Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhang Wenxiang felt that his whole heart was being picked up. And Zhou Hao also saw Zhang Wenxiang at this time and smiled at him. "Brother Wenxiang, I won these games, and I should give you 355.55 million. I told you everything. I won't lose." As soon as Zhou Hao said these words, everyone looked at Zhang Wenxiang. Especially the manager, looking at Zhang Wenxiang's gaze was full of resentment, as if staring at a murderer of his father and enemy. Zhang Wenxiang only felt his feet soft, and he sat down on the ground with a puff, muttering to himself, "I don't have one." Zhou Hao said to the manager again, "Hey, my 3.2 billion, why don't you lose money? If you don't have enough chips, you can directly transfer it to my account. If you can't get an idea, let's get it. People with ideas come. Who doesn't know what to do? Come to our place to find fault." A voice came from the door. Everyone saw a well-dressed young man approaching with a dozen guards. It was He Xuanlin, the second son of He Hong's son. When Zhou Hao saw He Xuanlin, he immediately smiled and said, "Who did I say? It turned out to be the second son of He. Ha ha, we met again." After seeing Zhou Hao, He Xuanlin's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "It's you." The grudge between He Xuanlin and Zhou Hao can be said to have a long history. In fact, the grudge between He Xuanlin and Zhou Hao is the grudge between He Jialin and Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao took He Xuyan away at the He family birthday banquet, the face of He family was lost. None of He Hong's son, He Qiulong, He Qilin, and the He family did not hate Zhou Hao. Later, in order to retaliate against Zhou Hao, but also for profit, The He family joined George Soros's camp, and together with George Soros, Julian Robertson, Lu Wanxiong, Su Jianming, and others to deal with the Hong Kong stock market. Unfortunately, in the end, Zhou Hao took Hong Kong to victory, and George Soros and the others were also defeated. The He family also lost tens of billions of funds in that battle, although their losses were not as good as Lu Wanxiong and Su Jianming. Lu Wanxiong, known as the Asian stock market sniper, lost more than half of his wealth, and Su Zhongjian Group also suffered heavy losses. Compared with the previous heyday, the Zhongjian Group at this time can be said to be sunset. With a solid foundation, although the loss of the He family hurts a little vitality, it is not too serious. However, the defeat of that battle also deepened the He family's hatred of Zhou Hao. As Zhou Hao's woman, He Shuyun's hatred of the He family will of course be passed on to her. Even because He Shuyun was originally from the He family, but later divorced Su Jinxing regardless of the opposition of He Hongsun and the He family, and finally fell into Zhou Hao's arms, which directly led to the affair between the He family and Zhou Hao. He Shuyun's hatred was worse than Zhou Hao's. Therefore, in the more than a year when Zhou Haoyao had no news, the He family had secretly sniped Galaxy Investment more than once in an attempt to cause trouble to He Shuyun, but all of them were resolved by He Shuyun. Last time, He Yinlin met Zhou Hao and He Shuyun in that Thai restaurant, and Zhou Hao gave him a reprimand. However, He Yinlin couldn't help Zhou Hao, so he had to leave in anguish, and his hatred for Zhou Hao and He Shuyun became deeper. He had just returned home today, and he ran into someone who went to his house to report the letter. When he learned that someone had won so much money in the Lisboa Hotel, he immediately led someone over. He knew that the Lisboa Hotel had been won so much money, and his father He Hongsun would definitely come in person. The reason why he came before He Hongsun was to give people a feeling that He Chilin could represent the He family take care of this. At least it should make people feel that He Hongsun gave this piece to him in advance, He Xuanlin, to show that he valued him. Because He Hongsun's two most important sons are He Qiulong and He Chilin, and He Qiulong and He Chilin are half-brothers, and both parties have the possibility of inheriting the He family's estate, so the two of them are fighting fiercely. What made He Chilin unexpected was that the person who won so much money from the casino turned out to be Zhou Hao. It turned out to be the second son of the He family. Zhou Hao laughed and said, "You are here just right. I am looking for someone from your He family. I won your Lisboa Hotel by 3.2 billion. No compensation? You say, if you pay, then I will continue. If you don't pay, well, see you in court." After listening to Zhou Hao's words, He Shilin's head is big. Of course he now knows that Zhou Hao must be looking for trouble with the He family. It turned out that he heard from his people that there was a master who won the casino billions of dollars. Even those high-tech electronic equipment and the two master gambling masters, Mr. Jean and Mr. Long, couldn't see the means. He Chilin just thought about it. A countermeasure. For those gambling masters, He Hongsun's consistent strategy is to win in first. Just like the previous Mr. Jean and Mr. Long, he was attracted to the Lisboa Hotel. Therefore, He Chilin intends to make today's master as the consultant of Lisboa Hotel. If the other party doesn't agree, he will come hard. He Qianlin never thought that this person would be Zhou Hao, so that all his methods could not be used. If he wins, what will the He family use to win Zhou Hao? Zhou Hao's wealth is much richer than that of the He family. Rumor has it that there are hundreds of billions of dollars. The He family may take out the entire industry to win Zhou Hao, and I am afraid it will not be effective. If He Shuyun is still from the He family, then she can still be used to win over Zhou Hao, but now everything is too late. Besides, if the He family can be tough against Zhou Hao, if he used it a long time ago, then how can it be used until today? So to the He family, Zhou Hao is a typical soft and hard. Now He Chilin already regretted why he had to come before He Hongsun. Zhou Hao was simply not what he could handle. But He Chilin's strange thing is how Zhou Hao can win so much money. More than 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. This is simply unprecedented. It hasn't even appeared in a movie, but Zhou Hao managed it in reality. Moreover, the state-of-the-art electronic detection equipment of the Lisboa Hotel and two gambling masters with many years of experience could not find evidence of Zhou Hao's success. How can you win so much money without paying 1,000? He Chilin thought to himself. As for Zhou Hao asking him whether the 3.2 billion yuan should be paid or not, He Xuanlin dare not answer. If he made his own claim and said to pay, in front of so many gamblers, the He family would not regret it. When He Hongsen blamed the loss of the money on himself, He Xuanlin would lose out. If you say no compensation, then there is no room for change. It seems that Zhou Hao seems to be more willing to hear He Xuanlin say no compensation, because in this way, Zhou Hao can deal with the He family justifiably. Seeing the smile on Zhou Hao's face, He Xuanlin was both nervous and annoyed. Just as He Xuanlin was embarrassed, a voice that surprised him came from behind. Since our casino opens the door to do business, and the customer wins, we have no reason not to lose money. He Hongsun is here. He Hongsun is 80-year-old this year, but he still looks vigorous, just like someone in his 60s. And as the gambling king for many years, He Hongsun's momentum is not comparable to ordinary people. The most obvious thing is that He Hongsun just stopped there, and all the people on the casino side let go of their hanging hearts, and are convinced that He Hongsun can handle this matter well. He Qiulin was also very surprised. Although He Qiulong also followed He Hongsun, it was better than letting him deal with Zhou Hao by himself. Therefore, He Qianlin quickly returned to He Hongsun and said to He Hongsun, "Father, it is Zhou Hao and that itch. They came to our He's casino and made trouble." He Hongsun did not speak, but looked at Zhou Hao and He Xuyan beside Zhou Hao with piercing eyes. The gamblers who were gamblers watching the excitement at this time saw He Hongsun coming, and they didn't dare to speak again. From this, we can also see He Hongsun's status in everyone's mind. He Xuyan is also a little afraid of He Hongsun. After all, this is a psychology she has had since she was a child, and it will not be easily eliminated due to changes in the environment. Therefore, facing He Hongsun's majestic gaze at this time, He Xuyan became a little uneasy and subconsciously hugged Zhou Hao's arm. Zhou Hao was not afraid of He Hongsun at all. He kept a smile on his face and said with a hee-hee smile, "Oh, I didn't expect that such a small person like me would startle the gambling king and sin. If Zhou Hao you are also a small person, then He Mao is even more trivial." He Hongsun squinted at Zhou Hao and said with a humming smile, "You say yes, stock god." Hearing He Hongsun calling Zhou Hao the stock god, the surrounding gamblers were all shocked, and they all looked at Zhou Hao by appointment, only to find that Zhou Hao is really the new stock god, often appeared in newspapers and magazines. Everyone gasped fiercely. The stock god, compared to He Hongsun, a gambling, who has been famous for many years, what Zhou Hao the stock god has done is even more earth-shattering. What made everyone even more surprised was that Zhou Hao, the stock god, would come to the Lisboa Hotel to gamble and win over 3 billion in one fell swoop. Now they can see that Zhou Hao clearly came to the Lisboa Hotel to find faults. Especially Zhang Wenxiang. After learning that Zhou Hao was the legendary stock god, he was even more stunned. He never expected that Zhou Hao would be the kind of god man. Just listen to Zhou Hao laughed and said, "I don't dare to be called stock god. Although I do have some achievements in the stock market, this does not prevent me from coming to your Lisboa Hotel for entertainment." He Hongsun also smiled and said, "Of course it will not hinder you. It is still the glory of our Lisboa Hotel if you have a stock god to patronize." "Glorious? But I see all the people in your hotel as if they are facing enemies, and they don't seem to welcome me very much." Zhou Hao smiled. He Hongsun snapped his fingers and saw He Qiulong stepping forward and handing a check to Zhou Hao, and He Hongsun also said, "This is 3.55 billion Hong Kong dollars. It was Mr. Zhou that you won. Money. Our Lisboa Hotel opens the door to do business and will not deceive guests. The gambling king is really broad-minded, much better than your son." Zhou Hao smiled and handed the check to He Xuyan next to him, and He Xuyan carefully put it away. Then Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Well, I'm tired from playing today. Mr. He, your hotel has a suite. I have to take a rest." Zhou Hao can continue to gamble, but if he continues to gamble, I am afraid he will win He Hongsun's entire net worth. Although Zhou Hao wants to do this, he really wants to do it, and the central government will not agree to it. So Zhou Hao had no choice but to stop here. "Of course I have. I also want to talk to you, Mr. Zhou." He Hongsun squinted and smiled. After leaving the gambling hall of the Lisboa Hotel, He Hongsun took Zhou Hao and He Xuyan directly to the office on the top floor of the Lisboa Hotel. This office is exclusively for He Hongsun. It is spacious and decorated. In this office, you can also see most of the scenery of Macau through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass, as if the entire Macau is under your feet. From this, we can also see He Hongsen's attitude towards Macau. He wants to be the veritable king of Macau. After arriving at He Hongsen's office, Zhou Hao was not polite and immediately sat on the comfortable leather sofa, pulling He Shuiyun to sit next to him. Compared with Zhou Hao's fearlessness, He Shuiyun was a little uneasy. She sat next to Zhou Hao, held Zhou Hao's hand tightly, and looked at He Hongsen's back over there, with a complicated look on her face. He Hongsen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands on his back at this moment, with his back to Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun, and did not speak. And his two sons, He Qilong and He Qilin, glared at Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun. Because just now, the Lisboa Hotel lost more than 3 billion Hong Kong dollars to Zhou Hao. This is their quarterly profit, and they did not expect to be taken away by Zhou Hao. And they didn't know how Zhou Hao was able to win every bet like this, winning so much money at the Lisboa Hotel at the same rate of geometric growth. Looking at He Hongsen's back, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Hey, Mr. He, this is your way of hospitality. Brought us up here. You don't even have a cup of tea. Are you sincere? If you don't want to, if you meet me, then I will go back and continue to gamble." What Zhou Hao said immediately made He Yunlong and He Yunlin's hearts jump. Go back and gamble again. Just kidding. If Zhou Hao goes back to gamble, the Lisboa Hotel will probably be won by Zhou Hao. And He Hongsen finally turned around at this time, and the eyes that looked at Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun were not as restrained as they were below, but were full of anger. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, what are you doing here at my Lisboa Hotel? What are you doing? Lisboa Hotel is a casino business, so of course I am here to gamble," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "Could it be that I came to patronize your Hotel Lisboa? You still don't welcome me." "Yes, we just don't welcome you," He Hongsen said coldly. "You dare to bring this here? You are deliberately trying to show off your power to me, right?" Zhou Hao smiled. His eyes turned gloomy in an instant, and he slowly said to He Hongsen, "If you dare to say my wife's again, I will immediately go down and win your Lisboa Hotel bankrupt. Also, people will immediately snipe your Macau Entertainment Group stocks around the world." After hearing Zhou Hao's words, the three fathers and sons of He Hongsen were shocked because Zhou Hao had this ability. Let alone Zhou Hao's ability in gambling. In the stock market alone, there are probably very few people in the world who are not afraid of Zhou Hao. He Hongsen keeps panting. He has been in Asia for decades and has won the title of Asian Gambling King. When did anyone dare to treat him so presumptuously? Even though Zhou Hao was young, the energy in his hands was unfathomable, no matter whether he was soft or hard. Then Zhou Hao said coldly, "Besides, it was not I who came to see you. It was you who came out to see me. My original intention was that I just wanted to come to Macau with my wife to relax. I never wanted to see you. People from the He family. Zhou Hao, you don't need to say so much," He Hongsen said angrily. "I know you came to my Lisboa Hotel today to find the difference. I ask you, how can you guess the number of that dice? Did you control the equipment or personnel of my casino by any means? If Zhou Hao really manipulated the equipment of the casino or bought the personnel inside the casino, the loss would be too great for the Lisboa Hotel. Because of this, as long as Zhou Hao intended, he would be able to come to the Lisboa Hotel and win a lot of money. Even if He Hongsen's wealth is tens of billions, he can't stand Zhou Hao's toss." Zhou Hao shrugged and said disdainfully, "If you have any doubts, you can check it yourself. But what I can tell you is that no matter what method of gambling you use, I can beat you. It doesn't matter whether the equipment or the personnel are, it is my own ability." "Humph. Do you think you really are the god of gamblers?" He Hongsen said angrily. "Is it the god of gamblers? As long as I come here a few more times, don't you know?" Zhou Hao laughed. "You just don't want to welcome me then." He Qilong and He Qilin were shocked when they heard this. How could the Lisboa Hotel withstand Zhou Hao's repeated tossings? He Qilin couldn't help but said to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, what do you want?" "What do I want?" Zhou Hao sneered. "Tell you honestly, I'm here for my wife today." After that, Zhou Hao hugged He Shuiyun next to him, and then sneered at the third father and son He Hongsen. "Shuiyun has been bullied in your He family since childhood." Later, Yu He Hongsen ignored Shuiyun's feelings for the benefit of the family. forcibly let her marry Su Jinxing. Of course you don't know. Shuiyun has suffered all the grievances in Su's family, and she has to beware of Su Jianming's human-faced and beast-hearted guy. She wants to divorce Su Jinxing to get rid of the nightmarish Su family. You but firmly opposed. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Hao continued. Well, Shuiyun finally resolutely divorced Su Jinxing, but you think she is embarrassing your He family, and you publicly declare that you are severing relations with her. The relationship was cut off. When I was about to take Shuiyun away, you shamelessly demanded 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. What do you think of Shuiyun? Zhou Hao's words made He Hongsan, He Qiulong, and He Qilan speechless. However, He Qiulong said unconvincedly, our He family has raised her for so many years. Now she is going to leave and give us some compensation. Is this also wrong? Zhou Hao squinted his eyes and stared at He Qiulong, staring at He Qiulong so that his back became cold. Zhou Hao only sneered and said, okay, if you make sense. But I remember I said that I gave you 1 billion from the He family. You can't harass Shuiyun. But what did you do later? During my absence in Hong Kong, you instructed the paparazzi to harass Shuiyun again and secretly attacked the investment fund controlled by Shuiyun. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, even He Shuiyun was taken aback. She never knew that the He family had done so many things in secret. Now that she learned these things from Zhou Hao's mouth, she looked at He Hongsan in amazement. The 3 fathers and sons of He Hongsan were speechless to Zhou Hao's words, obviously tacitly acquiescing to these things. He Shuiyun immediately became angry and pointed at them and scolded. What am I sorry for you? You are doing this to me. I have left your family and have nothing to do with your family anymore. Why don't you let it go? Do you still dare to say these things? He Hongsan was also angry. If it weren't for your shameless hooking around and hooking up with the Zhou Hao, our whole family would have such a big loss. He blamed He Shuiyun for the break between the He family and the central authorities and the losses suffered because of Zhou Hao. Although He Shuiyun is his daughter, He Hongsan's hatred of He Shuiyun is even higher than that of Zhou Hao. And when He Shuiyun heard He Hongsan say this, his chest was fluctuating with anger. Zhou Hao hurriedly hugged her, then squinted his eyes and said to He Hongsan, He Hongsan, we don't need to say any more. Today I came to your Hejiao to tell you that all these things you have done it won't stop. Winning over 3 billion of yours today can only be regarded as a beginning. With a sneer, Zhou Hao said, Macau will return soon, and I will slowly deal with your family. I want your family to completely lose its former glory. I also want to let you know that starting today, Macau can't help your family anymore. After that, Zhou Hao took He Shuiyun's hand and walked outside the door. Give me a stop, He Hongsan roared to Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun with his face flushed. You regard my He family as something. You can come and leave when you want to go to Macau. Zhou Hao turned his head. Instead of having any panic on his face, he sneered. He Hongsan, what do you want to do? Order your people to imprison us? Or let the Macau gang kill us directly? He Hongsan's face was pale, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He Qiulong quickly stepped forward to help He Hongsan when he saw him, and whispered next to him. Don't be impulsive. Father, we must not act rashly with Zhou Hao. Don't forget, the Zhao family is behind him. He Hongsan's anger was only slightly suppressed when he heard Zhao family. The return of Macau is imminent. As Zhou Hao said, He Hongsan is no longer the uncrowned king of Macau. Behind Zhou Hao is the Zhao family, which has huge energy. If you try to attack Zhou Hao here, you can guarantee that there will be an army directly into He family. Seeing He Hongsan's misfire, Zhou Hao's heart became even more disdainful. He said to He Hongsan, He Hongsan, there are 2 of you. Shuiyun won't be in vain for the grievances Shuiyun has suffered for so many years. I will let you one by one. Come out. After that, Zhou Hao took He Shuiyun and walked away. After returning from Macau, Zhou Hao ignored the He family for the time being. And even though the He family had won more than 3 billion yuan by Zhou Hao looking for trouble, he did not dare to do anything to Zhou Hao, especially now that the return of Macau is imminent. The family didn't dare to sprawl in the slightest, so as not to be caught by the center. On the Hong Kong side, everyone from Galaxy Investment, such as Willie Worth, Song Jiahao and others, are preparing for the global stock market crash that will occur in the coming year due to the rupture of the internet stocks. Not only the people of Gelling River Investment, But the Tokugawa consortium led by Kanyuki Shinji are also preparing these preliminary work for Zhou Hao. Therefore, Zhou Hao is a little idle now, but he is actually not doing nothing because he has paid special attention to the situation of Huang Wank and Zheng Ying in the past 2 days. Huang Wank and Zheng Ying's development went very smoothly. Under Zheng Ying's relentless pursuit, Huang Wank finally obtained Zheng Ying's heart and soul, which were all within Zhou Hao's plan. On this day, Huang Wank took Zheng Ying to the major jewelry stores in Causeway Bay. Sitting in front of the full container of Na Lin Luo, Zheng Ying looked at the dazzling jewels in the container. She only felt that her eyes were gone, and she was very excited. However, she wanted to suppress the excitement in her heart and couldn't express it. It's too much, lest Huang Wank know that she is a vanity person. A female manager wearing a black professional suit was smiling and selling jewelry for Huang Wank and Zheng Ying. She was holding a diamond ring, and the diamond on the ring was about the size of an index finger's nail. Charming. Just listen to the female manager smiling at Zheng Ying. This was only mined from South Africa last year. Whether it is color, clarity, or cut, it can be said to be the best. The asking price is 1.28 million Hong Kong dollars. It's very affordable. Hearing the introduction of the female manager, Huang Wank shook his head. This kind of goods, no way is worthy of my girlfriend. I read in the magazine the day before yesterday that you've added a new sapphire necklace from Chow Tai Fook, which seems to be called Sky Blue and Beautiful. Show it to me. Hearing Huang Wank's words, Zheng Ying's heart jumped suddenly, because she had also heard that the Sky Blue Beauty was a necklace made by Chow Tai Fook with a superb sapphire that was hard to buy. And this female manager was also taken aback. He didn't expect Huang Wank to look at the Sky Blue Beauty directly. Because of this sapphire necklace, Chow Tai Fook planned to do enough publicity first and then sold the name to auction. What? Do you think I can't afford it? Huang Wank glanced at the female manager. The female manager didn't even dare to say. Although she didn't know Huang Wank's details, she could also feel Huang Wank's aura as a superior, knowing that this was not an ordinary person. She said, "Sir, you can see the Sky Blue Beauty, but you must make an appointment in advance. This is for the security's thoroughness. Then you go to make arrangements for me now. Is this how you Chow Tai Fook entertain guests?" Zheng Ying hurriedly said to Huang Wank. "Wank, you don't have to do this for me. Actually, I don't have much interest in that Sky Blue Beauty." Huang Wank said softly. "Ying, it's okay. These ordinary goods are not worthy of you at all. Don't worry, I will definitely find a piece of peerless jewelry to give you." Really life does not meet I did not expect to be able to come in here. How about you, Mr. Huang? Suddenly a voice came from the side. The sudden sound of this sound made Huang Wank and Zheng Ying's hearts unavoidable. The two followed their reputations and saw a handsome young man in his early 20s walking in with a beautiful woman. It was Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun. For Zhou Hao, Huang Wank hated him, but Zheng Ying had a guilty conscience. Because she wasn't sure whether Zhou Hao was here to monitor herself or something else. Anyway, since Zhou Hao came in, she didn't dare to look directly at Zhou Hao. And this kind of reaction fell in Huang Wank's eyes, just to make Huang Wank jealous. Because according to what Zheng Ying said before, she came to Hong Kong for Zhou Hao. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao refused. Then she went to the Queen's Wharf to jump into the sea to commit suicide and was rescued by Huang Wank. At this time, Zhou Hao saw Zheng Ying next to Huang Wank and said in surprise, "Huh? Isn't this Zheng Ying? Why are you with Mr. Huang? Are you hooked up together? Are you there? Hook up or not? Zhou Hao, be careful when you speak." Huang Wank said angrily. "Okay, forgive me." Zhou Hao sneered, then ignored Huang Wank and Zheng Ying and said to the female manager, "Thank you. I'm here to take a look at the Sky Blue Beauty. There is already an appointment." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the female manager immediately respected her and asked, "May I have your surname, mister?" "My name is Zhou Hao." The female manager asked Zhou Hao to check it out on the computer and said to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, there is no appointment information about you in our computer. Did you make a mistake?" "No mistake, because Mr. Zheng personally promised me." Zhou Hao smiled. "Mr. Zheng." The female manager didn't react for a while. Zhou Hao kindly explained, "It's Mr. Zheng Yutong." The female manager was surprised when she heard this, because Zheng Yutong was the chairman of Chow Tai Fook and the big boss of all of them. At this moment, a man in suit and leather shoes, about 40 years old, rushed over from behind. When the female manager saw this man, she greeted him respectfully. Manager Feng. This person is Feng Jijian, the CEO of Chow Tai Fook, and the employees of Chow Tai Fook naturally recognize him. I saw Feng Jijian smiled at Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, we just received the notice from Mr. Zheng's secretary. I will take you to see the beautiful beauty of the sky. Please come with me. Seeing this situation, Huang Wank said angrily. Why can he go to see, but I can't? Do you do business? Feng Jijian looked at Huang Wank and asked in confusion, This is? I am Huang Wank of Huangshi Group. Huang Wank hummed. Oh, it turned out to be President Huang. Hello, hello. As Zheng Yutong's most trusted assistant, Feng Jijian naturally knows the business situation very well. He also knows that Huangshi Group is a strong domestic enterprise, and Huang Wank is the deputy of Huangshi Group. The general manager is the only son of Huang Shifu, the owner of the Huangshi Group, and he is also an incredible rich man. This made Feng Jijian a little bit embarrassed. He just listened to him. Mr. Huang, I'm really sorry, because Mr. Zhou has made an appointment with Mr. Zheng, and Mr. Zheng also asked me to entertain Mr. Zhou today, so, this. But Zhou Hao said, It's okay, since they are all going to see Sky Blue Beauty, then we should go and watch it together. I don't mind. Feng Jijian was very grateful for Zhou Hao's words. After all, he didn't want to offend Huang Wank. As a result, the group came to the special reception room of Chow Tai Fook, and Feng Jijian immediately sent a special staff member to the safe to take out the Sky Blue Beauty. Everyone in Zhou Hao waited in the reception room not long before they saw a staff member in a suit, accompanied by a few security guards, coming in with a silver titanium suitcase, his hands and the box still in handcuffs. Under Feng Jijian's instructions, the staff member put the suitcase on the table and opened it. The moment the box opened, a charming blue light appeared in the reception room, and then everyone saw a sapphire necklace lying quietly on the protective cotton of the box. The sapphire was about the size of an egg, cut into small planes, emitting bright blue light, and it was pure and flawless inside. I really wanted to contain a piece of blue sky. The necklace itself is also expensive to make, using dozens of diamonds to match this sapphire. When He Shuiyun and Zheng Ying saw this sky blue beauty, they couldn't help but feel their eyes bright. Zhou Hao was also amazed and felt that this sky blue beauty was indeed the best. How much is this sky blue beauty? I want it. Huang Wank immediately asked Feng Jijian. Mr. Huang, we can't sell this sky blue beauty to you. Feng Jijian said euphemistically. Huang Wank immediately sank his face. Why don't you sell it to me? I don't have any money. Or do you want to use this sky blue beauty as the treasure of the town store? If you want to do enough publicity and then put it out for auction, it doesn't matter. You despite the price. I can wait until you have enough publicity to take it away. Mr. Huang, this is not the problem. Feng Jijian was very embarrassed. Then Zhou Hao next to him said, Huang Wank, don't embarrass President Feng. The reason why this sky blue beauty can't be sold to you is because Zheng Yutong, Mr. Zheng, has long promised to sell it to me. Up. Feng Jijian also said, Yes, Mr. Huang. This superb sapphire was bought by our company from a jeweler some time ago, and then processed by a master to finally produce this sky blue beauty. Originally, our company really wants to use it as one of our town's treasures, and we will put it out for auction after we have completed a series of publicity. But our Mr. Zheng promised Mr. Zhou that this sky blue beauty will be worth 100 million sold to Mr. Zhou for 50 million. So Mr. Huang, I can only say sorry to you here. Listening to Feng Jijian's words, Huang Wank was furious, because for him it was not only whether he could give Zheng Ying a favorite piece of jewelry, but also symbolized the struggle between him and Zhou Hao. At this moment, Huang Wank had an impulse and immediately called Zheng Yutong and told him the sky blue beauty, so he bought it for 200 million Hong Kong dollars. However, Huang Wank knew that this would not work, because he had no friendship with Zheng Yutong at all, and Zheng Yutong would not necessarily sell his personal affection. You know, Zheng Yutong is one of the strongest chaebols in Hong Kong, with funds in his hands as high as 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, with Zhou Hao's background, Zheng Yutong will definitely make friends with him so that he can get closer to the central government. Not to mention Zheng Yutong promised to sell the sky blue color to Zhou Hao for 150 million yuan. Even if he unconditionally gave the sky blue color to Zhou Hao, Zheng Yutong would agree without hesitation. And Zhou Hao smiled at this time. Mr. Huang, I'm really sorry. If it's something else, I can let it to you. Speaking of this, he deliberately glanced at Zheng Ying and continued. Said, but this sky blue color is something that I've seen a long time ago, and it is specially used for my wife, so I can only say sorry to you. Huang Wenk was very angry when he glanced at Zheng Ying when he heard Zhou Hao say something else, not only because Zhou Hao was mocking himself, but also because Zhou Hao was mocking Zheng Ying. Zheng Ying is now Huang Wenk's most important person and cannot tolerate bullying by others. So Huang Wenk fixed his eyes on Zhou Hao, gritted his teeth, and said, Zhou Hao, don't deceive people too much. What am I bullying? Zhou Hao sneered. Huang Wenk, now I am far from being bullying too much, but you will soon know what bullying is too much. Up. After all, Zhou Hao ignored Huang Wenk and said directly to Feng Jijin, Mr. Feng, wrap it up for me and send it to my house. This is the address. Feng Jijin quickly agreed. He had just seen Zhou Hao and Huang Wenk resenting each other deeply, and he had no idea to publish anything, because he couldn't provoke both parties. But if you really want to choose, Feng Jijin will help Zhou Hao as soon as possible. Therefore, Feng Jijin asked the staff to wrap the sky blue color and smiled at Zhou Hao. In fact, the sky blue color in our store is not a big deal. At the charity auction, ATV donated it. The old pit glass jade Kylan that I went out for auction and bought back by myself is considered a peerless treasure. According to the appraisal of several old experts in the country, the price of the jade Kylan was 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. It created the history of world jewelry auction history. The Laukin glass species is the most precious jadeite, but the jade unicorn was crafted from a basketball-sized piece of Laukin glass jadeite. When it was donated by ATV, it made a sensation in the global jewelry industry. Yes, Huang Wenk and Zheng Ying have naturally heard of it. Huang Wenk also knew that the jade unicorn was actually something Zhou Hao owned. It was donated by ATV at first, but was later bought by Wang Zhongjuan, who represents the Polaris. That is, he returned after a round. It's in Zhou Hao's hands. After Huang Wenk and Dong Jiatze rebelled against Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, Dong Qishan once asked the whereabouts of the jade unicorn, and Wang Zhongjuan told them that the jade unicorn was immediately sent to the Zhao family after being bought back, and it should be kept in Zhao Rixin's house. At this time, Zhou Hao laughed and said, How can it be the same? The jade unicorn can only be used for decoration, unlike these jewelry, which can set off the beauty of women. Zhou Hao's words made He Shuiyun and Feng Jijin both agree, because if an average woman were to pick it, 9 out of 10 would pick sky blue beauty. When the Chow Tai Fook staff took this sky blue beauty and wrapped it, Zhou Hao had no interest in staying here anymore. He sneered at Huang Wenk and took He Shuiyun away. Seeing the mocking smile on Zhou Hao's face, Huang Wenk felt extremely unbalanced, but he did not have the strength to deal with Zhou Hao now. He gave a cold snort and gave Feng Jijin a fierce look, and then left with Zheng Ying. Wenk, don't be angry. Such a guy is not worth our anger for him. In Huang Wenk's Rolls Royce, Zheng Ying gently stroked Huang Wenk's chest and said softly. Under Zheng Ying's gentleness, Huang Wenk's anger gradually subsided, but he still gritted his teeth with hatred for Zhou Hao. He embraced Zheng Ying's shoulder and smiled and said, You're right, such a is not worth our anger for him. Zheng Ying nodded and leaned her head on Huang Wenk's shoulder. And Huang Wenk also enjoyed the time when the two were alone, feeling as if he had returned to the time when he was a teenager in love. By the way, Wenk, I'm like you now, what about your wife? Zheng Ying asked suddenly. Do you want me to divorce her? No, my father values the stability of my family very much, and he personally selected the woman for me at the beginning. If I divorce her, my father will definitely be very angry. Huang Wenk frowned in distress. In fact, he and his wife have no feelings at all, especially after being married for such a long time. His wife has not been able to give birth to him. It was only in order not to make Huang Shifu angry that Huang Wenk barely maintained the relationship between husband and wife with his wife. If Huang Wenk could pursue Zhao Yuqin, Huang Shifu would of course agree that he divorced his original wife, but Zhao Yuqin had already handed over his body and mind to Zhou Hao, and Huang Wank had no chance at all. If possible, Huang Wank would definitely not hesitate to divorce his wife and marry Zheng Ying. However, with Huang Shifu, a rock in the town, Huang Wank would never dare to divorce his wife. Zheng Ying shook her head and said, "Vank, I am not forcing you to divorce your wife. I don't want to ruin your family. What I like is yours. As long as you can be with me, I won't care about those names. It's divided. But I'm afraid that if your wife knows about our relationship, she will find me unlucky. After all, I'm just an ordinary weak woman." Huang Wank was touched and warm for Zheng Ying's acceptance. He clasped Zheng Ying even more tightly and said, "You didn't ruin my family. She and I have no family at all. You don't have to fear. If Huang Lianpe dared to find you unlucky, let me see how I deal with her. With me, no one can bully you." "Thank you, Vank." Zheng Ying leaned in Huang Wank's arms, with a choo-choo and weak appearance, causing Huang Wank to feel pity. I heard Huang Wank say again, "By the way, my father is coming to Hong Kong tomorrow. Then I will take you to have a meal with him." Isn't this bad?" Zheng Ying said nervously. "It doesn't matter. Although my father does not allow me to divorce, he will not take care of my outside affairs." Huang Wank smiled. "In other words, as long as I don't get divorced, then I will be with whom he won't bother." Hearing Huang Wank's words, Zheng Ying nodded her head and agreed to Huang Wank. Holding Zheng Ying in his arms, Huang Wank was very happy. He remembered the cloud and rain he had with Zheng Ying last night. To Huang Wank's surprise, Zheng Ying was still a virgin, which made Huang Wank not only a surprise, but also full of sense of accomplishment. I became more infatuated with Zheng Ying. On the other hand, in Zhou Hao's car, He Shuyun also heard Zhou Hao muttering to herself with a smile, "The good show is about to go on stage." Seeing the smile on Zhou Hao's face, He Shuyun felt a little complicated. The night before yesterday, Zhou Hao met with Zheng Ying secretly. The so-called secret meeting was actually not to let Huang Wank's side know about it. He Shuyun was also there in the meeting between Zhou Hao and Zheng Ying, and Zhou Hao did not hide anything from her. That is, at the meeting that day, He Shuyun heard Zhou Hao say to Zheng Ying blankly, "You are still a virgin." Zheng Ying's reaction at the time was naturally very intense, and she immediately asked Zhou Hao, "What do you mean?" "I want you to hand over the virgin body to Huang Wank." Zhou Hao was still expressionless, but what he said made He Shuyun shudder next to him. "According to our plan, and the agreement between you and me, it includes you betrayed your body. In this case, you must follow my instructions. The time is limited to these 2 days, and you must dedicate your virgin body to Huang Wank." He Shuyun still remembers very clearly that Zheng Ying was staring at Zhou Hao at that time, gritted her teeth, as if asking why Zhou Hao didn't personally take her virgin body, but asked her to dedicate it to Huang Wank. "Well, you go back, remember my order. If you resist, everything I promised before will not be honored, and you will also be punished by me," Zhou Hao said coldly at the end. Then, Zheng Ying went away angrily, and before leaving, she looked back at Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao didn't pay attention to her at all. He Shuyun, who was always present and observing Zheng Ying, could see that Zheng Ying had a desire for Zhou Hao. Yes, it is a desire. Just as men often have the desire to possess women, women also have such desires. Zheng Ying hopes to get Zhou Hao. Even if it is only physically, Zheng Ying's desire is very strong. As a woman, He Shuyun keenly saw this, but Zheng Ying's emotional color seemed to be one-sided, because He Shuyun could also see that Zhou Hao had no interest in Zheng Ying. Even He Shuyun faintly noticed that when Zhou Hao looked at Zheng Ying, the look in his eyes seemed as if he was looking at something very disgusting. In that coldness, He Shuyun could faintly perceive Zhou Hao's hatred for Zheng Ying. When facing Zheng Ying, He Shuyun felt that Zhou Hao was like a beast trapped in a cage, and the anger in his heart would make him break out of the cage and rush out to choose someone to eat. He Shuyun didn't know what entanglement was between that seemingly innocent girl and Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask. She just felt distressed and wanted to calm Zhou Hao's hiding in her heart, the scar in the depths. Seeing the faintly excited look on Zhou Hao's face with revenge pleasure, He Shuyun quietly stretched out his hand and took Zhou Hao's hand. "Zhou Hao, who was still immersed in the association of how to torture Huang Vank and Zheng Ying, was suddenly caught by Hishiyun, feeling the body temperature passed by Hishiyun, and he was taken aback. He looked up and saw Hishiyun's tender eyes. Zhou Hao felt soft in his heart, and then smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that I have to resolve some previous grievances." Hishiyun only thought that Zhou Hao was retaliating against Huang Wank for what Huang Wank owed Zhou Hao 30 billion, but he failed to pay back. At this time, seeing Zhou Hao reverting to the cheerful young man he was familiar with, he also smiled, said softly, "No matter what you want to do, as long as you know, I will support you unconditionally. That's enough." "Yeah," Zhou Hao responded, with a gentle smile on his face, making Hishiyun feel like a spring breeze. In the middle of the night, Zhou Hao stood alone on the roof of the villa, looking at the deep night and the sky full of stars. Hishiyun was sleeping in the room below. Just now, she was tossed to death by Zhou Hao. Until the last trace of strength was gone, she fell asleep deeply, naturally with a happy and content smile on her face. Zhou Hao stood on the rooftop alone, holding a bottle of iced black tea produced by Tianhe Company in his hand. The iced tea series produced by Zhou Hao's Tianhe Company has successfully entered the international market, occupying a large part of the beverage market in Japan, Taiwan, the United States, and Europe, and has also gradually become the international market other than Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Another beverage producer is a giant. Suddenly, a black shadow flew over from the roof of the building in the distance. Under the night, this black shadow was like a ghost, and it could not be found by ordinary people's eyesight. Seeing this black shadow quickly approaching him, Zhou Hao didn't respond, and he still drank the ice black tea produced by his company comfortably. Then, the black shadow suddenly fell to Zhou Hao, who was a tall man. He looked at Zhou Hao, then knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Master." "Well, get up," Zhou Hao said lightly. The man slowly got up and saw that he was tall, dark complexion, and piercing eyes, but he was an Indian. If this man is seen by the first family in India, the Ambani family, he will definitely be surprised, because he is the #1 master of the Ambani family for many years. Ulysses. At the beginning, Ulysses and his junior brother Mohandas helped the United States capture Zhou Liren. Later, he was ordered to kill Zhou Hao, but he lost to Zhou Hao in a fierce fight, and he used hypnotism to hypnotize Zhou Hao. When he became his slave completely, but because his mental power was not stronger than Zhou Hao's last year, he was instead bitten by his own hypnotism, and finally became Zhou Hao's slave. After Japan killed Tokugawa Naomasa and others, for the safety of Nanami Karu and his daughter Nankai Star, Zhou Hao asked Ulysses to stay in Japan to protect their mother and daughter. "Sister Sun and Sheng'er, how are they?" Zhou Hao asked. "The madam and the lady are doing well," Ulysses replied honestly. "The lady has already begun to learn to speak." The lady said, "When the master you go back, the lady should be able to call you dad." Hearing Ulysses' words, Zhou Hao's eyes suddenly filled with anticipation. He already imagined his daughter calling herself dad in his mind. What a sweet scene would be. After regaining his senses, Zhou Hao said to Ulysses, "I asked you to come to Hong Kong this time to do something for me. After doing this, you have to go back to Japan immediately and do well for me. Protect Karu and Sheng'er." "I see, master." "Master, please don't hesitate to give orders." Ulysses nodded and said. At about 3 in the morning, a plane from Shanghai landed at the Hong Kong International Airport, and a middle-aged man in a luxurious suit with a general belly, accompanied by 2 assistants, stepped off the plane. As soon as he entered the airport, he saw Huang Wank picking him up in the waiting room. "Dad." Seeing this middle-aged man, Huang Wank immediately shouted with a smile. This middle-aged man is indeed Huang Wank's father and Huang Shifu, the founder of Huangshi Group. He came to Huang Wank and smiled at him. "You are still picking up my flight after 2 o'clock here. It's quite filial." "Dad, we are 2 fathers and sons. I am not filial to you." "Then who else should be filial to you?" Huang Wank smiled. The group left the airport and came to a villa in Repulse Bay. This is a villa that Huang Wank bought recently, with a market value of 600 million Hong Kong dollars, which he bought specifically for Huang Shifu to live in. Although this villa is luxuriously decorated, but Huang Shifu has been for decades. What luxurious scene has not been seen? He came to Hong Kong by plane overnight, with a deep exhaustion on his face. Dad, you are also tired from flying, so let's have a cup of ginseng tea. Huang Wank made a cup of ginseng tea and handed it to Huang Shifu. Huang Shifu nodded and took 2 sips and said, "We will talk about the company tomorrow. I am very tired. Let me sleep first." Then, Huang Shifu went to the master room on the 2nd floor alone, took a bath there, and planned to sleep and rest immediately. Huang Wank saw that Huang Shifu didn't want to talk about official affairs, so he didn't stay here anymore. He still had a house elsewhere. Zhang Ying was there at this time, waiting for him to go back to Wushan. Huang Wank would naturally not stay. Here it is. He left 5 professional bodyguards in this villa to be responsible for Huang Shifu's safety, and then left quickly. In the bathroom of the master room on the 2nd floor, Huang Shifu took a hot bath and came out with a towel around his lower body. As soon as he got out of the room, Huang Shifu was taken aback because he saw a tall Indian man sitting on the sofa in the room, just looking at himself coldly. Huang Shifu's first reaction was that when a killer came to murder him, he would subconsciously shout someone, "Help! Someone! There is a thief!" Huang Shifu let go of his throat and shouted, but no matter how he shouted, the bodyguards outside did not respond, and no one came in to rescue him. "No need to shout. It's useless for you to break your throat," the Indian said. "The 5 bodyguards you were out there were all restrained. They lost any sense and would not recover until half an hour later. But he won't remember anything that happened during this period." This Indian is of course Ulysses. He stood up and slowly walked towards Huang Shifu, who was full of panic. Huang Shifu was shocked, and while backing away, he picked up the vase next to Ulysses and threw it at Ulysses. But how could he stop Ulysses? When he retreated to the corner, Huang Shifu had no retreat. He panicked and said to Ulysses, "You, what do you want? I will give you any money, as long as you don't hurt me." "I don't want money." Ulysses' words made Huang Shifu feel desperate. "I won't hurt you either." Hearing this, Huang Shifu felt a little relieved. He slightly raised his head to look at Ulysses, and suddenly felt that Ulysses' eyes were like 2 whirlpools, slowly getting bigger and bigger, and then Huang Shifu felt that the whole person was rising slowly, and then he knew it felt like a plume of blue smoke, and was sucked in by those 2 whirlpools. "Tomorrow, your son Huang Wank will bring a girl to meet you, and that girl is called Zhang Ying." Ulysses' slow, bewitching voice rang in Huang Shifu's ears, and Huang Shifu was groggy, with only half-open eyes, and Ulysses' words echoed in his mind. "You will fall in love with this girl at first sight. No matter what means you use, you have to get her." Ulysses' voice echoed in Huang Shifu's mind over and over again. "You want to marry her as your wife, when your son Huang Wank's stepmother." Huang Shifu's eyes were half-opened, and he muttered to himself, "I fell in love with that girl named Zhang Ying at first sight. I want to possess her. I want to marry her as a wife, and let her be Vank's stepmother." Ulysses' gaze enveloped Huang Shifu tightly, and slowly said, "No matter who stops you, you have to get that wife named Zhang Ying. She can only belong to you. No one in this world can take her, taking it away from you. Even your son Huang Wank won't work." Huang Shifu also followed with a sluggish expression, "No one can stop me. I want to marry Zhang Ying as a wife. She can only belong to me. No one can take her away, including Vank. Well, after I leave, you will completely forget the things I have been here. You just have to remember to marry Zhang Ying as your wife." After all, Ulysses disappeared from Huang Shifu like a gust of wind. After a long time, the dull-looking Huang Shifu slowly recovered. The night breeze blew in from the window, and he fought a cold war with only a bath towel. He scratched his head and said in confusion, "I just finished the hot bath. Why is it so cold?" Under unknown circumstances, he had to put on his clothes quickly and then went to bed. The next morning, Huang Wank asked Huang Shifu to go out for lunch. Huang Shifu just woke up and was about to talk to Huang Wank about their acquisition of several Hong Kong technology network companies, so he immediately agreed. When people drove to the reserved room of Shangri-La Hotel in Hong Kong, Huang Shifu saw Huang Wank, who was waiting inside, and smiled and said to him, "I was called by you when I just woke up, but it happened that I want to talk to you too. Let's talk about the acquisitions of several technology network companies." "Dad, don't worry about that. I have reached a preliminary agreement with them. 5 companies have a total purchase price of 2.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Huang Wank said, "After the acquisition is back, We will take these 5. The company was split and reorganized, and then listed on the Nasdaq in the United States. With their foundation, coupled with the current boom in the technology network stocks, it is guaranteed that once listed, the market value will increase by more than 50%. Just wait to collect the money. Huang Shifu sat down in the company of Huang Wank and said to Huang Wank, "The company's investment consultants raised objections to our acquisition plan. They said that the current technology network stocks are at the end of the battle and will collapse soon. We spend so much money to invest, I am afraid there will be a great loss." "Vank, what do you think of this?" "Those guys are worrying about the world." Huang Wank sneered. "The current technology and internet stocks still have a lot of upside potential. I know that it will eventually break, but it will definitely not be now. According to my estimation, the technology and internet stocks will at least return. It can be prosperous for more than 3 years. Dad, I suggest not only to invest in these 5 technology network companies to be listed on the Nasdaq. Our Huangshi Group should also invest money in the Nasdaq in order to obtain the greatest return." Huang Shifu nodded when he heard the words and said, "Actually, I have the same opinion as you, and I also think that the technology and internet stocks will not collapse so quickly. As for the direct investment in the Nasdaq, you are responsible for it. Well, anyway, you have to pick up my team sooner or later, and it is time to take care of the group's affairs. Before I leave Hong Kong, can you make a specific investment plan?" Huang Wank nodded quickly. "No problem." After a pause, Huang Wank said again, "Dad, in fact, I asked you to have dinner today. Apart from discussing the science and internet stocks, there is another thing. I know a girl, so I want to bring her here. See you." Huang Shifu frowned when he heard it and said to Huang Wank, "Vank, you have to remember that you are already married. Although I do not object to you being outside to celebrate, you must have it a degree." "Dad, I'm not celebrating this time. I really like that girl," Huang Wank said immediately. "I am sincere with her, and she didn't force me to divorce Manhwa. Very considerate girl." "Huh. If you dare to divorce Manhwa, let me see how I can deal with you." Huang Shifu glared at Huang Wank. "I chose Manhwa to be your wife at the beginning, so you have to maintain this marriage. I hope you treat marriage as a child's play like those dudes. Especially the development of our Huangshi Group is getting faster and faster, and your family life will also affect the development of the group." In fact, Huang Wank also knew that Huang Shifu's insistence on stabilizing his marriage was for the stability of the Huangshi Group. Huang Wank himself understands this truth, so even though he has no feelings for his wife, he has not thought about divorce. At this time, Huang Shifu laughed and said, "But I also want to see how this girl you said can make you feel true." Huang Shifu knows better about his son. There are definitely a lot of women around Huang Wank, but until now, with foreign investment, Huang Shifu has not seen a woman who can make Huang Wank emotional. Today he will bring that girl with him. It's the first time eating by myself. In the past, the only women who could eat with Huang Shifu and Huang Wank were Huang Wank's wife. She just went to the bathroom, and I will be here later. Dad, you will definitely like her when you see her." Huang Wank smiled. "Anyway, that woman in Manhwa can't have children. I plan to have children with this girl." "Girl, Dad, didn't you want to hold your grandson for a long time? I did this to fulfill your wish." Huang Shifu immediately laughed and scolded, "Use me as an excuse." At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Huang Wank knew that Zheng Ying was here, so he hurried over to open the door. Sure enough, the person here is really Zheng Ying. She wore a simple and elegant dress with white flowers on a blue background. Her long black hair naturally hung behind her, looking pure and beautiful. "Dad, she is the girl I am talking about. Her name is Zheng Ying." Huang Wank introduced Huang Shifu to Huang Shifu with a smile, but found that Huang Shifu was looking at Zheng Ying dumbfounded, and then cried out suspiciously, "Dad, you what's wrong?" "Dad." After Huang Wank shouted to his senses, Huang Shifu still kept his eyes on Zheng Ying, and at the same time said to Huang Wank, "No, you can't be with this girl." "Absolutely." Huang Wank was taken aback by Huang Shifu's sudden change of attitude, thinking that he was okay just now. How did he suddenly change his mind? Because Huang Wank knew that his father didn't care much about his private life. As long as he didn't divorce his wife, he was confident to bring Zheng Ying over to see Huang Shifu. Huang Shifu stood up and pointed at Zheng Ying and said in a stern tone, "Why are you a girl so shameless? You know my son is a married man. Why do you still seduce him? What is your intention? You two don't want to pester my son anymore. I won't let him be with you." Suddenly Huang Shifu pointed to the face and scolded. Xingying was also dumbfounded, and tears overflowed from her eyes. "Dad, how can you talk like this?" Huang Wank was also caught off guard by the sudden change. "How do I talk? Did I say something wrong?" Huang Shifu said sharply to Xingying. "You get out of here. You won't be allowed to pester my son anymore. Otherwise I will let you know how awesome. Get out." Zhang Ying couldn't bear it anymore, turned around and ran out. Huang Wank raised his foot to chase. "You stop me." Huang Shifu's cold drink made Huang Wank stop. He looked at Huang Shifu and found that Huang Shifu's eyes were red, and besides anger, there seemed to be something hidden in his expression. But at this juncture, Huang Wank didn't care about what was hiding under Huang Shifu's look. He asked Huang Shifu, "Dad, why? Didn't you talk about it just now? Why did you suddenly do it?" I saw Huang Shifu waved his hand fiercely, and then said angrily at Huang Wank, "I'm clarifying to you. You are not allowed to entangle with that woman in the future. Otherwise, I will not have your son, and the Huangshi group will not be able to turn income take over. Have you heard me?" Hearing Huang Shifu's words, Huang Wank was stunned as if struck by lightning. In order not to let himself and Zhang Ying be together, Huang Shifu even showed the right of succession to Huangshi group. Huang Shifu has only one son, Huang Wank, who will be old 100 years later. Huangshi group will definitely want Huang Wank to take over. However, now for Zhang Ying, Huang Shifu wants to deprive Huang Wank of his inheritance rights. Huang Wank didn't understand. Huang Shifu should only see Zhang Ying for the first time. Why did he hate her so strongly and prevent himself from being with her? This is what Huang Wank felt most strange. He couldn't help asking Huang Shifu, "Dad, I want to know why." "It's nothing. I can ignore you when you fool around with any other woman." Huang Shifu's face was even a little hideous, and he gritted his teeth and said to Huang Wank, "But this woman can't. You can't see her in the future." "I will. Let people look at you. If I find out that you see him again, then I will immediately make a will to prevent you from inheriting the Huangshi group." Huang Wank was shocked again. He had never seen Huang Shifu's attitude so tough. Even when negotiating with competitors or partners, Huang Shifu had always been smiling like a tiger and never easily exposed to others' own emotions. Thinking about these things in his heart, Huang Wank was even guessing that Zhang Ying would not be his own sister, right? Otherwise, how could Huang Shifu object to being with Zhang Ying immediately after seeing Zhang Ying for the first time? On the surface, only this explanation can make sense. However, Huang Wank also thinks this may be too absurd, and the possibility is extremely small, because he had secretly investigated Huang Shifu's previous experience in order to ensure his inheritance rights to the Huangshi group. According to the findings, although Huang Shifu is also a romantic, he is always in trouble, but there is really no other than Huang Wank, heirs and daughters. However, it is precisely because Huang Shifu has no other heirs and children, but still deprives Huang Wank of the right to inherit the Huangshi group for Zhang Ying, which makes Huang Wank more confused. Although he wanted to find Zhang Ying in his heart, Huang Wank also knew that he could not go out now. At least before Huang Shifu left Hong Kong, he could not go to Zhang Ying. What Huang Wank can do is to let people take care of Zhang Ying and don't let her leave Hong Kong, lest he will find it difficult to find her later. Huang Shifu knows Huang Wank very well and immediately said to him, "Don't wait to find that girl again. I tell you, unless I die, otherwise, once you are discovered by me, go see that girl. If you're a child, don't even think about taking over the Huangshi group." At the end of the lunch, it was naturally unhappy, but on the bright side, Huang Wank didn't dare to compete with Huang Shifu, because Huang Shifu had to decide whether Huang Wank could successfully take over the Huangshi group in the future. Huang Wank has never seen Huang Shifu's attitude so tough. For Zhang Ying, he would threaten himself with Huangshi group's inheritance rights, and Huang Shifu refused to tell Huang Wank the reason. This made Huang Wank really hard to think about its solution. After returning, Huang Wank immediately called his most capable assistant. His assistant was named Ouyang Mingda. Although he was not yet 30 years old, he was very mature in his work. Ouyang Mingda was discovered and promoted by Huang Wank 5 years ago. Before that, Ouyang Mingda was only the deputy store manager of a furniture store under the Huangshi Group. After becoming Huang Wang's assistant, Ouyang Mingda's talents were thoroughly brought into play, and many things of Huang Wang were left to him. And gradually, Huang Wang began to ask Ouyang Mingda to help him with some unseen things, and Ouyang Mingda was also highly regarded by Huang Wang based on his outstanding talents. Mr. Huang. Ouyang Mingda soon came to Huang Wang's residence. He was a pretty good-looking man. He wore glasses and usually dressed in suits. He looked polite and popular with women. I want to leave it to you, Huang Wang said to Ouyang Mingda straightforwardly. I asked you to investigate my father's past 3 years ago. Ouyang Mingda nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Huang. The result of that investigation is that Mr. Huang has no other heirs except you. Huang Wang touched his face and said in a deep voice, I want you to investigate again, and to investigate carefully for me. Every woman my dad used to be, what happened to those women later, you will check it out for me. Although he didn't understand why Huang Wang wanted to investigate the matter again, Ouyang Mingda did not ask, but nodded and said, Understood, Mr. Huang. It was Ouyang Mingda's style of faithfully executing orders regardless of the reason that made Huang Wang feel relieved to leave the matter to him. Just listen to Huang Wang's words. You can use it as much as you need. My request is, in any case, you have to make sure that my dad has any other children, especially daughters. Okay, I got it. Huang Wang waved his hand, and Ouyang Mingda turned and left. Huang Wang sat at the desk, propped his chin, and recalled Huang Shifu's unusual reaction just now. It stands to reason that Huang Shifu only has one son, Huang Wang. After he has returned to old age 100 years, the Huangshi Group must hand it over to Huang Wang. But at this time he threatened Huang Wang with this because of Zheng Ying. Huang Wang didn't understand why Huang Shifu valued Zheng Ying so much. In order not to let him be with her, he even threatened him with Huangshi Group. Apart from his own siblings, Huang Wang couldn't think of other possibilities. Damn, this won't be the modern version of Thunderstorm, Huang Wang said to himself. Shaking his head aside these messy thoughts, Huang Wang dialed Zheng Ying's number. The bell rang for a long time, and Zheng Yingkai answered the phone, and before Zheng Ying spoke, Huang Wang also heard her sobbing sound. He immediately felt distressed and called out softly, Ying, what else are you calling for? Zheng Ying sobbed and said, Huang Wang could imagine her now pear blossom with rain, pitiful expression. Ying, don't worry, I will take care of this, and no one can stop us from being together. Zheng Ying sniffed and continued, What are you going to do? Are you going to violate your father's order? Now your father forbids us to be together, saying that I am shameless. I am. Then the voice of Zheng Ying crying softly came from the other side of the phone. Huang Wang's heart was grabbed, and he quickly said, Ying, don't worry. I am definitely not playing with you. I really like you. Even if my dad is not allowed, he won't be able to stop me. Don't leave Hong Kong in a hurry. Everything is mine. Under Huang Wang's persuasion, Zheng Ying's emotions slowly calmed down, but she still whimpered. Actually, your father is right. I am a shameless woman. I know that you have a wife and you still hug you. No, it's none of your business. Huang Wang said. Ying, listen to me. You have to believe me. We will definitely be together forever. You have to believe me. At this time, Huang Wang was thinking that he should just obey Huang Shifu now. After he completely takes over the power of the Huangshi Group, he doesn't need to worry anymore. After comforting Zheng Ying with affection and affection, Huang Wang reluctantly ended the call. What Huang Wang didn't know was that the expression on Zheng Ying's face immediately changed as soon as Zheng Ying put down the phone. The original pitiful expression became expressionless, and there was no tear in her eyes. If you listened only from the sound, Huang Wang would never have thought that what Zheng Ying said just now came from a performance. After finishing the conversation with Huang Wang, Zheng Ying took out another mobile phone, dialed Zhou Hao's number, and said faintly, The fish is on the bait. Everything is going according to plan. On the other end of the phone came Zhou Hao's seemingly smiling voice. Well, very good. You can proceed according to my plan. Then, Zheng Ying hung up the phone, and then walked to the terrace alone, overlooking the bright night view of Hong Kong below. The luxurious unit she is now in was bought by Huang Wang before and was transferred to her name a few days ago. According to the current market value, If the house is resold, Zheng Ying can get more than 60 million Hong Kong dollars. This is because Hong Kong's property market has not yet emerged from the shadow of the financial turmoil. The value of such luxury residences will certainly rise very quickly. In addition to transferring this house to Zheng Ying's name, Huang Wenk has also done his best to her these days, exhausting the romantic means of a man. It's just that, although Zheng Ying appeared to be happy with Huang Wenk on the surface, in the bottom of my heart, Huang Wenk is just a tool for her. Looking at the bright night scene in the distance, Zheng Ying took a deep breath. In her mind, the most important thing is money. When she thinks of getting 1 billion yuan from Zhou Hao after the event is completed, Zheng Ying is so excited that she can't sleep. By the way, there are houses and other things that Huang Wenk gave to him, which are worth more than 100 million. With this money, I don't have to worry for the rest of my life. If there is anything that Zheng Ying especially desires besides money, it is Zhou Hao. From small to large, Zheng Ying has always been a sought-after object for everyone with her outstanding appearance and exquisite mind. But when she grew up in this environment, she felt that Zhou Hao didn't care. It can be said that Zhou Hao is the first person who doesn't care about her. Even if she does not care about her own interest, this always makes Zheng Ying worry about it. In fact, women are the same as men. The more things they cannot get, the more they desire to get them. While Zheng Ying was thinking of Zhou Hao was receiving others. This allowed Zhou Hao to personally receive no one else, but Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua. Speaking of which, Zhou Hao and Zhao's father and son have not seen each other for a long time. Zhao's father and son are medical families that have been passed down from generation to generation, and Xiao Nanhua worshipped Dr. Gongsun as a teacher in his early years. Zhou Hao got the ambergris and Shun Nong Bai Chao from Dr. Gongsun in the stone cave and learned it again. Spiritual martial arts, such as Wu Qin Shi and Yang Qi Lu, can be said to be Dr. Gongsun's apprentice. Therefore, Xiao Nanhua is Zhou Hao's senior brother, and Xiao Jiming is Zhou Hao's senior nephew. From a very early time, Zhou Hao asked Xiao Jiming to find and study the herbs recorded in Shun Nong Bai Chao for himself, hoping to grow those herbs on a large scale. So Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua traveled around the famous mountains and rivers, looking for the herbs in his Shun Nong Bai Chao, while expanding his knowledge. Over the years, Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua have traveled all over the country, went deep into the jungles of various mountains, and found most of the herbs recorded in Shun Nong 100 herbs, while the other half were never found and should be extinct. Zhou Hao guaranteed economic assistance to Xiao Jiming from the beginning. Even if he was not in China, he specifically ordered Zhao Yuqin, Yang Jiabao, Su Lin, Yin Qingqing, He Shuiyun, and other women to provide funds for Xiao Jiming as long as he needed it. So even if Zhou Hao disappeared for a year, the funds provided by Zhao Yuqin's daughters to Xiao Jiming have never been cut off. With Zhou Hao's strong support, Xiao Jiming has built several large-scale pharmaceutical experiment bases in China. The equipment is all advanced instruments imported from abroad. The talents are also selected by Xiao Jiming. As long as they can be dug, they will be dug by Xiao Jiming. In the medical experiment base, these medical experimental bases cost billions of yuan each year, but their effects are also very huge. Most of the herbs recorded in Shun Nong Bai Chao, found by Xiao Jiming, have been successfully transplanted into the bases. Large-scale planting. Even if Xiao Jiming's several medical experimental bases are placed internationally, their level can definitely be ranked in the top 5. Of course, what Zhou Hao attaches the most importance to, is the life extension pandan that was found near the Yang family in Guangxi, because it is a treasure medicine that can cure cancer. At that time, Zhou Hao found the Shun Nong Bai Chao recorded in Shun Nong Bai Chao in an unnamed valley near the Yangjia mansion in Guangxi. According to the Shun Nong Bai Chao record, the owner of Shun Nong Bai Chao encountered a patient in the Tang dynasty. The patient, under the right rib, covered as big as a cup, with blue veins, unable to lie down, hot flashes in the sun, night sweats. This means that the patient has a cup-sized mass under the right rib, covering the wall visible veins, and fever in the afternoon, sweating profusely at night. At that time, Shin Nong Bai Chao accidentally found a very rare orchid plant. After using this herb, the patient quickly healed from the disease. It is precisely because this orchid can save lives and extend life. So the owner of Shun Nong Bai Chao named the orchid life extension pandan. According to Dr. Gongsuan's notes, the patient's symptoms are very similar to today's liver cancer. If life extension pandan can really effectively treat cancer, it would be an earth-shattering discovery for the current medical community. It is a pity that Dr. Gong's son traveled the country, but after all, he did not find the life extension pandan. Since the relationship of life extension pandan was too important, after Zhou Hao discovered it, no one told him. He planned to wait for his financial resources to accumulate to a certain level before developing. And just before Zhou Hao went to the United States, he deliberately found Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua, two fathers and sons, and asked them to go to that nameless valley to find life extension pandan. At that time, Zhou Hao was afraid that he would encounter accidents when he went to the United States to rescue Zhou Liren. If this were the case, then no one would know the secret of life extension pandan, and life would drown this treasure. In order to verify the efficacy of life extension pandan, Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua started researching it a year ago. In order to protect this secret, their father and son also protected this research work as the top secret. After a year of research, we can basically draw conclusions. Xiao Jiming said to Zhou Hao in front of him, life extension pandan does have a very significant effect on cancer. After observation, we found that life extension pandan, there is an enzyme in it that has not been discovered so far. It has a strong ability to decompose cancer cells, but it will not harm the normal cells of the human body. Compared with that year, Xiao Jiming is more mature now. He is already pretty good. Due to long-term research work, the connotation in his chest makes him naturally exude an elegant temperament, which looks gentle and attractive. Because the pharmaceutical experimental bases invested and constructed by Zhou Hao have achieved great achievements under the auspices of Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua, Xiao Jiming rushed over to report to him immediately after learning that Zhou Hao had returned. This time, only Xiao Jiming came to Hong Kong to meet with Zhou Hao, while Xiao Nanhua stayed in China to preside over the work of the experimental base. Because all the pharmaceutical experimental bases were established in the name of Zhou Hao, and all their funds were derived from Zhou Hao's industry, plus the Shun Nong Bai Chao was also handed over to the Xiao family by Zhou Hao. Su Ming Xiang Lan was also discovered by Zhou Hao, so all the research results belonged to Zhou Hao. Xiao Jiming knew this very well. Before, he didn't have time to meet Zhou Hao because of his busy research work. Now that many research work has yielded results, Xiao Jiming naturally rushed over to meet Zhou Hao immediately. Zhou Hao asked, then life extension pandan, have you tested it on humans? Xiao Jiming nodded. We initially tested with healthy animals, and later switched to animals with cancer. After confirming that lifelong pandan is not toxic, we tested on humans. The test subjects were divided into two. One is a healthy person and the other is a person suffering from cancer. After hundreds of people's experiments, we found that life extension pandan has no effect on normal people, and it only targets cancer patients. After a pause, Xiao Jiming continued. Among cancer populations, we have conducted experiments according to different cancer sites and different cancer cell spreading degrees, and found that the effect of life extension pandan is equally significant, especially in the terminal stage. People with cancer, life extension pandan can also kill cancer cells that have spread throughout the body. Those who participated in the experiment don't know the existence of life extension pandan, right? Zhou Hao asked. Yes, Xiao Jiming said. We told them that this is a new drug developed by the European Union, and we are looking for volunteers to test. Those cancer patients accepted our test with a chance of luck, but before the test, we both signed a confidentiality agreement with them, requiring them not to disclose any information about the experiment. Speaking of this, Xiao Jiming couldn't help but laughed. It's very strange that we say that we are a research organization affiliated to the European Union. They have implemented the confidentiality agreement very well and never dared to disclose our information. And I have tried to talk to one. The person in the early stage of cancer said that we were a private research institute in China. After his cancer was cured by us, he couldn't help telling people everywhere after only a short time. Then we took advantage of Ms. Zhao's relationship to treat that person. He was put in jail. Fortunately, no one believed what he said. They only thought that his initial cancer was cured by surgery, so that our secrets did not leak out. Zhou Hao sneered after hearing this. Many people in the country are like this now, and the sentiment of admiring foreigners is very strong. But there are also our country's own responsibilities. If the country has sufficient credibility and deterrence, those people may not such. Xiao Jiming nodded, and Zhou Hao asked again. Now that the effect of life extension pandan has been confirmed, can you reproduce it artificially? Life extension pandan has extremely high requirements for its own living environment. The pH of the soil, the humidity of the air, the temperature, the amount of sunlight, and the exposure time, etc., took a long time to find out their growth habits. Xiao Jiming said with a smile. Fortunately, we managed to simulate the environment suitable for their growth in the end, but the cost is very high. We have never calculated that every time we cultivate a mature plant it needs 650 yuan. Then Zhou Hao laughed and said, although this cost is high, it is nothing compared to the medicinal effect of life extension pandan. Yeah. Xiao Jiming thought deeply and said, by the way, Uncle Sure, in addition to life extension pandan, many of the herbs recorded in Shun Nong Bai Chao have been successfully transplanted by us and can be scaled up. Planting. Many of the herbs recorded in Shun Nong Bai Chao have significant effects on certain types of diseases. For example, for pneumonia caused by wind and cold, one of the herbal medicines recorded in Shun Nong Bai Chao can cure the patient in 3 days, faster than modern medicine. Moreover, many of those herbs cure diseases by improving the body's own resistance, which is different from Western medicine. In addition, apart from the precious herbs, the most important thing in Shun Nong Bai Chao is the prescriptions that have accumulated thousands of years of medical experience in China. Zhou Hao believes that the effects of proprietary Chinese medicines developed by using these prescriptions will definitely be much better than most of the currently available on the market. The most typical example is that the contraceptive pill Zhou Hao provided to the woman next to him was one of the prescriptions recorded in Shun Nong Bai Chao. Compared to half of the contraceptives on the market today, the prescription in Shun Nong Bai Chao does not have any hormones and does not have any side effects. It can be a health tonic for ordinary people. From a very early time, Zhou Hao had plans to develop the pharmaceutical industry because he had the treasure of Shun Nong Bai Chao in his hands. It would be a pity if he didn't use it, and it was also a good thing for mankind. In particular, the discovery of life extension pandan can definitely make all the experts participating in the research get the Nobel Prize. It is precisely because life extension pandan is of great importance. Zhou Hao attaches great importance to its secrecy. However, Zhou Hao also knew that even if he kept the secret, it would be difficult to avoid the eyeliner of the state apparatus. Not long ago, Zhou Liren asked Zhou Hao about those large-scale pharmaceutical experimental bases. Zhou Liren meant that Zhou Hao himself should pay more attention. The country already knows these things and has begun to take measures. And Xiao Jiming also said to Zhou Hao at this time, Uncle Master, I want to tell you something. In the past 6 months, there have been many mysterious people outside our experimental base, and my father and I discovered that there are also some people inside our experimental base. May have penetrated from the outside. Later, people from the country found us and told us that those people were actually sent by the country, and their purpose was to protect us and the experimental base, because our experimental base even has attracted the attention of some foreign forces. Zhou Hao nodded when he heard the words, which was actually what he expected, because Zhou Hao has spent nearly tens of billions of yuan in those medical experiment bases so far. No private company in China has such a courage, and no private company can support such a large-scale research basis, so it is normal for some foreign forces to pay attention to them. They will definitely think that these experimental bases are made by the Chinese military, and their nominal private nature is nothing more than a cover-up. And Zhou Hao also thought that since the country had already started to take action, they would definitely come to him soon. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.